Hey everyone. Where am I? Good question. There we go. Welcome to Norm America Show, host Rob Norm. Crazy day. Um, we'll do what we can here. Should be a fun debate. I don't even know if I'm live streaming. If something happens to my live stream, go to the Crucible. We'll be streaming there. It's supposed to start at 8 p.m. So, I'm seeing if I can get it up and running on my phone before I try to do it on here. Yeah, let's see here. Well, okay. Hey, what's up, beautiful bastard? Yeah, that's one way of saying it. It's been one of the roughest work days. My back's killing me. My herniated disc has been. It was good. I mean, it wasn't good, but it was getting better. And then I ended up having to do stuff at work that required hours upon hours of cleaning and bending and lifting and, stuff that men should do anyways. And my back's killing me. And I'm still getting over being sick. It's been like 9-10 days. I've been taking vitamin C out the wazoo. Yeah, I'll tell you someday about it, Co-Rams. It was a difficult one. Do future debates in sign language. What's up, Mad Dad? Debate scheduled for 9 p.m. Well, shit. Is that true? It's probably true. I'll have you know, I told Andrew 8. Just so we're clear. Yeah, it says 9. Son of a bitch. Alright. Well, here's the deal then. We'll just talk amongst ourselves for an hour before we get to the debate. Oh my goodness. It's probably for the better anyways. Time to collect my thoughts. On a 1 to 10, how good's my health being in excellent shape? It's a difficult question. I'm fat, so not the greatest. Anyways, on a normal day. My blood sugar's been high, but I've been doing really good managing that. Blood pressure's been good. The herniated disc is a problem, and then I have a cold or whatever I've had for 8-9 days. It's killing me. And it makes me congested, which, okay, it's not the end of the world, but then I can't sleep, which then, unfortunately, means that I drag ass. So, I don't know. Yeah, they have me checking my sugar. I got the button thing, so I can tell you my sugar right now. My sugar is 114 as we speak. It checks it 24/7. Yeah, it's a disc thing. So, well, it is what it is. Anyways, enough of that garbage stuff. Now I don't have to stab myself. No, it's just you put this here. Let's see if I can show you. This thing, that little button. You put that in your arm. And then it stays there for 14 days. Then you put another one. So I can view it. It's actually very helpful, but also immensely confusing. I've had it for like a month, and it's amazing to me, like when my sugar will spike. It's very weird. So, 1 second. work stuff. Sorry about that. Yeah, anyways. So anyways, my sugar will spike at random times. It's quite interesting. Like in the middle of the night, it'll go up some. I also found out, unbeknownst to me, cough syrup has a lot of sugar in it, and your sugar goes up when you get a cold or when you get sick anyways, which I did not know. Because I'm the type of person that if I'm sick, I barely eat. Like, I'll eat, broth, stuff like that. So my diet's been, I wouldn't say good the past 8-9 days, but not sugary, not carbs. It's been like soups, without potatoes and stuff. Am I crying? No, my eyes are incredibly itchy. You can see, and they've been watering. So, do I need to talk to someone? Yeah, that's the plan tonight. So, I don't know. It's just a cacophony of stupid stuff like that's been going on. But I'm all right. The one way to look at it's to say I'm working like a crazy person and I'm sick. I went to the doctor. They told me it was a viral infection, that I was only infectious for 24 hours, and then I would probably see symptoms for a week to 2 weeks. I'm on like 9-10 days. I'd still sound congested. My throat's still sore. My eyes are still itchy. I think some of that's allergies. Nonetheless, I'm not infectious, and I'm of the mindset, if I'm not infectious and I'm going to feel like crap, I might as well feel like crap at work and get paid. So, yeah, came here from the Crucible. Yeah, John Easton. Crucible fans, if anyone's watching here, you get to see your man, the owner and host of the Crucible, Andrew Wilson, get his ass kicked tonight, as is usually the case when I debate him. Now, it'll be a fun debate tonight. I'll explain it in a minute. It may be the rare time. So the last time I debated Andrew was me arguing against Christian nationalism, which clearly the Crucible audience is going to be opposed to me. This time, though, I think the Crucible audience will probably be on my side. What's up, Jeff? How you doing, man? Seeing as how Andrew's going to be arguing for Biden, and I'll be arguing against Biden and for Trump, which should be a fun debate. But yeah, just finishing on the health stuff. I am trying to get healthy. My neighbors talked me into start going to the gym with him. I just got to get this herniated disc business sorted out first. So physical therapy's really been helping me. Unfortunately, because I was sick, I didn't go last week. So I have an appointment tomorrow, and I'm hoping that really helps. Get a month or so of that in, and then hopefully start hitting the gym. I'm not trying to get ripped like Aircraft Sparky or anything, but yeah, I think I don't know if it's L4 or L5. They're going to do an MRI here soon. They don't do an inversion table. What they do is, at the physical therapy place, they got this thing that like straps into your chest, and then it straps around this table and onto your chest like this. And then it goes on your hips and straps in. And the table separates, and it hooks to this machine that basically goes like this. Pulls your spine out. So it's doing basically what an inversion table would do. Yeah, Jeff. Yeah, Andrew and me are good friends. You've probably seen him on whatever podcast. Yeah, I am going to start slow. That's the point. I'm not really concerned with really increasing my physical strength as much as I am concerned with increasing my longevity. And so making sure I have a strong back, and making sure that my sugar's under control and my blood pressure's under control. So I don't think I'm ever going to be who knows, I guess, but I don't think I'm going to be the type of person that's like maxing out. It's not really my intent. But hopefully I have some results to speak of. And even before I started getting treated for my blood sugar, I'd been losing weight. I've been eating better. And I've been doing like exercise and stuff. Yeah, thanks, Joe the Barber. I appreciate it. So anyways, enough about my stupid health. Tonight's debate. So here's what's going on. Normally I don't like to stream from my work office for various reasons. We're making an exception tonight. So Andrew Wilson is going to be debating Richard Spencer coming up. You might know Richard Spencer, probably circa 2016, the most infamous white nationalist in the country. I've debated Richard Spencer myself. Spencer is a Biden supporter, which is interesting. Do you think anyone will ask Biden if he condemns Richard Spencer? Probably not. That's what they did to Trump all 2016, 2020, right? Do you condemn David Duke? Do you condemn David Duke? Do you condemn David Duke? I'm not streaming to Twitch right now because my work computer here sucks so bad. When I go through the program Restream, it overheats my computer. So I found that if I'm only streaming to one platform, such as YouTube, it's less likely to overheat. Andrew's going to be debating Richard Spencer, and as part of his prep, he wants to try to steelman Richard's arguments, basically, and argue against me. And so he asked me if I'd be down for this. I said, sure. Now, I'm going to win a debate. That's what I'm going to do. There's a lot of questions as to how this could play out. First off, when I debated Richard Spencer, I had one goal in mind, and that was getting Richard Spencer to admit over and over again that the Democrats are the party for him, which he admitted over and over again. Great. It's true. The party of racial identitarianism certainly is closer to a white nationalist. It's simple. Just take out the word black for white. Same arguments. No problem. So, that was my intent. However, I didn't talk about this a lot because it kind of hurts my argument. Being the Democrats are the party of white nationalism. I think Richard's what I would call an accelerationist. I think that he basically feels that there is no hope. That the only chance of things shaking the way that he would want a country for white people would be for a massive, massive, massive blowing up of our current system. Like, beyond recognition. To the point where the United States would literally have to fall apart. And I think he sees the best chance of that is to continue down the path we're going. He doesn't want incrementalism. He doesn't want someone to come in and delay that. He says, let's speed it up. Let's keep going. That's my feeling. As such, well, here's the other thing. I don't think that if you're the type of person that believes that, you really can't say that, though. And I know you might be thinking, what? It's sort of like using satire. Satire ceases to become satire when you tell people it's satire. So when trans-positive Rob comes on here and speaks, if I say, actually, this is just a joke, which it's not, but if I do that, then it's no longer satire. Or it's shitty satire. It's the same with this sort of accelerationism. If you're trying to convince people to vote for the shittiest possible person because that's what you want it to fall apart, and you tell them, the reason I want you to vote for that person is because I think they're so shitty, you've sort of defeated your whole purpose. So I don't think you'll ever hear Richard Spencer say, sure, I'm an accelerationist. I say, screw it, vote for the worst person every time. I don't think he'll say that. I think that's counterintuitive to what he wants. Now, why do I bring all of this up? I can't prove that, but that's what I think. I don't think that this debate's going to really be that analogous to Andrew and Richard's debate, because I don't think that Andrew is going to try to make Richard Spencer-esque arguments in favor of Joe Biden. That's my guess. But I don't know. I have agreed to help a friend of mine prepare for a debate. The method that I'm helping doing that is debating him. And I'm gonna fucking win this debate. That's that. I'm not holding anyone's hand. I'm not pulling any punches. Not happening. I don't give a shit how Andrew approaches it. I'm going to win the debate. That's that. Now, my goal is to try to I want to win the debate, and hopefully that is why Andrew reached out to me, because that will be useful to him. I hope it is. But that's how I'm approaching it. I don't think it does anyone any good for me to half-ass it or anything like that. So that's my goal. One of the things I try to do, particularly when I'm debating a bigger streamer, and it has nothing to do with how big the streamer is, Destiny or Andrew or being on Tim Pool's. Thanks, number 1 to you. I appreciate it. Nailing the WS agenda. Thank you. I believe that's exactly what he wants. And here's the thing about Richard Spencer, and I've said this about white nationalists a lot. I agree with a lot of the problems that they isolate. I just disagree with their solution. I don't think they're the horrible monsters that people paint them to be as much as they are. I still massively disagree with them. If I had to put someone who says, listen, I just think we should have a country for white people, I'm not sharing that belief. I'm not. I'll vehemently and have argued against that. But how do I put that up on the scale of morality versus I think we should have trans people sexually dance in front of children? Right? So if I'm able to debate these lefties all the time, why would I be? And the same with Andrew. Me and Andrew debated someone who I think is a phenomenal debater, J.F. Gariepi and Sean Last, on similar topics. I debated Richard Spencer, so these things happen. I found those people to be incredibly polite and enjoyable to talk to. That doesn't mean I support their beliefs. I don't. But that's what I think Spencer's agenda is. So anyways, when I'm talking to a bigger audience, Tim Pool, or to a bigger streamer, I understand that it is a unique situation for me to talk to a bigger audience. And a lot of times, based on whose audience it is, you sort of have an idea of what that audience's beliefs are. For example, if I'm debating Destiny, although it is true that there's variance amongst any sort of streamer's audience, I understand that I'm debating sort of establishment Democrat type audience people. That's who's going to be in the audience. Tim Pool's audience is going to have a certain bent to it. The Crucible, which will be the audience for tonight's show, it's going to have a certain bent to it. And Andrew himself has a certain, core set of beliefs. I think that you should, to the best of your ability, remain true to yourself and true to your arguments, but tailor them to your audience. And so if I'm debating a Christian nationalist in front of a Christian nationalist audience, my arguments that I think are the strongest for why you should prefer Trump over Biden are going to be different than if I'm debating Fabian Liberty and Casimir, who are ANCAPs. With the ANCAP audience, I'm going to focus more on the massive size of the government and authoritarianism that Biden administration's putting through. I might focus more on cultural issues tonight, because I think that's something that Christians, and in particular Christian nationalists, are heavily focused on, rightfully so, many times. So, I don't know, though. Is Andrew Wilson going to be like Andrew Wilson, the same guy and just try to make arguments as to why Biden's administration fits into his worldview? Or is he just going to be like, oh, I'm Andrew Wilson, I love trans people, and that's why I like Biden, and I love open borders? I don't know. I'll play it by ear. But that's where we're going. Now, some disadvantages that I have tonight. I all of my research and stuff from the recent Trump v. Biden debates that I've had. Noah Smith, the economist, this guy last Wednesday, what was his name? Alex Kirsch. All of that's on my home computer, so I don't have any of that. And not only that, this computer is so shitty, if I try to bring up other windows, it'll probably collapse on me, overheat. So that sucks. So it's not going to be a very data, at least on my end, it's not going to be very data-driven. It's okay. If Andrew wants to call me out on that, that's perfectly fine. Also, I'm sick, but that's whatever. Andrew has the biggest disadvantage, which is he's arguing from the side that he doesn't really believe. And it also happens to be the wrong side, the defending Joe Biden. So, you know, it should be fun. And here's the other thing. How do I put this? Sometimes I think that there are times to match the energy of the person you're debating. I moderated Dave Smith, who's someone I really like, who's libertarian, versus Andrew Wilson there a couple weeks ago. I personally, my personal agenda through that debate, what I would like to see happen is libertarians and Christian nationalists to come together to understand with me, which is a populist, which is that our establishment institutions are terrible and we need to start fighting back against this corruption. I think this is how I would explain it. For me, populists, Christian nationalists, traditional Republicans, libertarians, I feel like we've gotten so insanely inundated with our cultural institutions being controlled by people that at least pay lip service to the left and that are authoritarians and corrupt, that we need to go this direction. And in that direction's the libertarians and the Christian nationalists and the populists and the traditional Republicans and the paleo conservatives. That's the direction we need to head. Now, eventually, when we get down that road far enough, it'll start to split off. A libertarian's going to disagree at some point with a Christian nationalist. But for me, selfishly, I say, fine. We're in such a crazy, shitty situation right now. I just say we all need to start moving together, and then when we get to those crossroads, we'll get there. That's how I feel. And so I, moderating the debate between Andrew and Dave, I'm like, I hope they each try to win the debate, but hopefully there's some common agreement. And that these two audiences and two types of, political philosophies can understand the need to go in a similar direction. In that world, would I have been as hostile as Andrew Wilson? No. I thought that it was clear that Dave was seeking to make some sort of olive branches and some, and I thought Andrew was out for blood. That's what I felt. So, if it was me, would have I been that hostile? No, I usually try to reciprocate energy. However, Andrew was 100% right with what he was saying, and Dave didn't understand. He didn't get it. Andrew was talking about, the core disagreement. Listen. One of the reasons that arguing Christian nationalism and just Christianity in general, Christian morality, is so powerful is that it allows you to say, I have somewhere where I could look and say, that's where my morality comes from. It comes from Jesus Christ. That's it. Yes, there are arguments to be had, but do you interpret it correctly? Fine, whatever. But there is something stable. There is something tangible. There is something objective. You may disagree. You may say, I think Christianity is a fairy tale. That's fine. That's a debate to be had. But the problem with sort of secularist and even people like me that are Christian light to some degree is, inevitably, you're going to have subjective morality. It's just true. Where does your morality come from? Well, it's basically what people feel. I feel this way. subjective. You could say the interpretations of Christianity could be subjective, but the code of morality within is objective. It is something, it is a list of rules, basically, that's like, this is good, this is bad. That's powerful, right? There are ways to attack that, The advantage of libertarianism is it has something similar. It has the non-aggression principle. It's not subjective. They avoid conflict. They avoid aggression. That's it. In every case. So a debate between those two sides is going to be attacking those two core beliefs. How do you know that your Christian ethics are correct? How do you know you're interpreting it correctly? Versus, what are the core underpinnings of the non-aggression principle and self-ownership? So that's how Andrew starts the debate. Okay, a core tenet, the foundation of non-aggression principle is that each person owns themselves, correct? Yes, Dave says. Okay, what does that mean? How do you own yourself? And Dave thinks that this is just a semantic argument. And at some point, it does seem to get redundant. But I understand exactly what Andrew's doing. He's setting up for the debate where he's going to later say, your morality is subjective and mine is objective. And that's why mine should be preferred. It's a smart strategy. And it's not just a smart strategy. It is a real philosophical debate between those two positions. And Dave didn't understand that. I don't think Dave's a libertarian in a philosophical sense. I think Dave's a libertarian almost in the sense that I am. I'm libertarian adjacent. I'm a minarchist, or, I'm a populist, libertarian adjacent conservative, whatever. I don't, try to be as specific as possible with my language. So yeah, at the end of the day, I don't believe there should be no government. I think the United States government should exist. So I don't fully believe in the non-aggression principle. And the criticism against that is, okay, that's subjective. You think the government has the right to tell us certain things we can't do? Yeah. Like, give me an example. Well, I think that hypothetically the government could have a speed limit. You can't drive 200 mile an hour through a residential neighborhood. What about 199? Okay, you can't drive 199. What about 198? And then you just keep going. What about 70? What about 60? What about 50? What about 40? What about 30? And I'm like, okay, you can drive 30. Oh, what about 31? Sure, 32. I don't know. Well, what's the difference between 31 and 32? Right? It becomes subjective. That's the argument. Now, there are ways to get around this. Anyways, it's sort of a boring relitigation. I thought that Dave misunderstood what was going on and thought that Andrew was just being a dick for the sake of being a dick. Was Andrew being a dick? Yeah, but I understood why. Like I'm saying, it wasn't something that I personally would find that objectionable. You'll see tonight. Andrew will be a dick to me. I'll be a dick right back to him. No problem. I expect my audience won't say, hey, Andrew was being too much of a dick to Rob. I think my audience understands. It'll be fine. So, that's my feelings on that debate. And the reason I bring it up here is, one of the reasons I loved, the one reason I love debating Andrew, it's particularly against him, is he'll bite a bullet. He'll tell you exactly what he thinks. And I try to be the same way. Someone will ask me a question, I'll be like, yeah, now let me explain it. Or no, here's why. Watch me debate someone like Pisco. They never just answer. It's always just hemming and hawing and not answering. And I, one of the debates I had, with Andrew on, gay marriage, he claimed with gay marriage the reason he was against it was basically because he sees a direct path to the sexualization of children. Okay. I say, if we can see other forms of marriage lead to a direct path to sexualization of children, if I could prove that to you, would you also be against them? He says, sure. I said, what about interracial marriage? If I could show you that the promotion of interracial marriage, a direct line, directly led to teaching of children about sexuality, would you be against it? He's like, yeah, I guess. I don't think you could prove that it did, but sure. Now that's a tough bullet to bite, but he did it. If I have that same debate with Pisco, It'll be 9 minutes of not even remotely answering the question. That's the way it is. And then months later, when you're talking about the debate you had, he could say, I didn't definitively say one way or another. So I like that. And the other reason is, don't worry, we'll talk about Pisco a little more here in a second. The other reason I like debating Andrew is because he's got his big boy pants on. It's nice to debate someone that you could call a fucking idiot, and that's okay. The next day, not everyone's butt hurt and their feelings aren't hurt, and you know that he's not crying to his wife, that he's really upset. I like that. And I hope Andrew realizes that about me as well. He can make fun of me, he could yell at me, I don't give a shit. I'm increasingly seeing that's not the case with people that I formerly enjoyed debating, even on the left. I could say that one person I've had positive interactions with in that sense was Destiny. I've yelled and screamed at Destiny. He's yelled and screamed at me. I never took it personally. It's okay. No big deal. To me, I do this primarily as a source of entertainment for myself. My brother's on. Go Rams is my brother in real life. He knows I'm an argumentative asshole. It's something we do for fun. Me and my brother will text each other like crazy philosophical shit all day. Just go back and forth. It's what we like doing. We like arguing. We like talking about stuff. For me, this was foundational to who I am. There are moments in my life where I could see, that made me who I am. One of them was in debate when I started to get good. I was a shithead, man. I've showed pictures of me. I had hair down to my shoulders, and my beard was huge. And our coach had a rule that if you made it to the elimination round, so the way debate works, it's either a 6 or an 8 round tournament, and then the top half of the teams make it to the final day, and then it's a single elimination tournament at that point. If you made it to that final day, you didn't have to wear dress clothes. So I'd wear like my Slayer t-shirt, my Hatebreed t-shirt. I was an asshole. And it was clear once you advanced up to the higher ranks of debate, I wasn't able to just win on raw talent. In fact, quite the opposite. Raw talent-wise, most of the people at the highest level I was debating blew me out of the water. So I was going to have to outwork them, or I was going to have to find clever tricks to be able to beat them because, it'd be like anything. Like if you're a stud basketball player in junior high, well, by the time you get to college, everybody was a stud basketball player in junior high. So you can't just not show up to the weight room or practice. You'll get blown out. Similar. And part of it was you have to have an image. You can't just be, Mr. Slayer t-shirt. Can't do that shit. I started to get good, and I cleaned up a little. Cut my beard to probably the length it is now. I'm not saying I was wearing suits and ties, but I was wearing like button-downs or sweaters and stuff like that instead of metal t-shirts. And I'll never forget this one judge that I really respected. He was a judge and a coach at a bigger program. And he told me that if I just cleaned myself up a little more, I could be like them. And he was telling me how he felt bad, the position I was in, coming from a rural family. And most of the people at the higher levels of debate had debated all through high school and went to a private school. And I went to a shitty public school. We didn't have debate. And for me, that was a seminal moment in my life because what I realized is I would rather have someone hate me than pity me. I despise someone pitying me because to pity means that you feel that I am beneath you. That's right, debate is closely related to basketball. I hate that. You just hate me? Fine. And so I try to, when I talk to people, debate people, one of the things I try to do, because it's how I want to be treated, is I try to treat everyone with the dignity of not treating them like a child. Not being like, they're there, you're not very smart, I'll let you win, or I try, there's different levels of tone, but I assume if you're adult enough to come on and want to debate me or whatever, then one of the things I could do to treat you with respect is to treat you like I would anyone else. I'm trying to win a debate. I'm not, and there have been several instances where people that I really enjoyed debating, that it no longer could be the case because of their fragility. And I'll name names. One of them was Dylan Burns. I debated Dylan one time, I believe unrelated to my debate with him. A day or two later, he was streaming. We started to have a little bit of a breakdown and ended the stream. Was having some emotional breakdown. And it made me feel, and this isn't necessarily Dylan's fault. I understand people have psychological needs and, I get that. But I don't want to debate someone that I'm afraid it's going to have a lasting physical negative effect on them. I just don't want that karma. I want to debate someone that I could go full force, and that's it. I don't have to worry about, oh man. Another person like that's Pisco. Pisco is still on about the fact that 3 weeks ago or so, or maybe 2, I don't know, I was doing a live stream talking about me and him's discussion on X, and I said, schooling left-wing lawyer, in quotation marks, on X. And Pisco put a post on X. It was like, because I was like, hey man, if you want to come on and talk about this, he says, no, because you put the word lawyer in quotation marks. He's still on about this. He's still on. I can't believe how fragile he is. It literally makes me pity him, which is something that I try to not do. I don't know what to say. Go read the threads on X. You would expect him to be like, whatever, it wasn't a big deal. I'm just saying you were being an a-hole. But no, he's like, it's a big deal. If I did that to you, if I put healthcare worker in quotes, I was like, yes, I wouldn't give a shit. At all. At all. I wouldn't care. And he says, but you complained at times where people were coming after your job. Right. I complained that when I debated certain bigger trans people, all of a sudden my place of employment was bombarded with emails and phone calls telling them to fire me. That's different than putting my job title in quotes. And I don't mean job title like specific company I work for, just healthcare worker. I put lawyer in quotes, and he's losing his mind. Now, why do I bring that up right now? Because it'll be nice to debate an adult tonight. It'll be nice if I say, professional streamer Andrew Wilson, he's not going to go, how dare you? You're trying to take food out of my kid's mouth. Why would you do that? Why would you use scare quotes? That's over the line. Yeah, we're both for Trump over Biden, but Andrew's going to be debating Richard Spencer, and he wants practice arguing the other side of the issue. In addition to just being incredibly bad, look, Pisco's incredibly bad faith. I've debated him many times since I've came to that conclusion. Pisco's a coward. He ran in the debate the other day on Wick's panel. But he's also a fragile snowflake now, I find out. And I don't have the time of day. Like, I feel like if I beat him in a legal argument, does he feel personally attacked? Because somehow that could get back to his law firm and harm his job or some shit? And you might say, come on, Rob, that sounds ridiculous. He's freaking out because I put the word lawyer in quotation marks. I can't think of something more benign. And he's completely convinced if he put the word healthcare worker in quotation marks that I would be equally outraged. I don't know how to say. It wouldn't have even crossed my mind. And just to wrap up the Pisco conversation, of course, we're talking about the Jamal Bowman thing again. And one of the things he always does is he feigns ignorance. So I was on Jay Stock's panel the other day. I was like, remember when you were saying that it was like impossible that Bowman didn't know that the alarm would go up? I don't remember saying that. I don't remember. Show me the quote. Okay. So then I have to go to Twitter, dig it up, find the quote, post it, and then he doesn't respond. He did the same, I think it was yesterday. You always misrepresent me. Post it or shut the fuck up. Okay, here's the timestamp. Let me see if I can play this. It's probably going to crash my computer. Here's the other thing. If my computer crashes, don't hesitate to go over to the Crucible. Please feel free to. You could watch me there. I don't feel bad at all. You can already hear my computer overheating. Says he knows that's what he said. I asked directly in a debate if he said it was inconceivable that Bowman didn't think an alarm would go off, then Bowman lied. In Pisco fashion, he hemmed and hawed, but said he thinks Bowman meant he intended the local alarm to go off, not the global. Quote it. Get the quote or shut the fuck up, says Pisco. You constantly lie about things I say. Quote it or shut the fuck up. All right.
I'm sorry, guys. That's not the normal way.
So here we are on the Crucible debating it. Now I want to show this for two reasons. One, just to show his selective memory that he always has. Yeah, so 3110. The other thing I want you to pay attention to is, notice what I said about Andrew, about how he'll directly answer a question. Watch how Pisco does stuff. Just watch this section. I mean, it's a great example. And what it allows him to do later is, when you never really answer something, when you don't say yes or no, and you just obfuscate and meander about and hem and haw with your answer, then it allows you later to be like, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. So watch what he does here. That's a lot.
So I think, and I understand that the line.
Let me ask you this. Let's instead of let's just get the even better part. Do you think that he intended for the alarm to go off? You said it was obvious.
I do.
Okay, he told the police he didn't. That's a lie.
So I think, and I understand that the lying charge is another one that you're bringing up.
Okay, so just in case you haven't been following this, Pisco admitted throughout months of talking about. By the way, it was Pisco that kept bringing up the Jabal Bowman thing again when he thought that he was winning, till the video came out, and now he's like, I don't want to talk about it anymore. Right. Anyways, Pisco said over and over when it came to people surrounding Trump, if they allegedly lied to law enforcement, that was a reason to arrest them. It's a serious charge. We need to arrest Papadopoulos. We need to arrest Mike Flynn, etc. That was his argument. Okay. He also said over and over again that he found it inconceivable or wasn't possible that Bowman didn't think that the alarm would go off. Okay. Well, then when we found out that the actual transcript showed that he told police that he didn't intend for the alarm to go off, that's it, cut and dry. Pisco then has to acknowledge, one, if Bowman said he didn't intend the alarm to go off, that's bullshit. And second, Bowman did say that, so therefore, Bowman's lying. That's what Pisco would say. But he's not going to. Now, again, this isn't about Jabal Bowman. This is about showing how bad faith he is and how bad faith people on the left in particular can be. And so I want you to watch this, and then when you're watching me debate Andrew later tonight, see the difference. So I asked him specifically. That's it. Easy question. So he lied, right? Now watch what Pisco's answer is.
So I think, and I understand that the lying charge is another one that you're bringing up. I think he did not intend for a global alarm to go off. I think that he probably expected there to be a localized, this is me just theorizing. It's a low degree of confidence. Again, I'm not saying that I'm not the biggest proponent of Jamal Bowman. I'm in favor of investigation. But if, all fucking cards on the table, I think it's probably likely he thought he had a brain fucking fart, didn't think about it that much, and thought there'd just be a little alarm and the door would open. That's what I think.
Did you hear that answer? Now, that's an answer that's not really an answer. Okay, you said that it was impossible. You didn't think the alarm would go off. Correct. And he told them that he didn't think that. So that's a lie, right? Well, I understand you think that the lie thing is a big deal. And, I think that he didn't expect for a global alarm to go off. And, I don't have a high degree of confidence, but What does that have to do with the central question? You said lying's a big deal. Right. This is clearly a lie, right? So what he's saying is, and I've accurately represented this, when you parse through the bullshit, what he's saying is, it's not a lie when he said, I didn't intend for an alarm to go off. Because what he really meant was, well, I did intend for an alarm to go off, just not the whole way through the building. That's what he's saying. But he's not going to be clear about it, because if he's clear about it, then you're able to see how obvious bullshit it is. So instead, he's like, well, I think that, what it was that he thought that a global alarm, he didn't expect it to go off. And, I don't have a high degree of confidence. And, right. And he just starts meandering, has nothing to do. Listen, he does it again. I read the specific quote.
This is what Jabal Bowman testified to police. You agree that lying
Testified to police?
I'm sorry. This is what he told them. You agree that lying to law enforcement's a crime.
It can be, yeah.
Do you agree that, Papadopoulos should have been charged with lying to law enforcement?
100% he should have. I'm glad
you agree that Flynn should have been charged with lying to law enforcement?
That
correct?
charge was wrong for the DOJ to step away from that.
Your affiant asked the defendant if he intended to cause a fire alarm, to which he said no.
Yeah, so
that's a lie.
So in that situation, right, with the fire alarm being the global alarm, I think that the reason why he didn't go to the door, if I had to guess, was he saw the entire fucking building in a horrendously loud alarm, and he left it because he's a coward. And listen, I wouldn't vote for Jamal Bowman in a primary. I don't think he's good. I think that when he says that I immediately took responsibility, he's wrong and he's lying there. And so I have no problem saying that he's a scumbag, but I'm not here to say that it's obvious that he had the obstructionist intent, because it's not obvious. And if it were obvious, Rob, you have no answer for this. Why aren't the Republicans investigating him for it?
I'm ready for closing statements.
That's what it's like to debate a lefty. That's the exact opposite of what you'll see with me and Andrew tonight. So then, any reasonable person that hears that's like, okay, so you're saying when he was asked point blank, did you intend for an alarm to go off? And he said no. And your answer is, I think that he didn't expect this global alarm to go off. Then what you're saying is, Bowman interpreted the question of, did you expect the global alarm to go off? And he said no. So actually Bowman's answer, and I've correctly summarized what it's been the whole time, Pisco's interpretation is, it's not a lie for Jabal Bowman to have said, I didn't intend for an alarm to go off, because what he really meant was, well, of course I intended for an alarm to go off, just not the global one. Oh, number 12 trying to get me banned from YouTube says, lots of guys named Jabal can't hear smoke alarm batteries dying, Rob. How's he supposed to hear fire alarm? I know, it's something about people with names that start with J. And so then now in the future, and every time I've had this discussion with Pisco, and I will, any panel I'm on, anytime I'm talking to Pisco, it's not about Jabal Bowman. It's not about him. It's about how bad faith Pisco is. Again, remember, Mike Flynn was charged with lying to law enforcement, lying to the FBI, because he said, almost verbatim, I don't remember that could have happened. Did you call Kislyak about sanctions? He said, I don't remember, it could have happened. And Pisco said, oh, that's an obvious lie, because clearly he remembered. Clearly he did. So he needs to be charged. Really, saying I don't recall it could have happened is a lie. Yep, I know he was lying. That's clearly a lie, says Pisco. Clearly he remembered. But when Jabal Bowman's asked, did you intend for the alarm to go off? And he says no, Pisco goes, well, I think he meant yes. So, no need to charge him. There's not enough evidence there to charge him. And every time I say Pisco's argument is effectively, when he said he didn't intend the alarm to go off, what he really meant was he did. And Pisco can't argue against it. He'll say, this is irrelevant to the topic, and Rob misrepresents what I say, and I said the whole time that Bowman should have been charged with pulling the alarm, and I was okay. I just didn't see proof of obstructionist intent, and I said I didn't have a high degree of confidence. You heard with your own ears what he said. And he'll listen to that and say, well, I didn't specifically say he intended. Right, because you don't just answer a question. Now, unfortunately, this is what I have to talk about right now before we do this debate with Andrew, because I've been so sick, I haven't really been following much of current events or anything like that. And a special shout out to my friend Black Elk, who is my editor. He's been going through some of my debates and editing videos and putting them on YouTube. Thanks, which I really appreciate. And then I usually just post them over to Twitter. Someone posted a section of the debate in Wix panel where Pisco ran away, and Pisco decided to respond to it about what a piece of shit I am and this and that and the other. You know how he does. He quote tweets a thread. So that's what the majority of my argument was. I enjoy that shit. I love going back and forth about this stuff. So I haven't followed much of the news. I've just been sitting. Yesterday I was sitting around sick laughing at Pisco getting upset that I used the word lawyer in scare quotes and watching him scramble. I don't remember saying that. Post it or shut the fuck up. Okay, here it is. And then silence. He doesn't respond. Oh, okay. So I know it gets boring for people, but it's interesting because once you see that, and I always thought Pisco was one of the better people I argued. At least he could get into details. But once you understand the mindset of someone who hates Trump so much, that is their core philosophical belief. And so, whether it be consciously or subconsciously, they will allow themselves to cheer for obvious bullshit and corruption. And they'll say things like, oh, when someone said they didn't intend the alarm to go off, what they really meant was they did intend for the alarm to go off. That's the kind of insane arguments you have to make. It doesn't bother you. And well, what's the relevance of that today? Karen Jean-Pierre, the White House press secretary, is out there saying that the videos you see lately of Biden stumbling and all of his gaffes, those are deep fakes. The video the other day at the fundraiser where Obama is basically helping Biden shuffle up, it's one take, zoomed in, and it was like the talking point memo went out. All of the left-wing influencers on X are like, no, that's a lie. That's a lie. Here's a video debunking it. And they put this video up that zoomed in, and then all of a sudden it pans out and cuts a bunch of times. See? Dude, we saw it with our own eyes. You could say, I don't think it's that big of a deal. You can even try to say, I think Trump does things like that. But they're so desperate. They're literally now forced to just be like, don't believe your eyes. And it's the same thing they've been doing. Oh, you think the economy sucks because you can't afford groceries? Nah, you're wrong. All the numbers say the economy's doing great. Oh, you think the border's a mess? No, it's great. Border's great. What are you talking about? They just blatantly lie. I mean, I've been saying this since 2020 with Joe Biden. Anyone who's going to look you straight in the face and be like, I don't see any signs of cognitive decline, don't trust anything they're saying. They're willing to blatantly lie to you about something that's so obvious. I'll tell you straight up. Is Trump as spry now as he was in 2016? No. Nope. There's clear signs of decline, as there would be with anyone who starts to hit that age bracket. But Biden's in a different league. He basically has dementia. And they'll sit there and they'll tell you, no, I don't see it. Trump's actually the one. I watched Pondering Politics. I saw him on X. He's big on this. Mark Cuban. Oh, Trump. What about Trump's decline? Okay. Well, remember, the Her report said that we couldn't charge Biden with crimes because no prosecutor would charge him because the defense would argue that he's a feeble old man. Therefore, a sympathetic jury would let him off the hook. Okay, if their argument is Trump's even worse, then I guess we can't charge him with crimes, correct? Oh, that's different. That's different. Biden has just enough dementia to not be held accountable for crimes like mishandling classified documents, but to be made president of the United States for another 4 years. And Trump has the exact inverse amount of dementia, where he has enough dementia that he can't be president, but not enough that you can't charge him with crimes, according to the Democrats. That's their argument. It's laughable. They don't give a shit. They don't care at all. So for me, as someone who debates for my own enjoyment, I absolutely love, particularly when people I think are skilled debaters, someone like Pisco, I love being able to watch them hit rock bottom and have to say things like, no, when he said I didn't intend for the alarm to go off, I think he meant he did intend. And when Flynn said, I don't recall that could have happened, clearly he did recall, and that was lying. You can't look at two more analogous situations. Bowman wasn't charged with lying, Flynn was. Flynn said, I don't recall it could have happened. Bowman blatantly lied. And the Democrats are absolutely fine with the disparate treatment. No problem. Let's see if Andrew's ready for me. Now, barring some crazy shit happening, and I'll say this, if my computer crashes, then I won't be able to stream to my own channel. So you'll have to go watch the debate at the Crucible, which is fine. Here's what I'm going to ask my audience here on my channel tonight. We need to match the Crucible super chats. So if the Crucible gets $30 in super chats, we need to have $30 in super chats. Yes, there will be thousands of people watching on the Crucible and only maybe 100 here if we're lucky. But I trust you guys have deep pockets. This Biden economy, I'm told it's doing fantastic. So someone's got all the good jobs. I'm assuming it's the people in my audience. So, by the way, let me check something. I don't even know if my chat's still working here. If I can see it. Oh, there we go. 224, Gay Odyssey. We bring up January 6th truth with shitty Crucible. Sure. Yeah, Trump's looked pretty good. Here's something that we could talk about briefly. I think it's a mistake for Trump to do these debates. I understand why he's doing it. And in any sort of fair environment, Trump crushes Biden in a debate. Because Biden's a feeble old man who doesn't know where he's at. The problem is, right now, things are going in the direction of Trump. Debates are beneficial to the side that's losing, right? Right now, that's not Trump. Now, I fully expect Trump to lose the election because I believe things are so corrupt that we've not begun to scratch the surface. Here's the two scenarios that I think. The institutions, the deep state, whatever, etc. Andrew refuses to talk about Jan 6 on YouTube. We'll see. We'll try to use euphemisms and what have. Thanks for the super chat. No, 1-2 you. Either they have something in the barrel that's so corrupt that they assume they'll be able to win with Joe Biden, or they'll still think that there's a solid chance they'll lose and they will kick Joe Biden from being the nominee after the debate. That's my interpretation of what's going to happen. It'll be some video of Trump saying something or scandals that will be released, etc., etc., etc. And it's not going to be just a November surprise. It won't, because of mail-in voting. So it'll come July, August. And the problem is, I would debate no matter what, right? Because I'm me. But the problem is, even though Trump would clearly win a debate, they're setting it up that Trump's not going to be debating Biden. Trump's going to be debating biased moderators. That's what it's going to be. And the American people that currently see Biden as a feckless, dementia-addled old man that has no idea what he's doing are now going to have a different impression in their head. And that's going to be of Trump arguing against Jake Tapper. Would be my guess. So, if I was Trump's team, I would say, look, Biden's going to stand. Biden's going to do a drug test, or we're not debating him. We don't have to coddle him like an old man. or like a child. I know he sniffs children like he thinks he's a child, but he's not. He's an adult. You want to be an adult? You want to be president? Then you debate like adults do. Thank you, Randy West, for the $1. Appreciate it. Everyone's incredibly generous. Andrew's going to be about 15 minutes late. Okay. See? Being a lefty. He's already embracing the Biden following. I'm going to be late. Like a good Biden follower. So if I was Trump, I wouldn't do the debate. Polls are a difficult proposition. I think directionally polls tend to be accurate. So for example, let's say there's a poll that's bullshit by 20%. Let's say that we could see, we're looking back in retrospect. So now it's 2026. And we're looking back to the month of June 18th and the polls that came out today or around today, 2024. And we could say, look, they oversampled Democrats by 20%. This poll was 20% off. The Marist poll or the YouGov poll, whatever, Gallup, pick your poll, sir. It was wrong by 7% to benefit Democrats, hypothetically said. That's probably true throughout the existence of the poll. But you can see the direction it's moving. So if it has Biden up 14 points and then next month Biden only up 7 points, that doesn't mean that I believe Biden's up 7 points. Same with Trump. Trump up 14, then Trump up 7. It doesn't mean that poll's accurate necessarily. But I think most of the time when you use an aggregate of many polls and you see the direction that they're moving, not necessarily what they're specifically saying, but the direction they're moving, I think sometimes that can tell you things. And I think it's pretty telling that the Democrats did not get what they were expecting with the guilty verdict of Trump. Not just the polls either. I think you could start to see the panic. They truly thought this was going to be like a deal breaker, and I think most people see through the bullshit that it obviously is. Now, I think this judge will try to sentence Trump to jail. I think that's what's likely to happen right before the convention. At that point, I still don't think that it hurts Trump. In fact, probably, this is going to sound, someone can tell me if they disagree. If Trump was put in jail with like a gag order, that's probably the best chance for him to win the election. Because at this point, people are voting against Biden or against Trump. And if Trump's just silent, and it's just his supporters out there talking, that's probably beneficial to Trump. Plus, the idea of how corrupt it would be for them to throw him to jail for this charge, I think would end up doing him good. So, the same's with Biden, right? Biden's best chance at this point, if he is to be the nominee, would be like, I'm having, some excuse where he doesn't leave his basement again. That's the best chance. So, and I've made this argument. This is what national politics are now. Your best day is your first day running. Because everything at this point's just going against the candidates. It would be beneficial for the Democrats to not pick their nominee, to pick a new nominee like the day of the convention. Hold it out as long as possible. Because random insert Democrat, like, if you could literally just vote for blank name that's a Democrat, we'll pick later, that person would crush Trump. I think. And same with random no-name Republican that we'll pick later versus Biden, would absolutely crush Biden. Because most of the enthusiasm is against one of those two guys. So, But I look for a ton of corruption. And here's the thing. The polls don't matter. What people want don't matter. How people vote doesn't matter. Who counts the votes does matter. And I don't even just mean corruption. I'm talking corruption's obviously a potential situation, but even legal things like ballot harvesting. Having a good ballot harvesting game is probably worth 5 to 10 percentage points of likability. It's true. Have the Republicans? Is Trump's ground game good? You got people like Scott Presler that are out there. But is it going to be good enough? I am almost entirely convinced that there's a 0%. I won't say zero. There's less than a 5% chance that Trump would be able to win Pennsylvania. I have not seen in my state Republicans do anything to stop the Democrat machine of ballot harvesting. I could go knock on doors till I'm blue in the face in rural Pennsylvania here. I could work 40 hours a week doing it, making significant inroads. And I won't have the effect one ballot harvester in downtown Philly will have. That's the truth. Not saying it's insurmountable. I hope that I'm wrong. But remember how confident everyone was in 2022? The Republican, even myself. Remember the great red wave? What happened? Oh yeah, Philly's a lost cause. But it makes the whole state a lost cause. Ah, shit. I can tell my medicine's wearing off. Wait, I have something. Oh, there it is. My secret weapon. Vitamin C. I wish there were more competent people on the other side to argue with. Like, I think Pondering Politics is a likable guy. How hard would it be for him to be like, yeah, Joe Biden clearly's got some cognitive decline, but look, Trump will be a disaster. Here's reasons that we have to keep Trump out of the White House. But no, he has to sit there. What are you talking about? I don't see any decline. Huh? What? No. What? Huh? No. If they replace Biden, do you think one of them would be like, oh, okay, I guess I was wrong. There was clearly stuff going on with Biden. Do you think even one of them would do that? Not a chance. I'm sorry I'm having problems with my chat here. Mr. Scott, thank you for the $2 donation. If debating pineapple pizza, which side would you choose? I'm not a big fan, but I'm not like a hater. I could have pineapple on pizza, but I would never... Put it this way, I'm a fat guy, so if I go to a party and the only pizza there's ham and pineapple, I would eat some, but I'm never ordering pineapple on a pizza unless someone in my household requests it. I do look like I've eaten some pizza before. Look at you, regular Sherlock Holmes there. Figured it out. I have. I've been known to eat a slice or two. I would eat some, yeah. Lost the debate saying I would eat that mess. Maybe. Warm pineapple is a little weird to me, though. I do really like pineapple, though. Cold pineapple, like cut into chunks. Good stuff. I fully expect this to be a really fun debate. I think it'll get heated, which is good. I'm still a little sick, but I think I'll be all right. I hate candy corn. I would expect, depending on the strategy that Andrew seeks to employ, if he's trying to argue like Richard Spencer, but I don't think he'll do that. I would expect Andrew to make a better defense of Biden than pretty much anyone I've debated, which is ironic. I could. If this debate was the opposite, I would give a better defense of Biden than all the people I'd do better than Noah Smith. I'd do better than Alex Kirsch. I'd do better than Destiny. Oh yeah, this sleep in the bed, put the lotion away. Yeah, here's my lotion. My diabetic lotion. Let me show you. You know where I'm putting that? Apparently diabetics, you have to watch out for your feet, which I didn't know. But here's where I've been putting that lotion. Let me stand up. No, I'm just kidding. Look at this mark I get in my head every year around this time. I get this really dry patch of skin right there. And so I've been putting lotion on it at night. But yeah, I'm found out. Yeah, we'll keep it in view in case someone wants to. Am I clipping this today? Black Elk will clip that section. Why not? Let's see if Andrew's ready yet. Likely story, right? Lotion there. I'm like, oh yeah, for the spot on my forehead. Any other questions as we wait for Lefty Andrew to get his ass in the room? Let's check the old phone. Let's see. Make sure he's not streaming already. Oh. No. Oh, I could retweet this. Oh, let's see. Oh, people were in Andrew's chat yelling about me saying I'd eat pineapple on pizza. Yeah. He's sucking down cigarettes right now. I'm going to try to stream on my channel, but if my computer overheats, then just go over to the Crucible. So it's just going to be right here. We'll just go right over there. Yeah, just Andrew arguing with Andrew, yeah. Now, I would love for I'm hoping before June's over that trans positive Rob's going to debate Andrew Wilson on trans issues. Hopefully we get that debate done. I don't know that we're going to... I feel bad. I'll have to do a trans positive video this week. I just have to. It's Pride Month and I haven't even done one yet. Does it seem like people are getting over Pride Month? You don't see all the hullabaloo that you used to, right? God, this eye's so itchy. Now, hat backwards is Lefty. Yeah, I'll transpositive Rob will wear the hat backwards. Your pride flag's an American flag. Don't you know that the trans are our betters in every way? What else has been going on? Pirates finally have a good pitcher. Paul Skeens looks like the man. Not that anyone cares, but... Oh yeah, Merrick Garland. Found in contempt. No one gives a shit. None of the left. Well, of course, what he did, it was just political. Republicans holding him in contempt. But not Steve Bannon or Peter Navarro. That was real. It's always the same shit with them. Was the fence around the SCOTUS real? I don't know. I personally am not cheering for a ruling that says that presidents can never be arrested. I think that there has to be some sort of threshold argument. Look. Ugh. As bad as, like, our politicians are, I'm in general not in favor of, like, granting immunity to large swaths of them. Remember to talk about working class America? Yeah, we'll talk about some cultural issues, I think. Oh yeah, me versus Andrew randomizer debate. I feel like I'm the king of the randomizer debates. I thought I crushed them. Where you at there, Wilson? Running, hiding. You see? When he's not debating OnlyFans girls, he has to run and hide. I'm calling you out, Andrew. Who's moderating? I don't even know if we have a moderator, to be honest. Doesn't matter. Maybe some OnlyFans chick will moderate so Andrew could feel comfortable. That's what I look for. About halfway through this debate, once I'm just crushing Andrew, he'll just be like, "Whoa, you sell yourself online for money, whore," and I'll be like, "Huh? What are you talking about?" He'll just default back to the OnlyFans arguing. A bold strategy. We'll see if it pans out for him. Pretend to have rabies. Nah, I'm not going to sabotage Andrew's debate. I have sabotaged debates before. Transpositive Rob sabotaged a Dylan Burns panel once. And then poor... I'll never forget. I knew I was going to get kicked off the panel. I didn't even mind. Poor... what's his name? Critically thinking veteran was like, "Now hold on, don't kick Rob off." He's like, "Go down with the ship." I'm like, "No, CTV, don't go down with me." My goodness. Oh, this eye. So itchy. And I know I'm making it worse every time I itch it. I have no willpower. How about this? I don't talk a lot about movies and stuff. Oh, shit. I screwed up. 1 second. I was supposed to send an email that I think I forgot to do. Give me a second. Here's a movie recommendation for you. The movie Easy Money. One of my favorite movies. I think it's Rodney Dangerfield's first movie. Or if not his first. Actually, Caddyshack I think was before. But Joe Pesci's his best friend, and it's a fantastic movie. The premise is his mother-in-law is rich, and he stands to inherit all this money if he quits smoking and loses weight and this, that, and the other. So he has to, if he smokes a cigarette or drinks or doesn't lose weight, then he's out of luck. So it's like millions he stands to inherit when she dies. And this is one of my favorite lines. He's talking to Joe Pesci in a car about, he's like, I just feel like I need a cigarette. I got no, and I can't think of the word, and Joe Pesci's like, class? He's like, nah, I got plenty of class. Willpower, that's the word. That's one of my, not a very popular line that people have memorized, but I always love that line. I got no class. Nah, I got plenty of class. Willpower. Yeah, it's supposed to be me and Andrew at the same time. Progressive victory got. Yeah, that's actually a good joke. I'll have to use that. Well, let me go grab another water while we're waiting here. Old left-wing Andrew Wilson. OnlyFans Wilson here. As we speak, Andrew's finishing up his application for his OnlyFans channel. That's why he's running late. They finally convinced him. The whatever OnlyFans girls. They got him. Oh. Why am I drinking from gay bottles? It's Pride Month, baby. Where's your pride? There we go. Let's see what else we got going on. Oh, wow. That's awesome. The last guy I debated last Wednesday when I was sicker than hell, that Alex Kirsch guy, seemed like a nice guy, but, you know, sometimes I find it funny when people really want to debate me, and then it seems like they just weren't ready at all. Like, that was... Am I taking antihistamines? I think I'm taking Zyrtec. I don't know if that's an antihistamine. I poked the bear and got rabies. I do have a... Yeah, it almost seemed like Alex was interviewing me. It's just... I don't know how anyone could objectively watch that and come away thinking like, yeah, Alex won that debate. But, I mean, that's fine. For being sick, I'm glad it wasn't like one where I had to like scream over someone or anything like that. Maybe he was both good faith and unskilled. I mean, he does have the unenviable task, like Andrew does tonight, of defending Joe Biden. Also, I will tell Andrew and the audience, I'm going to leave Andrew hit the areas of topic that he wants. He's the challenger. He's arguing Biden's better than Trump, so tell me, in what ways do you want to talk? That's fine. And that's what I try to do with Alex as well. And I mean, I don't understand. The last two debates I had on Trump versus Biden, I basically allowed my opponents to pick where they wanted to start talking. And both times, they picked two of the worst issues. Noah Smith picked crime. Like, at best you could say, well, Biden's not the worst on crime, which is just, the numbers are fudged. But that's not really an offense or a reason to vote for Biden. And then Alex was like, Afghanistan. Really? That's okay. I'm happy to talk about it. Strange choice. You know, we'll see where Andrew wants to take it. I've never talked to Alex before. Andrew's going to make Alex. I will find it. I wonder how many people will clip Andrew out of context. And you'll see little clips on X like, look, this guy, he's conceding. Alex Kirsch, I think's his name. Destiny praising Andrew's performance with Dave Smith. Well, there's a little showmanship with that too. Because right now, Dave Smith's on Destiny's radar as someone he wants to debate. But yeah, I mean, the only argument against Andrew winning that debate with Dave Smith was, well, Dave wasn't really debating. He wanted to have a conversation, and Andrew was a dick. But if you're evaluating it as a debate, I think Andrew clearly won. All right, I think we're getting good here. So remember, if my computer crashes, go over to the Crucible. All right. Well, yeah, looks good.
Hey, Rob, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, just hang tight. The moderator dropped out, so Mr. Enigmatic's finding one for us real quick.
Oh, okay. Who was supposed to do it?
What's that?
Who was supposed to do it?
Base Fatty Chad, but he had something come up.
Not too based. That's
not too based tonight. Are you streaming right now?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
So,
So just hang tight.
No problem.
We'll get started right about 9:30.
Sounds good.
Sorry about the inconvenience. I don't know how long you can stay.
I'm good. I'm off the clock, so.
Okay, perfect. Well then,
I am going to make fun of you once you start live streaming about. It's always the lefty with the biggest audience that's late, and here we have Biden defending Andrew Wilson.
The clips are going to be so bad, dude.
I know.
All right, I'm going to put you in the background for right now. Just hang tight. Do whatever you want for a few minutes. I'll get back with you.
All right. Do we want to look at Andrew's ugly mug? No, we'll just do this. You get a black screen. That's what you get. I probably look better with the black screen, don't I? Nah, we probably don't need a moderator. But if you're trying to make this as much of a debate as possible, I think that a moderator is a fine choice. Yeah, do you like that tag? Not an OnlyFans girl? Yeah, I'm going to fuck with Andrew the whole time. Make no mistake about it. I'm going to beat him in the debate, but I'm also going to make fun of him. Zen's too biased. Zen's not, but Zen's forehead is. Go figure. My volume's low. Right. So here's the problem. I don't understand this. Never makes sense to me. For some reason, when I'm using my microphone through OBS and through StreamYard, it lowers my volume. I can't figure out why. For the life of me. It's so frustrating. Check. Yeah, whatever. Try our best. Get Destiny to moderate. Yeah, I know, but it'll keep doing it, Aftershock. So, I don't know. It's already going down. I set it to 91, and then it slid down to... Yeah, I'm watching it in real time slide down. It's like it doesn't have enough juice or something. I don't know what I could do to fix it. Yeah, it slides in real time. I'm watching it. It's at 84 right now. And as I'm talking, it's just going to go down and down. Now it's at 82. Now it's at 73. I think it has something to do with maybe StreamYard has... In fact, wait a minute. I think maybe... Audio default microphone. Yeah, okay. Maybe I'm onto something here. StreamYard's got a thing where it automatically adjusts your mic volume. So I turn that off and maybe that'll fix the problem. Oh.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
I can't hear. Hey, I can't hear you if you're not on the stage.
I can hear you.
Aircraft Spark, you can do it.
Yeah, sure. That sounds great.
Okay, got him.
Make fun of him.
Hit him with the link.
Oh, Sparky's going to do it. Here we go. He'll steal the show. You know how that is.
I got him the link.
All right, great.
So hopefully my volume is better now. I'm
Can
just.
you hear Rob in the background? Who's he talking to?
He's talking to his chat, dude.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. He's streaming. Okay, I'll get out of here.
Get the fuck out of here.
Okay, fuck.
Next, you fucked my stream all up, dude. You fucked it up.
I made the moderator cancel and everything. It was so bad.
So bad, dude.
It was so bad I made the moderator cancel. Holy fuck, I'm sorry.
Yeah. All right.
No, I did fuck it up. I'm sorry. It was because I did it during anyway.
It's unfucked now, but we had like 290 people waiting. So that would probably been
He's got the link.
Yeah, that probably would have been 2 or 3.5K. You fucked it all up, bro. So all right. We'll talk later.
Okay, I'm gonna go cry. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, go cry.
Mystery screwing things up.
Hey, what's up, Sparky? How you doing?
Hey, what's up?
You have you ever you've never moderated a debate on the Crucible, right?
I have not.
Okay, so let me walk you through it. So
we doing 8 minutes or 7 minutes?
7-minute opening.
I'm gonna just mute. I'm just gonna mute them as they talk about how to moderate, because I don't think that's something that you all need to see. Hopefully, with adjusting the mic thing, hopefully that works. But if someone wants to keep telling me in the chat, yeah, it's still going down. Son of a bitch! So you'll just have to keep reminding me to keep turning my microphone up. Oh, shit. Now I got some... Sounds good. Yep. Shit. It didn't work. It did not work. The microphone settings. So my mic's going to keep going down and down and down and down and down. I can't figure it out. I'm not smart enough. Maybe I need 2 microphones. But I assume other people do this and don't have this problem. Echo cancellation. Let's take that out. Mic volume. Check. All right. Boy. I know this is boring. Blame the lefty, Andrew Wilson. I'm trying to make some adjustments here. Now remember, audience, you all have to give me as many super chats as the Crucible gets. So, yeah, give him hell, Sparky. Don't cheat for Andrew just because he's got the bigger channel. I made it boring. Yeah, he was going to teach you. No, Andrew's just explaining the timing. Like, okay, we're going to take calls. That's behind the scenes shit. No one needs to really deal with that. All right. Let's hope that my volume maintains consistency here. Yeah, Sparky moderating. 3 right-wingers that are actually, well, 2 of us and Andrew Wilson. Also, here's something I've learned. When I debate and when I'm streaming, my sugar goes up. And I don't know why. It's very weird. That would have been the best if we just each pretended to be. I try to be Trump and he tries to be Biden. All right. God damn. Believe. Yay. It's the adrenaline? Probably. I love this shit. I love debating. I'll leave. What's going on here? Why am I the only one backstage? Sparky, are you no longer backstage? Well, that's troubling. Okay. I can apparently only see myself. Increase my talking speed. Believe it or not, uppers were a big thing in the college debate sphere. It really was. I never really got into it, I'll be honest. I feel like I got plenty of energy. It took me some leaves. Back in muscle pain. All right, give me 1 second here. Cough drop. Throat's starting to get itchy. Woo! There we go. The good stuff. All right. Let's do this. I'm a stoner. Yeah. Nope, not a stoner. Number 1 says, ask him why he supports a Catholic who's pro-abortion. Yeah, it's a good joke. We hear a prison joke. In prison, never do it. Oh. Hopefully we get the show on the road here soon. The anticipation. I thought this debate was at 8, so we're already an hour and 20 minutes beyond. We should be getting to audience questions right now. Yep, good little lefty. Willie Mays died, huh? Terrible. Joe's got the Rob t-shirt on. Excellent. Did Noam Chomsky die today? Did I read that? I don't know. Oh, what's the holdup? Just making mouth noises now, I am. me see what's going on here. What is the holdup? What's best in life? You want me to say, to defeat your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentations of their women. Oh, tonight I heard fake news today. Someone said Chomsky passed. I am ready.
You're all good. Okay, we're going to get the show moving then.
Now remember, you have to get me as many super chats as the Crucible gets. So we'll shoot for $1,000. I'm just messing with y'all, obviously.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Crucible. Typically, I would be your debate moderator / debate host, or I would be hosting some other show here on the Crucible. Tonight, there's a special edition, as I'm doing some debate prep, heading up against Richard Spencer on the 21st on Tim Pool on a Trump-Biden debate. Graciously, Rob Noor has agreed to come on and do a full-form debate with me. I'll be taking the pro-Biden position. The goal of doing that is to make sure that I shore up both my offense and defense in the upcoming debate and see exactly where it is that I need to work on. Right, to make sure that my arguments are what they like to call sealed, right? Sealed arguments. I do have a moderator. He dropped out. Luckily, Aircraft Sparky was able to come in, and he's going to be moderating this long-form debate, which I really appreciate. With that, we'll be right back, and we'll get the debate started. But before we do, this is a great opportunity for me to tell you to go to the Crucible Grift store. The Grift store, you can find all of this merch. And like a terrible grifter, if you buy the merch, we send you the merch. Isn't that crazy? You buy the merch, we send you the merch. It's a whole grift. You know what I mean? You buy the product, we send you the product. Total grift. 100%. There's really no way around that. Also, remember that you can become a member to the Crucible.video if you want to watch these debate replays and replays of tons of other content that we put out there for consumption. Appreciate everybody coming out tonight. We'll be right back, and we'll get this debate started. And we're back. Aircraft Sparky, let me take a moment to thank you for coming on such short notice to moderate this debate. Really appreciate it. And of course, Rob Knorr, I'm sure that this is going to be a fun debate to say the least. I will, of course, as the challenger to the evil and despicable Trump supporter, I will give the first opening statement. I think that that's only fair. I'm sure that if I was on his channel, he would just mute me the entire time because, like a typical Trump supporting scumbag, they don't want to actually hear what reasonable high IQ Democrats have to say. Get your clips ready, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure this will be the most clippable opening statement of the entire year, taken out of context, possibly for the rest of my life. With that, Aircraft Sparky, can you take a second, introduce yourself as a moderator, tell everybody a little bit about yourself?
Yes, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to actually moderate this debate. I know it was on short notice. I'm just glad I could step up and help one of the largest growing debate platforms on the YouTubes, on the internets, the Crucible. I'm Aircraft Sparky. I do political commentary, some slapstick comedy here and there, mostly at my own expense. I do shows on Mondays and Wednesday nights every week at 9 p.m. Central. That's 10 p.m. for you Eastern Standard Time people.
All right, appreciate that. Rob Knorr, host of Normal America with Rob Knorr. Love the name, by the way. I always have Normal America. I like the idea of normal, but I'm sorry. What does normal mean? But anyway, Rob, go ahead, take a minute, shout your channel out to everybody where they can find you as well.
Sure, I'll be brief because, like the good lefty that Andrew is, he's late. Like the lefties always are. They can't keep time. Name's Rob Knorr. Like I said, like Andrew said, Normal America with Rob Knorr on YouTube. Just Rob Knorr as it's spelled there on most other platforms. I usually stream Wednesday, Thursday, Friday evenings around 8 p.m. Eastern. Consider myself a libertarian adjacent populist is what I consider myself. Have a lot in common with the Christian nationalists in the direction that I think this country needs to go. It's my honor to be here, helping you prep for a big performance, hopefully. I am interested to see how you take it. It is my goal, like any time I debate Trump v. Biden, because I have the good fortune of being on the correct side of this debate, to allow my opponent to talk about whatever specific topics within this that they want. And so, giving the opening statement, I'm interested to see where you take it, and we'll go from there.
All right, I appreciate it very much. Again, gentlemen, both of you, thank you so much for participating. It's going to be very helpful to me. Okay, ready? Get your clips ready, boys, I guess. But from here, Rob, I expect some fucking blood sports tonight, buddy. Oh, yeah. And that's what we're going to do. So let me move back. I'm here today to represent the very best of the Democrat Party and Joe Biden, who are doing a wonderful job for the nation. Comparing Biden to Trump is almost laughable. After all, how do you compare a multiple convicted felon, fraudster, phony Christian, and Skittles candidate to an accomplished Catholic with years of political experience now being deployed on behalf of the American people? To start with, Biden has deported more illegals than Trump did in his entire 4 years in office in a matter prescribed by law, even while many of the southern states are currently participating in anarchy and sedition against the United States by not following their constitutionally protected mandates of the federal government. It's beyond obvious that these laws, for instance in Texas, using razor wire and fascist tactics against mostly refugees, is nothing more than a photo op opportunity, playing to their base, while the truth of the matter is Biden is indeed enforcing border laws better thus far than Trump ever did. Next, I'd like to move to lockdowns. I don't know how Biden gets blamed for those, considering Trump himself was at the helm of Operation Warp Speed, working in collusion with Big Pharma and Ouchie Fauci to get out the schmaxine, and then went on a publicity tour promoting it. Rob's cope here will be that Trump allowed the states to implement the policies they wanted on the lockdown orders, but so did Biden. Both look to the medical community and the advice of experts in order to best serve the American people. Next, I'd like to mention the economy. Blockbuster day on Wall Street today. I don't know if you guys saw that. I don't know if Rob saw, but the state of the economy seems to be quite good. Gas prices aren't particularly high, and they are going down. They're decreasing. Inflation is under control, though a bit high. That's to be expected. Latest economic indicators don't spell doom and gloom, but quite the opposite. This after dealing with Trump's vanity stimulus checks, which shot inflation through the roof, kicking the can down the road for you and I. Investment capital is high, consumer spending is high, and this doom and gloom projection of the economy is a total out of control and provenly false narrative. Yet another failed prediction. It's yet another Democrat president dealing with the drunken spending of an out of control, provenly felonious Republican administration. In this debate, all I have to do really is prove Biden is just a hair better than Trump, and I've achieved victory. That's it. And I think based on the policy prescriptions, I can do just that. I have an arsenal ready of Biden policies, which have shifted to the working class for the corporate bailouts common under Trump and his failed policies. These include gun policy, pharmaceutical ease of access, expanding a woman's right to choose, more inclusivity, the LGBTQ, not to mention a move towards science with renewable power to combat global warming. He also recognized predatory banking activity of the hidden fees associated, which directly harm the middle and lower classes of the United States and the poor and minorities. Not to mention expanding our military drone army to keep Americans safe. Trump was busy banging porn stars and paying out hush money since he's an immoral scumbag, while Biden was busy raising a family and following Christian ethics instead of opportunistically grifting the evangelical community, which is full of low IQ religious wackos who he then incited into violence over and over again. There's a whole lot more here I'd like to get into, but with that, I yield my time.
Outstanding. Thank you for that opening statement. And we will now go to the, I'm assuming the pro-Trump side. That would be Rob Knorr. Rob Knorr, you are on the clock.
Okay, thanks so much. Glad to hear that Brianna Wu finally got to Andrew with Progressive Victory Pack. I'm sure he's being paid handsomely for his words here today. So there's really three ways to look at Trump v. Biden. And it's ironic, basically, the majority of the things that Andrew's saying at the top are arguments for Biden, but in reality, they're not for Biden at all. They're just saying, well, Biden's not as bad as what some people say, which isn't going to be enough to cut the mustard. You could look at foreign policy, which we'll spend time talking about, although briefly, where we're on the cusp of World War III. In fact, it was just reported before I came on that it appears Russian warships are now visible from the state of Florida. Which is great. We're going to have another Cuban Missile Crisis. And haven't had that in my lifetime. So fantastic you did see what my grandparents lived through. He is a disaster when it came to the withdrawal of Afghanistan, the way in which he did it. He made us look buffoonish, cost American troops their lives, cost our allies their lives. Russia has been emboldened because of the terrible decisions that Biden's made and the Biden administration has made, which led to Russia having that sort of invasion. Also, Russia understands how feckless the Biden administration is, which also emboldens them. And even China's getting more aggression with places like Taiwan and other places, which seems to make sense, seeing as how one of the first things Biden did was stop a task force that was looking into the pandemic, that was looking at the origins of where that pandemic came from. Suspiciously, Biden, the big guy that's getting 10%, seems to quite frequently only pay lip service to being harsh to China, but when it comes to the most important things, such as holding them accountable for actions such as creation of the pandemic, all of a sudden, he seems very interested in not criticizing him on that fault. So foreign policy, we're closer to World War III than we've been at any point during my lifetime. It is cut and dry. The best argument that Andrew or any Democrat will be able to make is, but none of this is Biden's fault. It's all Trump's fault. And this is the gaslighting that they seek to do all the time. The buck stops with everyone but them. Years and years of disastrous foreign policies from the administration and people within this administration, particularly unelected bureaucrats that are now part and parcel of this administration, have led us to this point in history where the United States, the most powerful and greatest country in the history of the world, is now losing its leadership both in soft power and hard power on the world stage, drawing us closer to a multipolar world that will be a world of conflict because of the ineptitude of people like Andrew Wilson is defending in the Biden administration, who's been in office. You're right, he has had a lot of experience, hasn't he? 40 years exacerbating all the problems we see. Then we have domestic policies. Happy to talk about immigration. One of the things that I think is hilarious is he says, Biden's deported more people. No shit, when you open the border and allow record numbers to come in every month, there's a larger pool of people for you to send out from. Just today we see Biden out there pushing his amnesty bullshit, and make no mistake, that is the intention, to have a compliant population and replace the people of this country. It's not just about skin color or anything like that. It's about having people that you have trustworthy, that don't have the values of America and don't have the values of sort of Christianity and worship the government above all else. That's what this replacement is about, and that's exactly what Biden's seeking to achieve by doing this. The economy is a disaster. Yes, we can see that inflation's going down, but for those of you that don't really understand how this works, when they say inflation's going down, that doesn't mean that your products are getting cheaper. That means the rate in which the price is rising is decreasing. Because we had record levels of inflation, and that's if we trust the government numbers, which are bullshit over and over. But even if we trust them, we can see how bad inflation was. People are suffering all over the place. Gas prices, although they may be dipping down a little now, has much to do with Biden deploying all of the strategic reserves, trying to buy votes just like he's done in the past, what he's trying to do with the forgiving of student loan debt, etc. And so because he's depleted the strategic reserve, things are going to get much worse in the near future. Also, we can see that GDP is going down. The question you should ask yourself is this, not, is this economy okay? It's not, as people could see, and we could go through a list of the prices of things, some things going up 50 to 80%. But the question you should really ask is, given the trillions upon trillions of dollars that Biden spent, on pace to spend as much, if not more than Trump, who spent during a pandemic, is this all we get, the bang for our buck? I think $7.7 trillion at last reading that Biden has spent during his administration, and this is it? If you gave me $7.7 trillion, do you think I'd be able as president to have more money in the average American's pocket? Absolutely. Because this is another socialist scheme of transfer of wealth from the poor and working class to the upper class, just like any time they do this mass money printing. I believe the M2 money supply, which is the total money in circulation, has increased 50% since right before Biden came in office and his tenure in office. And surprise, surprise, the very people that told us that wouldn't cause inflation were wrong, and it has caused inflation. There is arguments to be made that Republicans and Trump were bad in their spending. I won't disagree with that. That's certainly true. However, the question is Biden better than Trump? No. Biden wanted to spend even more and would have been worse when it came to lockdowns and would have been worse when it came to the spending. The last thing I'll say is issues of culture and corruption. Biden is corrupt. We could talk about that at great length if Andrew would like, but I'll leave him steer the direction of this. However, culturally, I used to know this guy that ran this channel, The Crucible, that understood how important these cultural issues are, and he would be aghast at someone calling Biden a good Catholic or good Christian. The values he has, what Christian values are that? I'm sorry, can you tell me chapter and verse in the Bible where it talks about the importance of sniffing little kids' hair, or denying the existence of your granddaughter, or supporting abortion up until the third trimester? I missed those passages in my reading of the Bible. Granted, I'm not as studious as some people that would call themselves Christian nationalists, but he's an abomination. All of the worst things that you see that come from the excesses of the left, the trans storytelling, the sexuality of children, all of this stuff is represented by Joe Biden. And a further presidency of Joe Biden will mean that these things become even more entrenched in all of our institutions, harming our children even more. Last thing I'll say, the buck stops with Biden, even though it is absolutely true that he is a dementia-addled vegetable that has no idea where he was. But don't leave Andrew and Democrats gaslight you that that's not the case, or somehow he's not to blame for these disastrous things. He is just an empty suit for the establishment that is marching us through, destroying Christianity and destroying this great country in its inexorable march to a globalist society that will ensure that all of us are just cogs in a machine and we worship the government amongst everything else.
Outstanding. Coming in at 6 minutes and 44 seconds. You used up almost all your time there. Great use of time there, Rob. We now open it up.
Killing it.
Andrew, if I'm correct, we have, what, an hour and a half?
Fucking biased moderator?
Already?
You're
I'm
going to
just-
immediately compliment the opposition?
Yep.
Typical
Time
fucking
management.
Republican, huh?
Yep.
Time management, brother.
Yeah, and that's not
what it's
bias
about.
at all. No, it's fine. It's cool. It's not bias. Yeah, it's fine.
You're absolutely correct, and I humble myself before the interwebs. But is it an hour and a half, or is it 1 hour for?
Give it about an hour 15. Don't let us stick
Gotcha.
any longer than 15 minutes on a topic. Unfortunately, the two of us can get bogged down pretty easy. So move it along, even if we don't like you for it. So Rob, let's start with this idea of Christian ethics and that Biden is somehow a terrible Catholic, but Trump is somehow a great evangelical. Okay, so Trump, it's beyond obvious, paid hush money to Stormy Daniel. He was convicted on basically every single count, talking about this hush money, which was paid out. His own lawyer has confirmed that this is true. He was banging porn stars while he was married. He has a philanthropist pass, right? Or a philandering pass. He's been philandering all over the fucking place. How in the world can you say that this guy is a good Christian exactly? How?
Well, I didn't say that, and nor would I try to make that argument. In fact, there are things both as a Christian or just as a person that has any sort of morality in respecting the institution of marriage. I don't respect anyone that cheats on their wife. I think that that is a pact between
Do
a
you
man
agree that Trump did?
Yeah, I would say that he most certainly did. Whether he did specifically with Stormy Daniels is open for debate, but it's undoubtable that Trump at some point cheated on his wife. My point is this. You're the one talking about
Man
Joe
of
Biden
great
being,
character.
I
right?
understand, like a good lefty, need to interrupt. You're the one talking about ethics and about Joe Biden is the person that actually had good ethics. You can't dispute anything that I said about his sniffing of children, inappropriate showers with his daughter, refusing to acknowledge the existence of his granddaughter. But more importantly than all of that stuff, I care about the actual policies that will be instituted. I'll tell you this, Donald Trump wasn't locking grandmothers up that were praying for people going into abortion clinics for 10, 15 years at a clip. That's what Joe Biden is. That's the sacrament that Joe Biden represents.
Hang on. One point at a time before you gish gallop away to the next point. Like you very often do. You gish gallop. It's going to be 14 fucking points. Let's do 1 point at a time. Let's start with this idea of the hair sniffing and the child grabbing and the blah, 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 blah. Has Joe Biden ever been convicted of doing anything ever which has been untoward sexually towards anybody, Rob, ever?
No, but it's irrelevant to the question.
Now Trump though, you would agree is a multiple convicted felon, right? And that did have to do with sexual relations with a woman who was a porn star, right, Rob?
That's true. However,
true.
the institutions themselves are corrupt. The obvious nature of the politicization of these systems, for example, the E. John Carroll, they literally had to change the law to go after him. She claimed that she was sexually assaulted while she was wearing a dress that wasn't created until 2 years later. She claimed that this happened in the middle of a department store, but there were no contemporaneous witnesses. She couldn't remember any of the specific
He wasn't prosecuted
details.
for that.
Yes,
he wasn't prosecuted for that.
He was found civilly liable for that. And as far as the Stormy Daniels,
he wasn't a felony.
As far as the Stormy Daniels thing, he was found guilty of campaign. It's so convoluted.
He paid hush money, dude. He paid hush money to a prostitute.
Is that what he was convicted of? Paying hush money to a prostitute? Go ahead, explain the case to me. Like any good Democrat, explain exactly what the charge against Donald Trump was in that case.
Okay, so my understanding is that the charges which were against him was that he directed campaign money away that was supposed to be going to his campaign back to himself as reimbursement because he paid his lawyer to give hush money to a prostitute he fucked.
That is incorrect. And I'm unsurprised. I'm unsurprised as a Democrat that you would not have the details of this. So as you can see, what Democrats are keen to do is talk about how important these cases are, but they don't even have the most basic details. What he was charged with was as follows. He was charged with falsifying records, which the statute of limitations ran out. So they had to go with a felony that said the falsification of records were in the commission of a separate crime. That separate crime was basically election interference, which requires a third crime to have been committed, unlawful means. Though third crime was never specified, and the judge said it could have been one of any three, which had to do with tax violations, which ended up resulting in Trump paying more in taxes, falsifying records again, which is circular, or FECA violations.
Falsifying records about what?
Falsifying records about that have to do with campaign expenditures. Now,
campaign expenditures for what?
What do you mean for what?
What were the campaign expenditures going towards?
The argument was you're misrepresenting what was said anyway.
Oh, I'm misrepresenting, huh?
Because your argument was that he redirected campaign finances back to pay off. That's not true. What he was charged with was accepting a loan beyond the contribution limit for an election, right?
To do what? To do what?
To pay Stormy Daniels.
That's right. To pay hush money to a prostitute, Rob.
We could talk about the morality of paying hush money.
Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about. How is that ethical?
We could talk about that. My point is, like every good Democrat, you don't even have the specific details of the case. Now,
oh my God, that's pedantry. That's not.
It has nothing to do with. It has nothing to do with being pedantry. It has to do with, for the first time in history, we have charged and convicted a former president, this case of a felony, for a crime that they basically made up, saying that he committed campaign finance violations, that the actual FEC that looked into it said there was no campaign finance violation. And the fact that you want to just say, yeah, but he banged a porn star, that makes him immoral. Again, it's your argument. You're saying that Biden was the one that has Christian ethics, which you can't defend. You're falsely saying, Let me finish. You're falsely saying that I said that Trump in his personal life exhibits Christian ethics. I did not say that. I said that Biden can't be the one to point the figure.
Okay. When we got into the actual details, though, of what he was doing with this, it ends up being, well, he was paying hush money to a prostitute. But okay, let's just assume you're not upset about that. You're upset that, they falsely accused him of, some kind of campaign finance violation, which they shouldn't have. He most definitely did pay hush money to a prostitute named Stormy Daniels. How in the world? By the way, you defended that. You defended that for months. You defended that he likely didn't do that. You defended for months that you didn't believe it. You did. You did it on Normal America.
True.
I saw it.
It's a lie.
I saw it. You said for sure, you were like, there's no good evidence here that he ever did that.
Oh, man. Wow. Really taking the lefty tack, just making shit out of full cloth. No, I never said that. What I said was likely the whole time was that he probably slept with Stormy Daniels. He probably did pay hush money. That was something that seemed obvious to me. However, this is something that politicians do all the time, including members of Congress that have used $17 million from a slush fund that our taxes go to pay NDAs for women that have accused them. I don't have to like those personal actions. The personal actions of Joe Biden I find to be far more egregious, such as showering inappropriately with his daughter, refusing to acknowledge the existence of his granddaughter. The point I'm making is, at best, it's a wash for Biden, and if we accept that, not to mention allegations of him sexually assaulting Tara Reid, at best, then we would say, well, pragmatically, which direction will the country go in? Will the country be more Christian in its policies with Joe Biden or with Donald Trump? Well, we see what Joe Biden brings. Go ahead, tell us how you're very excited, for example, at all of the trans story times and things like that we see that are all the DEI and shit
we're going
like
to get
that
into the inclusivity.
Sure.
But I'm not going to let you. I'm not going to let you fucking pivot like a typical Republican off of this fucking point. This is what you fuckers always do. Again, is it or is it not morally fucking reprehensible that Donald Trump banged a porn star and then clearly paid hush money to his attorney to shut the bitch up?
I do not find that to be morally acceptable. I think that is an example of weak moral character. Now, let me explain what Andrew Wilson here has done. He has been unable to defend that Joe Biden is not a more weaker moral character. He's been unable to defend that the policies that will be implicated will be far more antithetical to Christian beliefs if Joe Biden's in office. And instead, what he's doing is gaslighting everyone that I've made a position that I never have. I never said that Donald Trump is a moral individual.
You totally
I didn't say it in my opening statement.
You totally fucking pretended.
What are you talking about?
Oh, nothing.
There we go.
It was a campaign finance.
There we go.
It had nothing to do with paying off a hooker.
Wow. First he comes in late like a good little lefty, probably getting paid money from progressive dark money groups. And now he takes the left-wing tactic of, well, I can't actually argue the facts of what's been said in this debate, so I'll try to gaslight my audience into believing Rob said something. Can you show me the timestamp? Where did I say? Can you tell me where I said that Trump was an ethical, moral Christian? Was it in my opening statement?
So he's not an ethical, moral Christian?
I don't believe so. I believe he's. Yeah, I believe the mere fact of cheating on your wife.
Then from a moral standpoint, we're already starting from the even point that both of these men are immoral. Using your own logic, they're both at least immoral, right?
Correct.
Okay, got it. So now I think we can move on to the next. Let's get into this idea.
Just to be clear, you won an argument against yourself and have said nothing against.
How did I win it against myself?
Because it was never an argument. It was never an argument that I made. You're trying to make the argument that we should ignore the fact, if we want to embrace Christian ethics, that a government of Joe Biden is far worse than a government of Trump. And the way you're attacking that is by saying...
You haven't proven Biden did anything wrong.
The way you're attacking that is by saying, well, Trump banged a porn star and paid hush money, so he's immoral as well. And isn't that true that he's at least equal with their morality? I don't think that puts him equal with Biden. I think Biden's worse. I think showering with your daughter in an inappropriate way is far worse than
Prove that he did it.
His daughter said so in her own diary.
Oh, his daughter said so.
Correct.
Oh, okay. Well, that proves it then. It's not like we had, a giant court case recently with Trump where he got found guilty on 34 fucking counts related to this hush money case, and that's actual evidence in the court of law, and he was found guilty. On the other hand, though, your issue of, well, Biden's equally as evil, your proof is because the daughter said so. Oh, okay, then, Rob. Believe all women, Rob? Hashtag believe all women, right? Right? That's what we're doing? We're going to believe all women, Rob?
I would believe that she wouldn't have a reason to make that up. And the idea again, what you're conflating is someone inappropriately sexual contact with a child versus consensual adults having an affair, which I don't support and find it immoral, but there's different levels to the depravity and immorality, as you well know. And again, all of it's a red herring to a point that I never made into this debate. I would say even if a candidate that embraced the policies of Joe Biden was a better Christian in their personal life than Joe Biden, if that resulted in abortions on demand, sexualization of our children, etc., I would still prefer the immoral person in their real life to be president than the person who is more moral in their personal life and teaches
that
the
makes
sexuality.
No sense.
Of course
that makes no sense. Okay, so from my standpoint, I say at least even from your worldview, both of these men are immoral men. From your worldview, you concede this is true.
Correct.
But then when we look at the evidence for even why you think that Biden is equally immoral to Trump, you say because his daughter said so.
It's one argument I made, and my argument isn't that he's equally. That was
pretty
your
weak
argument.
Fucking argument.
That was your
just based
argument.
on hearsay.
So what you can see, it's clever, and I'm appreciating that Andrew's doing this because again, it is emblematic of a good Democrat. He's conflating two different ideas. On one hand, he's conflating the idea that any act of immorality is on par with other acts of immorality, which is just nonsensical. For example, it would be immoral to lie. However, lying is not as immoral as inappropriate sexual contact with a child. That is a level of immorality that's worse. And so he conflates and says, well, they both have done immoral things, which is true. I would say almost everyone's done immoral things, but I think cheating on your wife's a level of immorality that we deserve to call out. Then he says on the second hand, he says, oh, well, we can't believe the accusations against Biden because it's just hearsay, but we have to accept this court case. But again, the court case isn't saying that he was found guilty of banging Stormy Daniels. It's irrelevant as to whether or not he actually had sex with her. They didn't have to find that he had sex with her.
You just know that he did.
We know that Joe Biden inappropriately showered with his daughter. We know that he was accused. Of course we do.
No, we don't. How is that known? It's just an accusation in a fucking diary.
Can you explain to me why his daughter in a diary that she did not intend for people to see would make up a lie?
Oh, I don't know. Possibly because her father happens to be the most powerful man in the world, and it would bring a whole lot of attention to her, like what happens with women all the time, gives them perverse incentives.
In a private diary that she had to sue for being released to the public.
Oh, so she's retracting that happened?
Retracting that what happened?
So is she actually making a public accusation that her father did that?
She hasn't spoken on it, to my knowledge.
Oh, so then your proof is no proof.
No, my proof is when someone says something in private when they don't expect other people to hear it, and they make an accusation against someone that they would stand to benefit not making that accusation for, I tend to take that more at face value than, well, 12 people that were on a jury that hate Trump in a district that overwhelmingly was against Trump said he paid hush money, so that means he's more immoral. And again, I understand wanting to stay hyper-focused on this point because you can't defend the record of Joe Biden. I never made the argument that Trump was moral. And lastly, I'll say this. Andrew started off this saying, we could at least say that on a ground, they're both coming from a position of immorality. Hasn't said word one about the actual policies that come out and how they're more anti-Christian.
Okay, I'm happy to shift to the policy if you will just admit that the only proof that you have of Biden doing any of this horrible, inappropriate touching of children is not from an actual eyewitness coming forward and saying and accusing him of that, but from some fucking diary that any girl could have written about anything.
No, that's one example. I said, for example, there were multiple women before Biden was running in 2020 that came out and said he had inappropriate sexual contact with them. We could see with our own eyes his inappropriate sniffing and sexualization of children. We could see from Tara Reid her specific accusation of sexual assault. We could see the immorality of ignoring the existence of of one of his granddaughters. All of this is beyond hearsay. This is absolute provable. You have no argument against any of it. You know it exists. You'll just have to pretend like every good Democrat that actually Biden's the sharpest man in the world behind the scenes, and don't believe your lying eyes with everything you see.
Actually, Trump's the most moral man in the fucking world. He's out there banging all kinds of women and cheating on his wife and being a horrific bastard.
No one made that argument in this debate.
I mean, you did.
I did not.
You said that it's completely immoral that he did that.
Give me the timestamp.
Gentlemen, this is great television, but we need to move on. There is more than just the morality.
Saved by the fucking moderator? Really? You're gonna get saved by the moderator?
I was going to give you the last word on this, Andrew, so we could move on. because I think you do need the last word in this.
He needs.
All right, fine, whatever. So you see how Rob easily falls into a basic logic trap like a fool. I explained, aren't both of these men equally immoral? He says, well, at least they're equally immoral. They're both at least equally bad. I even used the word equally on purpose to make sure that he confirmed it. He fucking confirmed it. And then what happens when I say, okay, even if I'm granting you that at least puts us on the same moral playing field, that you're still going to vote for an immoral man and I'm going to vote for an immoral man. But then when I ask him for the evidence of the immorality of Biden from his sexual antics, he has, his fucking diary once. No eyewitnesses, nobody coming forward with an actual accusation, nothing. He has fucking nothing.
You want me to respond to that? Are you ready to get to something?
Yeah, I'll give you the last word, and then we'll get into policy. Sure.
Nothing is an interesting way of ignoring everything that I just said, ignoring the existence of his granddaughter, the multiple women that came out with the accusations of inappropriate touching of Joe Biden, Tara Reid and her accusation that came out with that a woman came forward of sexual assault, way worse than consensual sex with a porn star, the sniffing of children that we see routinely. But yes, it is true that his daughter, and in a particularly egregious case, in a private diary, did also say that she felt that she was screwed up for her life because she had inappropriate sexual showers with her father. Now, I understand that Andrew wants to hyperfixate on the immorality of Trump, but sleeping with a porn star and cheating on your wife, as grotesque as that may be, does not rise near to the level of any of the other things that we talked about Joe Biden, most of which are uncontested. He literally said nothing and just said, oh, Rob's only talking about a diary. I will give Andrew credit for being a good lefty Democrat here, though. He's arguing quite fluently like them, getting smacked down like I routinely do to all these people. Next.
Oh yeah, just declare that you won the debate, and it means you did, Rob. I
learned from the crucible on that one.
Yeah, that's right. So I guess moving on to the next point, if you don't mind, let's bring up the idea of the evil Russian battleships, which are going to institute World War III on the United States. Can you explain when you believe that this massive apocalypse is going to happen from the Russian military, Rob? When do you think we're going to be under the apocalypse of Russia? Is that going to happen soon? Few months? When?
It's hard to say. The biggest threat of this actually isn't a purposeful act of aggression by either the United States or Russia. One of the reasons that the Cold War was so scary was the idea of miscalculation, which is the idea that because there's such high tensions and weapons in close proximity to both of these countries, and both of these countries have sort of a first use type mindset, that they're not going to go down if they feel that they're going to be obliterated, there's a chance of miscalculation, and so one person might be threatened and launch some sort of attack. This is irrelevant to the greater story of what I was telling you.
You brought it up.
I brought it up as yet another example that's contemporaneous to today of the actual world being on fire. Trump left with historic peace deals in the Middle East. With Biden, we have conflict with Israel-Palestine, Russia invading Ukraine, China aggressing towards Taiwan, BRICS nations becoming stronger than ever, the United States getting into another Vietnam-esque quagmire where they're deploying their military readiness, the United States losing its economic superpower, its status as an economic superpower, the dollar no longer being is considered. Just the other day, Saudi Arabia, for example, for the first time in nearly 15 years, decided they're not going to exclusively trade oil in U.S. dollars.
But so what? That doesn't mean anything. What do you think the ramifications of Saudi Arabia not using the petrodollar, which, by the way, if you understand what the petrodollar do you even know what it is? What is it, Rob? What's the petrodollar?
The petrodollar is the idea that the dollar is the reserve currency when it comes for the OPEC nations to trade their energy.
Yeah, okay. So in the OPEC nations, this is true.
Yeah.
Guaranteed by the United States Navy, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is the United States Navy going to stop protecting Saudi Arabia?
No, but that's not the issue.
No.
Right,
no, they're not. And do you know why they're not?
Go ahead.
They're not because we're still going to have the same amount of oil imports and exports from Saudi Arabia. The petrodollar is not going to do anything. It didn't do shit to the markets. Even the announcement did nothing to the markets. It doesn't matter if Saudi Arabia trades in the petrodollar. They've never been in some formal agreement where they had to begin with.
So the problem is, it's not that the United States wouldn't continue to protect. Of course, the United States is still, because of the disastrous policies of Joe Biden, is still going to be reliant on nations like the OPEC nations for our energy needs. And so we have every reason to want to continue to secure. The problem with the removal of the petrodollar is that it is the first step to signifying to the world that the United States is no longer the global reserve currency and the dominant factor. And what's going to end up happening is, because we've had Joe Biden send a signal to the OPEC nations, let me finish. Joe Biden ran on the promise that he would put fossil fuel companies out of business. And so Saudi Arabia and the OPEC nations see the writing on the wall that that they're going to have to start trading with other global partners because Biden right now is over a barrel because he needs to try to buy votes to win the election. But as soon as him and his administration...
Let me respond so you don't fucking filibuster the whole debate. Let's start with this. Let's start with this idea that if the Saudi Arabia stops engaging in the petrodollar, that suddenly there's going to be... do you think that suddenly there's going to be mass economic collapse and that other nations, other OPEC nations are going to stop trading with the United States in oil? Because they're not going to, Rob. And not only that, it doesn't weaken our dollar at all. No, it's never weakened our dollar. It's not weakening our economy. It's not some grand signal to other nations. The world reserve currency is still the dollar, and it's going to remain the dollar. Where else is it going to go? What else are we going to use? They keep on saying that they're going to use crypto. They're not going to fucking use crypto. So what do you think they're going to move to other than the dollar as the world reserve currency? Nothing.
They'll probably go to several currencies from sort of economic trading blocks is where the direction's likely to happen. If you decide that as the United States, you're the reserve currency and you could over a 3-year span print 50% of dollars into existence, what that does is the rest of the world sees that the currency is no longer stable. If you're OPEC and you hear a promise from the leader of the United States that he's going to put you out of...
stable.
Let me finish, lefty. Keep pumping on that phallic cigarette like any good lefty. Let me finish
keep on
my
chopping
point.
down those cheeseburgers while you fucking talk shit about me smoking.
No cheeseburger here. I do that after I crush lefties like you to have a satisfying midnight snack. But what you'll see happening is that these nations are going to start realizing out of necessity that even though it's beneficial right now to still have the U.S. currency as the world reserve currency and to have the petrodollar and to still have they're going to start pursuing other relationships because they see the writing on the wall. And the United States has gone from the predominant... Keep in mind, it's not just about Joe Biden. That's one bone I'll throw you. It's about the people that are really running the Biden administration, the unelected bureaucrats in places like the State Department, in places like the intel agencies, and in other institutions in this country that have taken this great country, of the greatest country in the history of the world that had economic, cultural superpower and military superpower, and it has pissed it away for their own personal benefit and for their globalist allies. And so now the average person in this country's labor has been sold out to the rest of the fucking world, and we're going to suffer for it. Your children will suffer, which... Luckily, you decided to have kids before you became a fucking lefty, or you'd probably just be pounding some dude in the ass.
Leading everywhere except to the point of the actual petrodollar. So let's start with this. What actual policy did Biden institute that led to Saudi Arabia leaving the petrodollar? Can you tell me what actual an actual one, Rob, an actual policy that led to that? Just one.
It's not just about actual policies, right? It's
so also, you can't.
No, I'll tell you. I know this is bad form. Indulge me just once to respond with a question. If your country's lifeblood is reliant on a product, in this case fossil fuels, and the primary trading partner you have, whose currency you use, comes out and says, we're going to put you out of business, do you think it would behoove you to start looking for other trading partners?
It could, sure.
Well, that's the policy. The policy is that
Joe Biden...
That's
not a policy.
The policy is...
That would be the same thing under Trump. What are you talking about?
Show me one...
The same logic would apply under Trump.
So
same logic, yeah.
It's the same exact opposite. Trump talked about the importance of fossil fuels.
Because I answer within the confines of the hypothetical. If A is true, then is B true, then is C true. I can agree to that, but that doesn't mean that any of that's actually going on, or that Biden has even a coalition of policies which led to Saudi Arabia, who's been wanting to do this, by the way, for years and years and years. Their own crown prince has explained this over and over and over, that they've been wanting to move away from this far before the Biden administration was even a fucking twinkle in the nation's eye. Before anybody knew that this guy would be president, Saudi Arabia has been talking about doing this. So have many Middle Eastern nations. Tell me what policies or configuration of policies that the Biden administration has postulated or enacted that actually led to that. Any.
Again, I don't have to tell you the policy when you've already conceded that their posturing would be reason enough for them to go elsewhere. And like most people that defend Biden, what will be told by you throughout this debate is, trust us, all of this bad shit was going to happen anyways. It just so happened to happen under Biden, but he's not at fault for it. If it's so true that Saudi Arabia was always going to move away from the petrodollar, why did they decide to wait until Biden was in office as opposed to doing it when Trump was there?
I think that they saw that there was an opportunity, finally, when a contract renewal came up, which, by the way, even that's kind of iffy to just not renew it. Just because Biden happens to be in office has nothing to do with the fact that they have not talked about this over and over and over again. Many nations have talked about leaving the petrodollar, leaving it completely behind. You can look it up yourself. Saudi Arabia has been talking about it for years and years and years, long before Biden. You can't name any policies or any even configuration of policies in a combination that actually was the deciding factor for Saudi Arabia. You can't name any. And that tells me that that's because there aren't any. There was no Biden policies which led to Saudi Arabia doing this, Rob.
It wasn't just the policies, as you already conceded. The posturing enough would be enough to get them to search elsewhere. And the policies that he specifically implemented about the importance of getting off fossil fuels as our energy that we default to, EV policies, green energy policies, etc. All of this is furthering the promise that Biden made that he's an enemy of fossil fuels and oil, and he's trying to bury them around the world. In addition to that, you can also see policies that show the fecklessness of Joe Biden around the world, such as things like the bombing of a pipeline that we know the United States and their allies were responsible for, an act of global terrorism, global environmental terrorism, which, by the way, I thought you lefties cared about. But all of a sudden, when it's Biden and his allies...
You mean the pipeline that Russia bombed?
Yeah, Russia didn't bomb it, as has been admitted by the United States intelligence, Ukrainian intelligence, etc.
Then who bombed it?
The current working theory that we're being told is that intel agencies within Ukraine did it without the approval of the United States, which is bullshit.
Oh, okay. So then there wasn't a responsibility of the United States government or Joe Biden that pipeline was bombed?
No. The idea that you just tried to blame Russia for bombing their own pipeline and sabotaging themselves, right? And now you're trying to immediately pivot to, oh, never mind. Now I trust completely that Ukraine did it on its own.
I can concede the point without it mattering. Even if I said the last amount of propaganda that I had coming out of a war-torn region was that Russia bombed their own pipeline, if I'm incorrect, and the latest is that no, Ukraine bombed the pipeline, it doesn't take away from my point that has nothing to do with the Biden administration's policies. What?
Ukraine is a vassal state of the Biden administration, and if they're acting out of line, then it's up to Biden, who is
a vassal state.
Correct.
Oh, who got on their knees and became a vassal to the United States?
Zelensky.
Is there official paperwork for the vassalage?
Haven't you seen his sniffing? I'm sure it's been up Biden's ass many a time. He sniffs quite similarly to Biden with the little kid's hair. In fact,
so you think that Zelensky should have just rolled over and let Russia take over Ukraine?
It's not the argument that I made, but even if we could talk specifically about what Zelensky should have did, there's two things I'd like to say before we move on to that, though. One, anyone who's watching notices that Andrew hasn't made one offensive reason why to prefer Biden to Trump yet. It's all defense. Oh, the Petro. It's all a bunch of bad shit that happened under Biden. Him saying, "Well, I don't think it was really Biden's fault." Hasn't given you one reason to vote for Biden.
You brought up warships in an apocalypse, and then when you're pressed on the warships in the apocalypse, you go, "Well, there's not really going to be a fucking apocalypse. Don't go get bunkers, guys. I'm actually full of shit. I just brought it up because it's a rhetorical example of thing I don't like. But you don't actually believe that that's going to lead to some global conflict. You don't believe it's going to lead to World War III. You don't believe it's going to lead to a nuclear missile crisis. You don't believe any of that, Rob.
It's not true. I believe that it will lead to hostilities and aggression from people around the world that understand the United States is no longer the hegemon that they once were. And again, I'll reiterate this point. I was quite clear in my opening statement, I was quite clear in my opening statement, like I always am when I'm debating Trump v. Biden, that I was going to leave Andrew pick the areas of Biden's success that he wanted to talk about the most, of why we should prefer Biden to Trump. And this is the bullshit that he's come up with. Playing defensive. Just because we're further aggressing towards World War III, right. It's not as bad as you're making it sound.
Yeah, let's go on offense then, Rob. How did you as a libertarian just say that, you're sad that the global hegemony of the United States is being weakened? Oh, that's terrible. Is the global hegemony of the United States, this colonizing nation, being weakened? And from your libertarian worldview, this is bad because...
First off, I'm not a libertarian. I'm a populist who's libertarian adjacent. Second, a hegemon doesn't necessarily mean that we're world police. I don't think that we should be. However, hegemon would mean both culturally...
And you would want to weaken it.
Listen, culturally, economic, and militaristically, we should still be the number one superpower. I'm all for that. That doesn't mean that we have to be the world police. What that would mean, though, that people respected and feared us and wouldn't step out of line by aggressing intentionally against allies. Instead, we have the exact opposite posture from people like you in the Biden administration, which is to beat their chest and rattle their sabers, but actually be incompetent buffoons that are destroying the United States military while they attempt to be world police around the world. And then, once they cause all of these disastrous situations like in Libya and Syria, you then turn around and tell us, oh, we have to open our borders to take in the refugees that our fucking policies in the first place caused.
Okay, wait a second. That actually makes no sense. Why is it that a global hegemony, which is what you're saying, the American global hegemony is being weakened?
Correct.
It's being weakened by these policies.
Correct.
That, from your perspective, would be good.
No.
And if you were ramping down a global hegemony, why is it that you wouldn't institute policies which would do that?
Because the idea of a libertarian, which I'm not, being upset about the United States being a military, economic, or cultural superpower is nonsensical. It's how that superpower would be used. I have a problem with the constant invasion of countries. I have a problem with the constant world policing. I don't have the problem with the United States military being big and bad enough that no one would ever fuck with us. I have no problem with our military being so impressive that it's an deterrent to fuck with us and our allies, which means to
what does that
less
mean?
world
Well, what does that mean? Do we need, in order to be the most powerful military so nobody ever fucks with us, do we need to be in 146 countries? If
No.
not, how many do we need to be in? How
Almost very few. How about our own?
many? How many is
about
that?
protecting our
How
own
many is
border?
very few? 10, 12, 13?
Sure.
You sure?
The specific
That's the
numbers-
answer. The answer is sure?
Correct. The specific number, I don't think we need bases in almost any country. I have no problem in first world countries that we're allied with having sort of a shared communication and military where we have some sort of partial setup of bases in those countries. What we shouldn't be doing is having military bases in, 400 something around the globe. I don't think that we should be doing that. It's certainly, as we've expanded the amount of military bases, it hasn't led to the increase in United States hard power. In fact, quite the opposite. The difference between me and you is this. You'll defend things like the disastrous Afghanistan policy that was 20 years of 17 different generals telling us that we were kicking ass in Afghanistan, we're doing good.
Yeah, let's get into Afghanistan,
That actually led to the United States hegemony being weakened. I would say that it would help United States, both economic, cultural, and hard power, to not be in a disastrous country like Afghanistan and actually have our troops back home protecting our border, which would cause more fear and respect to people, both allies and enemies.
You mean the same
around the
Afghanistan that Donald J. Trump promised us that he was going to pull our troops out of,
That's
and then
good.
it turns out he couldn't get his own generals to listen to him because they had so little respect for him as the commander-in-chief, and were unwilling to follow those orders because they considered them unlawful, so they just didn't follow him.
Well, wasn't
He was so ineffective, he didn't even know that we hadn't pulled out of Afghanistan. Some commander-in-chief, Rob.
You're talking about Syria. He didn't realize that they hadn't pulled out of Syria.
No, I'm talking
And
about
it's-
Afghanistan.
So wait, your
The
argument is...
ramp down in Afghanistan, which basically never actually happened.
That's right. You said that Trump was so incompetent that he was unaware that we didn't pull out of Afghanistan.
Yeah, that we did not.
I think he knew that we didn't.
As significant. No, not until he was told. He was finally told months later. No, we really didn't pull out of this.
He never expected that the timetable was always after his presidency from the withdrawal of Afghanistan. Now, in Syria, you're correct, but both of these examples, even if I were to take your example at face value, just shows the corruption of the people that are running the Biden administration. Remember, Biden's just a dementia-addled vegetable. The people running the Biden administration are unelected bureaucrats, those that resisted lawful orders from Trump. If you watch the Trump impeachment, you can see the State Department saying over and over, Trump went against our foreign policy. That's the fundamental problem with this country. Unelected bureaucrats that don't have our interest at heart and want to attack things like Christianity and family values are actually running the country.
You mean the deep state?
That's one word.
I mean, isn't that a word that we could use, which would essentially take all of the unelected bureaucrats who are appointed in lifelong positions in order to dictate foreign policy over, extended generations because they're in power for so long? The quote deep state, right?
Correct. Intelligence, not just State Department.
And that would be part of the swamp, right, Rob?
That's correct.
Yeah, how much of that got drained by your buddy Trump?
Trump did a terrible job. In fact,
Yeah.
I'll even go further than that. If Trump's elected
didn't
again,
he?
I would say the chances of him actually draining the swamp in any meaningful way probably not that high. Again, the difference is this. If you're going to be in the unenviable position where you say Joe Biden is ran by people that are the swamp and is making the swamp worse, and Trump just won't be able to deal with them as much as he should, that's still a reason to prefer Donald Trump. And who knows, maybe this time, because he now understands just how pervasive it is, through examples that you're celebrating, such as generals stabbing him in the back and refusing to listen to his lawful orders, perhaps next time he'll do what's necessary and actually get rid of these people. Unleash classified.
Why in the world would a Trump base ever elect a guy into office again who made the promise? There was two major promises made by the Trump administration. Both of them were objective failures. The first was on immigration and building the wall. He completely failed. He failed at building the wall. He failed at getting rid of the immigration problem in the United States. He failed over and over and over and over again. His State Department was so ineffective, he couldn't even put a travel ban during a heightened terror alert on Muslims from entering into the nation. That's how ineffective his own attorneys were, his own administration was. He completely and miserably failed on his immigration policy, and he didn't drain a single person out of the swamp, not one. He was an objective failure long before his impeachment. I don't know how you could ever say anything to the opposite of that. Why the fuck would you ever give him another chance, Rob?
Because the alternative is the swamp. Right? That'd be like saying, would you rather have a cop that's ineffectual at stopping rapists or a rapist? Right? And so I agree with you. I would have preferred Vivek Ramaswamy or Ron DeSantis over Donald Trump, probably. I'm not so sure about DeSantis, but probably that would be the case. But yeah, I've argued what you've done is you've proved what my worldview has been for a decade, which is how corrupt these institutions are. Now when it's been thrown in our face, which is exactly the best part of a Trump presidency, it made it indisputable where even lefties like you have to admit, okay, this is real, because for years and years you said, that's not true. There aren't actors within the deep state, that's a conspiracy, that would be unwilling to listen to a president. All of a sudden, when Trump's elected, we have Chuck Schumer, the head of the opposition, go on national television and tell us that Donald Trump can't even criticize the FBI because they'll find 6 ways of Sunday at getting back at him, which is exactly what they did.
He's the opposing party. His job is to go out and ridicule the president of the United States, not necessarily to work with him, especially if he has policies which he considers to be a threat to the United States. That's his fucking job, Rob.
What's the relevancy to what I'm saying here? Of course, Chuck Schumer is going to be politically opposed to Donald Trump. That's different than saying the people that operate under Trump in the executive branch cannot be criticized by the president because they will sabotage the president, which is what Chuck Schumer was saying.
He can say that. It had no enforcement of policy. He's allowed to make whatever fucking criticism.
Of course he's allowed to say that. That's not a criticism. That's him giving a warning to the United States and to Donald Trump, the people of the United States and Donald Trump, just who runs the show. That's exactly what was going on, and the proof's in the pudding.
They run the show. They're the sitting senators and congressmen of the United States.
The intel agencies. The intel agencies.
No,
that's what we're talking about specifically.
You shouldn't go after your own intelligentsia, which you put in place, okay, under your own policies. You shouldn't be at that point going after them, your appointments, okay? Because if you do, they tend to have 6 ways from Sunday of getting back at you. And what that means, very simply, right, is that they can go out and say, look, he gave all sorts of incredibly crazy fucking orders and things like this. That's why his administration is a mess. I can't even see why you would have a problem with that. If they felt like Trump was engaging in a dereliction of duty, their job as intelligentsia, wouldn't it be to tell the American people that, Rob?
No, which is exactly...
No.
Listen.
What?
No, their job would not be to, while they're in office, tell the American people that. Their job would be to resign, and then, like any civilian, they could voice their opinions if they wanted. Instead, what they did was unlawfully sabotage, including doing things like spying on the President of the United States, leaking untold amounts of times to the press. Look, I'll concede your point that Trump didn't do enough to drain the swamp.
They weren't spying on Trump. Barr never was able to prove that. He never proved it.
That's not true. They spied on Trump. Here's what we know. We know, for example, that they did, we could, right out of the gate with the Alpha Bank story, we know that the people that were connected to Hillary Clinton, that were working with her, that were the tech guy that went in, we know that he was getting DNS data straight from Trump Tower, and from Trump's White House office while he was there. So they spied on those portions. We absolutely have definitive proof. The idea that they spied on Trump's team, which is also definitive proof, and we know that that legally gives them the right to the two-hop rule.
Let's slow down. What definitive proof do you have that the intelligence agencies of the United States were spying on Trump in a way which was unlawful?
The DNS data that they were spying on, that the person connected to Hillary Clinton was like the metadata that comes from your DNS data that comes on computers. Secondly, we could infer that because they were spying on his team, and lawfully, if once you get those warrants to spy, you have a two-hop rule where you're allowed to get all communications between the target of the warrant and everyone they've talked to, and then everyone those people have talked to. That gave them access to all communications within the Trump campaign.
Okay,
and the Trump presidency.
Barr said something very similar to this.
Barr sucks
But when Barr was sitting in front of Congress, and he was asked to demonstrate this, Rob, he fucking couldn't. He couldn't demonstrate it. They gave him months to demonstrate it. He never could. He could never show definitive proof. He could never show anything. They could never even show that there was FISA warrants. They couldn't prove any of this.
It's not true. It's not
It
true.
is
They
true.
conceded. That's even James Comey's admitted that the FISA warrants were illegal. Like, it's just definitive. The IG Horowitz admitted it. The Durham report
What?
admitted it. They're
No, the
literally
Durham report
the
did not
FISA
admit it.
warrants were,
No.
that is not true. You're just incorrect. I'll again remind you that Andrew is once more playing defense. I'm being generous and allowing him what to talk about. Now we've got to the point of, okay, they spied on Trump's team, but maybe the reports didn't say exactly
No, they
what
didn't
Rob
spy
said.
on Trump's team. There's
That's
never
not true.
been definitive proof that they've spied on Trump's
They've
team.
admitted it. I don't
and-
know what to say. Just
No,
because
they haven't
you
admitted
are,
it.
just
They're just
because
asserting it.
you don't know what a man and a woman is, right? And the OnlyFans girls that you debate and whatever have apparently brainwashed you doesn't mean that objective reality doesn't exist for the rest of us.
How
Yes,
come
they
Barr
definitively
couldn't
admitted that
demonstrate?
those
How
FISA
come
warrants were
Barr
illegal.
couldn't demonstrate it ever? He's never been able to demonstrate that.
What are you
ever.
talking about? The IG at the time that Barr was still in office showed that these FISA warrants were illegal. The head of the people that signed off on it, like James Comey, who signed 2 of those warrants, admitted that he wouldn't have done them and they were illegal.
Wait, the 2 James Comey warrants were for what?
To spy on Trump's team, Carter Page.
No. What were they precisely to do?
They were FISA warrants against Carter Page.
Carter Page.
Correct.
Not against. That's not
Now
spying
you're
on
changing-
Trump. That's not spying
again,
on Trump.
You're now
That's
arguing
spying-
semantics.
No.
You can't even
That's
keep your
somebody in
argument-
the no. That's somebody who's in the administration itself, right? Who they believed, had some kind of issue going on, foreign issue with Russia, something like this. That's not spying on Trump. That's what Trump declared. He said he was
right.
spied on.
He was.
And that's the proof I'm looking for. Where is it?
So you're all over the map. One, you're saying that there was no evidence that they spied and that it wasn't illegal and no one admitted it. Now you're saying, oh no, I guess you're conceding that they did admit it and that did occur, but it was just to Carter Page and it wasn't to Trump or the rest of his team. It's nonsensical and it's irrelevant anyway.
How is that nonsensical?
It's nonsensical because it legally gave them the right to have communication access between Carter Page, everyone he talked to, and everyone those people talked to. And the fact that we saw leaks...
That's not
went-
spying.
Yes,
That's,
it is.
You suspect somebody of being a criminal or engaging in criminal activity. You're going to tap their electronics.
Define spying.
Well, I mean, I would say that that spying would have a nefarious connotation of you looking in on somebody.
Why is it nefarious?
Well, I would say that you would have a nefarious connotation to it. So spying I would use as a military term more than I would use it as a domestic term.
I would say a clandestine surveillance of a person or entity.
Okay.
Does that sound fair?
Okay.
In other
we can go
words,
with
you're
that, yeah.
surveying someone without their knowledge.
Yeah, but the difference is, let me ask you this. If that is the only working definition that we're going with, the semantic definition, I think I'll just grant it, because then spying itself would not be even problematic, right? Because in this case, then you're just saying that if the FBI, taps a fucking cell phone of a drug dealer, they're spying on him.
Right. That is true.
Okay.
And it
if
is
that's,
true.
If that's the case, if that's the case, then I could just grant this. And that doesn't sound like it's in any way nefarious. It sounds like it's run-of-the-mill law enforcement stuff, dude.
Okay, so 2 things. One, the idea that they spied on a presidential campaign and presidential team is a big deal, because you could say, well, theoretically it could be lawful, but it would still be a big deal because we haven't had that told to the American people that a president's ever lived through that. Secondly, this specific spying, will you acknowledge this, a simple yes, no, spying can be nefarious?
Yeah, by this if we're going to operate off of this definition, yeah, I could say it could be nefarious. It could not be nefarious.
So then, given the specifics of this one, was this spying nefarious?
I don't think so. It sounds like it's kind of routine, run-of-the-mill law enforcement.
Then explain why an IG concluded it was illegal.
Yeah, but just because something is illegal doesn't mean that it's nefarious. So I can give you an example of this too. Let's say a police officer had what he considered a random suspicion that something was going on inside of a house. He followed his intuition. He kicked in a door. I wouldn't say that he did anything nefarious or even anything problematic, but it could still be ruled as being an illegal action.
Nefarious maybe I would concede in that problematic. It would certainly be problematic, at least from a legal standpoint.
Yeah, it could be problematic legally, but I'm not saying. But I don't think it's nefarious.
When we see that it's illegal, and then when we see that also the IG report and other reports and things that you could see publicly yourself shows that at the top level of the FBI there was a clear bias against Donald Trump, including one of the agents that was the on-the-ground person tasked with investigating him and Hillary Clinton, talking about the need for a quote insurance policy to prevent Donald Trump from coming into office. When you see that they then took illegal action to spy on the president of the United States' team, it's clear that it was with nefarious intent. It's clear that it was illegal. It's clear that it was unprecedented, and it's clear that it shows that this deep state that you would mock me for saying actually exists.
I hate to break in, but okay, you're referring to the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act's warrants that were given during the time, right? Is that what you're referring to?
Correct.
What exactly makes these warrants illegal?
Because the signing off on, but there was various things, such as the procedures that the FBI had to follow were not followed. So 117 times they violated what's called the Woods procedure, which is that you need to constantly recheck the evidence that you're using to ensure that FISA warrant was obtained.
So then,
let me finish.
It's just procedurally illegal, but that doesn't mean that it was actually the intent of it was wrong.
No, that's
Rob.
not true. That's not true.
It is true.
Like, let me give you a specific. This is what the IG. So there are two. One, we've actually found someone criminally guilty. His name is Kevin Kleinsmith. What he did was change language to say the opposite of the truth in order to obtain the warrant. They asked the CIA if Carter Page worked with them to go after Russian assets. The CIA sent an email that basically said yes, and Kevin Kleinsmith changed that to say no. So that was actually, he was found criminally accountable for that. The example that was more egregious that the IG Horowitz gave, though, was the fact that the primary subsource was a suspected Russian spy by the name of Igor Dushenko, who made most of the salacious allegations and criminal allegations and was working with Hillary Clinton's team to do this.
Yeah, that's what informants do.
Okay,
that's what informants do.
So let me finish real quick, since we're bringing this up. What happened was the IG was shocked that they never actually attempted to contact Dushenko to see if his story was true. When they finally did, after the warrant was, I believe, accepted twice, before the third time the warrant was accepted, they reached out to the subsource, who basically told them, oh, that was just all bar talk. Yeah, I don't have any proof for any of this. What the FBI did was went to the FISA court and said, we talked to the primary subsource, and we feel that he's telling the truth. What the IG was startled by was he didn't tell the FISA court that what they felt he was telling the truth about was that it was all bullshit. They left that part out. That shows nefarious intent. That is clearly intentionally sandbagging.
I don't think it. I don't think it does. I don't think.
How does this help you prove that Biden's a better choice than Trump?
Okay, well, if you want to move off the point, we can.
I'm happy to talk about it all night.
I'll go. But what I'll do is I'll go ahead and I'll just give a quick close here, and we can move on to immigration if you're fine with that. But again, that doesn't actually show nefarious intent. It shows that there's processing errors. All you're doing is giving me illegal processing errors. You had never actually demonstrated there was anything wrong with the FBI or CIA or any intelligence agency tapping a person's phone just because they happen to be in the Trump administration if they were in the midst of committing crimes.
What was the crime they were committing?
That's totally okay. They're under the suspicion of committing crimes. They're under the suspicion of it.
And what was the proof of that?
Well, again, it's a suspicion. So you go to court under suspicion. You can't prove crimes when they're under suspicion. You do this with drug dealers all the time, Rob. They're under suspicion, and so you give them surveillance so you can prove the crime.
That's specifically not how FISA warrants work. A FISA warrant, you have to re-up. They're only good for 3 months. At least these ones were only good for 3 months, and you have to continually check your information. Before we spy on an American, let alone a part of a presidential team, we should make sure that the evidence we're using is at least attempted to be verified.
They're not above the law.
Of course not.
And by the way, it was my close, and he interrupted me like a typical conservative because you won't even let me get through the argument, Rob.
Some call that Alpha Chad.
Yeah,
that's what
do you
some
think
would
maybe
call
you
me.
can calm the fuck down during my close? Like I've been nice enough to let you do Spurg. Okay, so anyway, back before I was so fucking rudely interrupted by a fucking anarchist over here, let me try to put this in the best way I possibly can. Rob has not demonstrated there was anything actually which was intentionally illegal. Only things which were ruled as being process. They were illegal by process. Of an illegal action by process, that's it. But there's nothing wrong or unjustified if somebody's under suspicion of a crime with surveilling them. One of the ways that you do that is electronic. It's a much ado about nothing. Barr was never able to prove it. ever. He was in front of Congress, couldn't prove it. Said that all of this was going on. Never gave us the evidence that this was going on. And it was a complete nothing burger. Still is a complete nothing burger. And I'll close on this section there.
All right, I'll just take 20 seconds if you don't mind. We already had a proven illegal action that occurred, intent, which was Kevin Kleinsmith being arrested. The fact that they
You're a
did
bigot.
attempt to...
You're a fucking bigot.
What do you mean? It's
way.
my opinion that he was charged and found guilty of that crime?
Yeah, whatever, dude. Bigot.
Yeah, that's what I thought. OnlyFans Andrew here.
Bring me another drink so I can deal with this fucking. Like, you know what? I can't even call you what you are on YouTube.
Are you drinking? What are you drinking? A nice Merlot or something?
Just make your fucking clothes, Rob. Make your fucking clothes.
Interrupting like a good little Chad conservative there, huh? Yeah, and you could see the fact that they were talking about insurance policies. Look, none of this. Again, Andrew hasn't made one offensive argument for Biden. This is just making my arguments to show how corrupt these institutions are. They've been for years and years. Trump was considered a potential outsider, and that's the reason to vote for him again on these specific issues. If you want your voice to matter and not unelected bureaucrats, people in our cultural institutions, etc., then you need to ensure that people like the Biden administration don't maintain power. This is a crucial election because we can see that they're amping it up right now. They're going to start censoring people online more and more like me, not people like the lefties on the Crucible, which they'll no doubt promote with Brianna Wu and Progressive Victory PAC.
Okay, fine. I'm happy to move on to illegal immigration. And let's talk about how the wall not only didn't work, that Trump never put in a wall, but instead it ended up being a criminal conspiracy between Roger Stone and another guy who embezzled a ton of money using his military status as a veteran to do so, all signed off by the corrupt Trump administration. And on top of that, Trump was not effective at all on illegal immigration. His use claimed at the beginning when I said Biden has deported far more illegals than Trump ever thought of. I mean, it's significantly higher. You said, well, that's because he's opening it up so more can come in. Well, I'm sorry, Rob, that doesn't logically follow. There was still a large pool of illegals that Trump still could have deported, even if he wasn't letting more illegals in. That makes no fucking sense. It's an incoherent, logical position. Trump still could have deported just as many as Biden, even if I were to grant that Biden lets more in.
The ones that are being deported aren't people that have been here for years and years. There's a solid argument to be made that maybe Trump should have went outside the bounds of what Republican leadership was suggesting and tried to issue an executive order that would have no doubt been shot down by the courts to start deporting the millions upon millions of illegals that are already here. It's probably something he should have done. Reason for criticism. However, the illegals that are being deported by Biden aren't those people either. They're being deported specifically from a pool of people that are coming across the border and don't meet the very loose criteria that is allowing those people to stay. The difference is Trump was trying to build a wall that Republican leadership and Democratic leadership were sabotaging, including calling it racist, to which they then want to build a wall now. And Trump actually did a good job of trying to advocate for getting that wall spent. The idea that Roger Stone
he advocated for it.
Are you gonna interrupt my opinion? The idea that he's responsible for Roger Stone, I thought it was Steve Bannon that was involved in this sort of scheme with allegedly money.
I'm sorry, you're right. It was Steve Bannon, not Stone.
That's private people doing things. That's different than government money that Trump, he doesn't control the power of the purse. He was trying to get feckless Republicans.
He endorsed it, Rob.
He was trying to get feckless Republicans that are actually antithetical to the wishes of their own constituents to actually force through some sort of border spending, which they were unwilling to do, just like they were unwilling to do for decades before Trump, because they actually see utility in the open borders as well. So Trump was doing a better job. He was sabotaged by people like Biden. Biden ran on the promise. I'll finish. Biden basically ran on the promise of opening up the border, said that it shouldn't be illegal or a crime to try to come here illegally. And as a result, we've seen historic numbers of people that are coming. The idea that we should find some sort of solace in that he sent a small handful back, his percentage that he sent back that has come over the border significantly lower than the percentage Trump sent. And Trump was actually having policies like Remain in Mexico, which meant less people were coming anyways. The proof's in the pudding. You could buy the gaslighting and spin. We could see how many illegals are coming here under Biden. We could see that he's issuing policies trying to effectively give them amnesty. Right now, we can see that Chuck Schumer admitted that that's ultimately the goal, to try to give these people a path to citizenship. It is about replacing compliant and having a compliant population in this country and making the government the god amongst everything else, which would mean that Christianity, family values, etc., will be placed on the back burner for their global.
Oh, that's funny. How would having a bunch of Hispanic immigrants who are Catholic be an effective deterrent against Christian values, Rob?
because the theory is the Democrats are banking on is that they will continue to vote for Democrats which have secular policies because they'll be more concerned about remaining in the United States, and they're afraid that a politician from the other side that would say no, we have to have a secure border
doesn't really make a lot of sense, and let me explain
Certainly
why.
does.
Okay, so starting with this, by the second or third generation, these Hispanics are becoming more and more and more conservative. We see this all over the country. We see inside of the states which are Hispanic, now becoming Hispanic strongholds, are moving more and more red, not more and more blue. It's only the first generations. And the thing is why? Because they're bringing in those Catholic values. You make this kind of crazy ass claim. Well, this is antithetical to Christendom and Christian ethics. How could it be? If you are immigrating people from Christian nations who are Catholics, how would that be antithetical to Christian values? One. Two, you still haven't demonstrated why it is that Biden, who's massively deporting these people, I mean, en masse deporting them. Right now, you have a refugee crisis because of the drug wars and all sorts of other things which are going on south of the border. Okay, he's removing them as fast as he can, but he has refugees he has to deal with. So I don't know how you expect him to deal with this refugee crisis. What do you want him to do? Do you want him to razor wire the border with machine guns, Rob?
Yeah,
is that what you want him to do?
That'd be a great first
against
step.
Refugees, Rob?
I don't think they should shoot them, but they should put a wall.
Is that Christian, Rob?
Yes, it's absolutely.
It is?
Yes.
It's Christian. It's Christian to take barbed wire, razor wire, and line your border with razor wire and machine guns for people who are fleeing a war zone.
Yes, it is a Christian.
Yes.
I'll explain. It is a Christian ethic to look out for the people that you're responsible for, your family unit first. The role of the government is basically an extension of that. The government exists solely at the pleasure and the service of the people that are citizens of this country. They do not have a moral obligation to look through the well-being of people outside it. Just like as
but
a
it's
father,
not antithetical to Christian ethics.
Just like as a father, you should not harm your children because you feel you have a moral imperative to help your neighbor's kids. And so, yes, it is within Christian ethics to want to have a secure border.
Ethic.
That's not libertarian.
No,
in fact, many libertarians argue for open borders.
I just asked you. So what if many of them do? It doesn't mean they're arguing correctly, right? It doesn't mean they're actually arguing based on their moral prism. I asked you specifically. Here's the specific question. How is it antithetical to? Not why can you do it under Christian ethics? Why shouldn't you do it under Christian ethics? Why is it bad to do under Christian ethics?
Why is it bad to have open borders under Christian ethics?
No, why is it bad? Why is it bad to allow refugees to come in and process refugees from war zones, Rob? Why would that be bad?
Not necessarily would it be a bad thing. The problem is that it's being the problem is the way that it's being entailed. There's a lot of things that hypothetically could be good or bad. For example, it could be good or bad to help your neighbor. If it comes at the expense of helping your own family, then it's bad. If it doesn't and it actually helps your family to help your neighbor, then it would be a good thing.
Why would that be bad if it came at the expense of you and your family?
Because Christian ethics would be that you look out for yourself and your relationship first. As a father and as a husband, you should be protecting yourself. You should be protecting
Wait. No. There's all sorts of effects that happen inside of Christian communities which directly affect negatively people for the good of the greater community, Rob. What the hell are you talking about?
That's not a moral position. That is not a Christian position.
Yeah, why is it an unchristian position?
Because the idea of intentionally harming your family as a husband and father whose job it is through Christianity to protect your family, to intentionally harm your family to benefit other families is antithetical to what Christianity
Yeah, but this is okay, but no, I don't think so, because let's say, for instance, there was a food crisis in the United States.
You're a Christian, by the way?
But I can speak to Christian ethics. So let's say there was a food crisis. Are you?
Yes, a bad one.
A bad one. Okay, so
I believe Jesus is the Son of God.
So the point is, though, is that if you're discussing this, right, if you were to have, like, let's say a food crunch or something like this, why would it be antithetical to cycle food around to Christian ethics, knowing that that could mean less food for you and your family? That doesn't sound like an unethical position from Christianity.
If it causes harm to your family, it would.
That would be harm.
Yeah. No. If the Let me
How would that not be harm?
Let me throw you a bone a little. If the harm that was caused would be minimal, right? And so it's such a low level of harm that it doesn't do any sort of permanent harm, then perhaps you could make an argument for tightening your belt a little to help a neighbor. But what we're talking about is different than that.
But that's harm, Rob.
No,
that's harm, Rob.
What you've done is, right, you're taking a position and saying, isn't it true that sometimes helping your neighbor could be a good thing, which I've conceded that absolutely can be the case. And you say, therefore, we need to take refugees, which is ignoring the specific situation as it's playing out right now, which is the vast bulk of these people aren't refugees, they're economic migrants. They're overwhelming our refugee system. And here's the problem. It is not
Why
me.
couldn't you be
It is not me that is immoral. It is the people like you that have openly advocated for these sort of open border policies, slapping in the face of the laws
There's
that we
no
put on.
open border policy.
Please, let me finish. Right?
Tell me the open border policy.
Okay.
Tell it to me.
Okay, I'll tell you. Here's the open border
I'll pull
policy.
it up right now. Go ahead.
Okay. Anyone who comes here with an asylum claim has to be processed and left within the United States.
That's not an open border policy, Rob.
Of course
no, it's not.
Of course,
no, it's not.
Yes.
No, they
Yes.
can. They're no. Are they?
It is.
Are they violating the law by not showing up to their hearing?
What does the law have to do with whether or not it's open border?
Well, that's not open borders then.
Of course it is. Anyone
No,
who
open
wants
borders
to get in
is you
can
cross
by
the
saying-
border with complete impunity or you don't.
That's not true.
That's open border. Yeah,
It's
it
not
is true.
Open border.
It is true.
Now, for someone who couldn't define the word spy, I think it's interesting that you want to argue semantics here. I would define open border as a border that could be crossed by anyone.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what we have.
Okay. No, we don't.
Yes.
Our border, the laws say you're not supposed to be able to cross by
but
anyone.
that's what the laws say, but that's not how in effect
So
it's
then we don't
practiced.
have an open border, Rob.
Of course we do. The semantic
No, you
argument,
don't.
of course we do.
This is not even rhetorically good from your angle. We do not have an open border. We are deporting en masse people who are here illegally. There are asylum seekers, but the United States policy has always been if there's asylum seekers that we process them and do something with them. They're coming in such numbers, asylum seekers. What can we do? Where do you want to put them,
Let me
Rob?
ask you a hypothetical. I know it's difficult for you lefties. Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you about breakfast. So follow with me here for a second. Let's assume that there's a country that literally doesn't have a
I did have breakfast this morning.
Well, I knew. Let's assume there's a country that on purpose announces, we don't even have a border. We don't even have border guards, right? Okay? Following me? Anyone who walks across the border is allowed. But they do deport people. They say, no, we do think there are certain things you could do that we send you back. Is that country open border?
Repeat it. Let me make sure I get it right.
There's no guards, anything like that in the border. Literally anyone for any reason that wants to walk across can. But there are certain laws within the country that we say, hey, if we don't like what you do, we can send you out of the country. Is that open border?
No.
Why not?
Because you still have to obey the laws inside of the nation, which say you can't be there. And so if they come and collect you and remove you from their nation because you crossed the border illegally, how would that be open?
Because anyone who wants to cross may do so, and they're specifically acknowledging that they're not.
But they
protecting the
don't.
border.
They're stopped at the border constantly and turned away, Rob, all over the fucking United States. This is the case in all the southern states. They have border patrol everywhere. It's clearly not an open border.
I understand you ate breakfast. I understand.
Working triple. Yeah, been working triple overtime shifts. Getting these people, nailing them at the border, turning them back, or carting them back across. We see this day after day after day. It's not that we don't have border guards. That's insane. They're all over the fucking border, Rob.
And so what you can see is, like the classic lefty, he can't engage in a hypothetical situation. He ate breakfast, and so as soon as he's pinned to the fact of how absurd
it still wouldn't be an open border under the hypothetical
border, he says, but there are people at the border doing this.
Okay.
Right, gotcha.
Then let me ask you this. Let me ask you this in exchange, okay? If you're asking me this hypothetical, let's just say I grant it.
Okay.
You know what? If the border is wide open with zero guards whatsoever, nobody patrolling it ever, right? The entire border is this way. Let's just say I called that an open border. Okay. That's not our border, right?
What do you mean our border?
The United States border with Mexico?
Way things are not,
that is not our border with Mexico,
correct.
Is it?
Great. You're starting to understand
even
what
if I were to grant
is.
it, then who gives a shit?
The argument is, I'm trying to use a hypothetical to point out this absurdity of your semantic argument, right? And so your
hypothetical was absurd.
Your argument seemed to be what you were talking specifically, why I use this hypothetical, was the fact that people are deported proves that we can't be open borders. So I gave a hypothetical situation that forced you to admit, okay, I can see
No,
a
it still wouldn't be open border. I literally said it still would not be an open border.
Uninterested in the semantic argument. We have a
I'm sure you are.
We have
because I answered direct to your hypothetical. Hang on, I just want to let you know what happened.
Okay,
I
go
answered
for it.
not only directly to your hypothetical,
You did
said
not.
no, it wouldn't be. Yeah, I did. I said no, it still wouldn't be. No, my exact word, no.
You have
It
no
still
reason
wouldn't
that
be.
it wouldn't be.
It still wouldn't be
Of course
an
it would.
open border because you would have to be in obeyance with the laws and be deported. So the answer would be no. But even if we were to grant this, even if we were to grant that it would be an open border, we clearly still don't have one, Rob. So how is that even a fucking argument?
You don't have an argument in a hypothetical why that wouldn't be an open border. The point that the hypothetical was
I
seeking
gave
to
you my
illustrate-
argument. You want me to
What's
give
the
you
argument again?
The
It's-
argument is you would still be in obeyance with the laws, and the law's intent was that the border was not open, or there wouldn't be laws.
That's untrue, right? You could have
It's not
you could
untrue.
have any
It is
sort,
true.
You could have any sort of community that is quote open. You could have a house that's open, a town that's open, any sort of community, and there could be laws within that say, but we'll kick you out if you do things that we don't like. Kicking someone out is not indicative as to whether or not
That's
it was
such a
open in the
smuggle.
first.
You smuggle.
It's not.
Okay, this
You're
is
the
the
person
worst
making
smuggle. This
semantic
is the
arguments.
worst smuggle I've ever seen. So he says,
It's the
if
point
the
of the
town says,
hypothetical.
if you come in and you do certain things, we'll kick you out. Okay, here's the certain thing they kick you out for: crossing the fucking border. That's the
true.
thing you get kicked out for.
That's not true
Yes,
at all.
it is true.
That's not true.
If you illegally cross the border, you're supposed to be removed and taken back to your country of origin. It's called deportation. Biden does tons and tons of it. The guards are picking them up at the border every single day by tens of thousands. And this is what's actually happening.
see if I
What you
got
did in your hypothetical was you smuggled this in. You said, oh, so it's an open border because the laws say you can cross the border, but when you get here, if you violate XYZ law, then we'll deport you. Okay, you already violated the XYZ law, which is you're not allowed to cross the border. That's why it's not open, Rob.
That's not true. The people aren't being kicked out purely because they cross the border. If that's the case, then why isn't everyone that illegally crosses the border sent back?
Because there's so many of them, you can't round them all up in
That's
a fucking
not
day or a
true.
week or a month or a year.
So your argument is that the Biden administration's diligently attempting to round up the hundreds of thousands of people that come a month that are coming illegally, right? They're trying to do
They're
that.
exporting far more of them than Trump ever did.
That's not true. What's happening
It is true.
Let's see if I could use these terms correctly. I might screw this up. I shouldn't even use the terms. But we have de jure and de facto. We have de facto open borders, even though the laws say that there are certain laws that need to be applied. The fact is because the United States government is funding NGOs that are telling millions of illegal immigrants the things they need to say to get access to cross the border.
Well,
and
that's
then
really
remain
weird.
here.
The government's funding what?
NGOs.
You mean non-government organizations?
Correct.
Okay, and which non-government organizations are they funding?
There's a litany of them.
Which one? Name one.
Andrew's mom for open Hispanics.
Oh, good one, Rob.
Yeah,
Name
I
one of
tried.
these NGOs that's actually putting in policies to say, "Oh, you could, we're going to fund you coming in. We're going to do whatever you want. Just give me one. Don't Google it, fucker. Give me
I'm not
one."
Googling, and I'll be straight up. I have a list of the NGOs that I've written about before on my home computer. I don't have it in front of me, but I'm not going to bullshit you and claim that I have the names specifically in the top. It's irrelevant as to whether or not they exist. Is it your argument that you're trying to make because I can't name a specific name that that there are no NGOs
It
that are
seems
instructing
very
people?
central. It seems very central to your argument that there's NGO think tanks which are somehow subverting fucking border policy. It's
true.
But you can't name a single one.
Right. I
That's
don't
pretty
have to-
convenient, Rob. That's pretty convenient.
So your argument
Is
is
that part of
because-
the shadow government, Mr. Tinfoil Hat?
Yeah,
Is that part of the swamp?
In effect, it is part of the swamp. This is something that occurs all the time. The United States State Department intelligence agencies fund NGOs to do policies that our government's legally not allowed to do. This is how color revolutions occur around the world. This is how the policies that you're talking about that are leading to immigrants coming here occur so often. There are NGOs that go down that are financed by the United States government
That you
tell
can't
these
name.
people. That's true. I don't have their specific name in front of me. That tell these people specifically what they need to say to make an amnesty claim. Once that amnesty claim is made, then it's in effect an open border, and they're allowed to come in. That's why we see the hundreds of thousands of people here, and that's why you hear Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden.
And what is
talking
your
about
proof that
policies
the
lead
government, that the federal government is funding these non-government organizations? What's your evidence of this?
the budgets that show it?
What budgets that show that they're funding which NGOs which are doing this,
I don't
Rob?
have the specifics in front of me.
Yeah, of course
what
you
the
don't.
specifics are.
Of course you don't.
But
Came to a debate completely unprepared to
That's
talk about a pivotal point of immigration. Good job, Rob.
it's not a pivotal point. It is a point that
Immigration's
is
not a pivotal
true.
point.
No,
That was
immigration's
literally one of the biggest points of the Trump administration was that they were
Can
going to
you-
stop illegal immigration.
No, immigration is certainly a big issue. This specific point about these NGOs and needing to know their specific names is not a pivotal point. No. Again, let's just ask you. Let's just ask you this clear cut.
The funders do what?
Do you acknowledge that illegal immigration is a problem? It seems to be that's the stance you're taking.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Is it worse under Biden or Trump?
It was worse under Trump.
That's a lie. The numbers
It's not a lie.
prove that you're wrong.
It's not a lie. Not only that, not only was it worse under Trump, he did less to remove them.
What metric are you
he also promised us a wall, which he did not deliver on.
What metric? Okay, you just said illegal immigration is a problem. You say it's worse under Trump. What metric are you using?
I'm using the metric of deportation.
Okay, so what's a problem about illegal immigration? Why do you call it a problem?
Well, because I think that it doesn't comply with the spirit of the law of being, waiting your turn in line to become a citizen of the United States.
Okay, so that's a bullshit answer. The real problem.
How is that a bullshit answer?
Because it's just
is that not a problem?
It's a problem, but it's certainly nowhere near the top of why it's a problem.
I would say that most people you asked, if you said, why is illegal immigration a problem? They would say, because illegal immigrants who have waited for years in line to become a member of the United States, they get jumped over by illegals coming in, taking their spot. I would say that that's the number one moral argument you can make, Rob.
The moral argument, right, would be irrelevant to why it's a significant problem in this country. It's a significant.
I don't think so.
I disagree. I think that the big problem is the overwhelming nature of the mass amount of illegal immigration we have. But even if we accept your argument, okay, so then the people skipping line, are there more people skipping line under Biden or Trump?
It is true that there has been a greater influx of illegals moving in to take advantage of the United States. However, let me give you a quick counter here to this. We don't actually know how widespread the illegal immigration was during the lockdowns because tons and tons were coming in to take advantage of the Trump administration, literally giving these packages, these incentive packages, monetary packages, to people who came in and claimed they were citizens. Very little checks done on this, by the way. Almost everybody who applied for COVID relief got it, including tons and tons and tons of illegals. He offered us essentially an incentive, and we have no idea because of the lockdowns. Governments were locked down, Border Patrol's locked, almost everybody is, okay? You only had core infrastructure that was out there. They were literally laying people off in the Border Patrol agencies because they were afraid of getting infected. We don't actually know what the numbers were. It could be that under the Trump administration during the lockdowns, more came over here to take advantage of that than you think. We don't know for sure. We see this influx now. That's true. But there's a variety of reasons why that's going on. And Biden's certainly shipping them the fuck out as fast as he can to a way higher tune than Trump ever was.
Okay, first off, you have no evidence whatsoever that we can't trust to a large degree the immigration numbers during COVID, but we can trust them at other times. That's absurd.
I can logically demonstrate it.
You have no evidence of it whatsoever.
I can logically demonstrate it.
You could claim to have logically demonstrated it, but
if you and I agree with the logical demonstration, then I've demonstrated it.
Okay, part of your logical demonstration would be that there were less Border Patrol people working because of COVID restrictions, correct? Overall, far less government working, period. What's that have anything to do?
I'm going to explain it to you. This means less drones. This means less ways for you to catalog these things.
Prove it.
This means it would logically follow that if you have less manpower due to COVID, that you would be able to catalog these things correctly less.
You're making an assertion, which is during lockdown.
Does that not logically follow to you?
No, because the problem is, I'm explaining, because it's based on an assertion you're making that there were less government employees in these sectors, particularly border secure ICE agents.
There was, for sure there was. I can give you the number. Yeah, that I can do.
Good.
On the retraction, I'll pull it up for you. One second here.
Also, I'd like you to find the numbers. What was the percentage of the people that came across
the border? Hang on, one thing at a time, Mr. King Gish Galloper. You think we can do one thing at a time?
While you were on your Google machine there.
You asked me to Google it.
You're the one who made this pivotal point. I assumed you would have it in front of you. You asked me not to Google an NGO's
I didn't.
name.
It was your point I was responding to. You said, go ahead and Google it and show it.
No, you.
We've got about 2 minutes left. Let's try to wrap this up, please.
Okay, well, just very quickly, this was part of the U.S. Border Patrol Customs COVID-19 relief on imports exports. They talk about retracting up to 1/3 of the total of Border Patrol agents in administration. Now, I guess, Rob, I can grant for the sake of argument for the sake of argument, even that somehow they were able to keep the finest record keeping, even while retracting 1/3 of the totality of their workforce. But don't you think that that's a fucking stretch, dude?
No.
No?
You were probably the same guy saying when Elon Musk fired like 80% of Twitter that it was going to collapse too, and then it ran swimmingly.
Oh, okay, Rob. Well, did you want less or more Border Patrol agents?
Do
you want less or more Border Patrol agents?
I would want more. However,
you would want more. Why?
Well, let me finish. Right?
Yeah, you finish.
Right.
Go ahead.
I would want more. However, if I had to choose between more funding to them and more agents that were continually hamstrung, like the Biden administration is doing to them, or less that were allowed to actually do their job, I would choose less. Right? And didn't the stat you read said Border Patrol
under the Trump administration? You think that less of them are doing their job?
I think that they were allowed to do their job better and keep people on the Mexican side.
And if they had more staffing, they would do the job even more better than that,
so
right, Rob?
The people that are experts, such as the Border Patrol Union, talks continuously about how Biden is intentionally sabotaging them and tying their hands. Even to the point where Biden's administration, remember when he promoted the hoax of the Border Patrol agent on the horse that was lassoing
this
the noble
is just a diatribe. It's not answering to my query.
I gave specific,
this is not answering my query. Listen,
testimony
here's the query.
from the actual workers that said that they're being hamstrung by Biden in ways that Trump.
This is the most bad-faced shit ever. Answer to the query. If you would want more Border Patrol rather than less Border Patrol underneath Trump, it's because you think that having more Border Patrol agents out there makes it far more effective in cataloging, finding them, deporting them, knowing where they are, knowing where they aren't. That's why you would want more. That's why we all know that that's exactly why you would want more. And yet in this, when I say, okay, they retracted it, but they have perfect cataloging still, you're like, yes. What the fuck are you talking about?
I didn't say they had perfect. By the way,
well, then, Rob,
I didn't say they had perfect.
There's a good example here that there could be far more illegals who came in under Trump than is ever reported due to the fact that we had these lockdowns. And I did just logically demonstrate that to you, right?
True at all. Did not what you read say that there were less Border Patrol administrators by a third?
Yes, that's true.
Did it say Border Patrol agents?
It wasn't clear what the admixture was, but for sure there was less Border Patrol agents. But Rob, Border Patrol agents are going to act in an administrative fashion as well. When you say I want more border security, that's going to include administrators. Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Rob. How do you process without administration?
Right. The administrators are bean counters. There is no evidence. I'll look for you to provide evidence that suggests that the actual people that were there when people were crossing the border, or in the case of Remain in Mexico that came as a result of the lockdowns where we are keeping more people on that side of the border, that somehow that they weren't adequately doing their job, even though there doesn't seem to be any evidence you suggested that there were less of those people. Again, this is all just stretching and gaslighting. It's easy for anyone to
They had an incentive to come here, Rob. Are you saying they had no incentive to come here when you're handing out these COVID relief packages to the tunes of tens of thousands of dollars to people to stay at home and sit on their asses? And those were going to illegals. We know that they were going to illegals. We know tons of those packages went to illegals. How the fuck could you say there was no incentive for them to come and that you had the same administrative power to track them? How could you ever say that? Well, then I'm logically demonstrating to you that, of course, the chances that if there's an incentive, they came in and we couldn't track it, Rob.
What you're doing is, right, you're talking about things that are fundamentally true. Yes, there is an incentive. That incentive is non-unique. The incentive to come to the United States from these sort of people has existed always. It may fluctuate up and down, but that incentive's always existed.
That's a little bit more incentive.
The idea that you say, because there was money being handed out in this unique situation, maybe even though we have no evidence of it, that millions flooded that we're just unaware of, which is bullshit. And then furthermore, right, to further prove this, what would be a bigger incentive? Donald Trump, who was telling these illegals, you have to remain in Mexico, we're not going to accept you, and his Border Patrol agents and Border Patrol Union said that he was attempting that and giving them free rein to do that, or the Biden administration, which ran on the promise of allowing all of these people in, to the tune that the Border Patrol agents say that we're being intentionally hamstrung, and when they interview illegal immigrants, continuously say the reason we're here is because Biden and the Democrats told us we could come.
They said under Trump they were still intentionally hamstrung, Rob.
I love this about Democrats. I love this, right? The numbers are always to be trusted. Trust the science, trust the government, until the numbers go in a direction you don't like.
That's a straw man.
It's not true. The objective reality.
It's a straw man. I gave you an objective, logical argument you have not refuted.
You've given no evidence for it. You've talking about a potential hypothetical that you haven't. You've talked about a potential hypothetical that you're trying to build a logic tree about, that there are so many holes in it's laughable. And you're saying because it is potential.
Sure, yeah.
Right, for example, if there was an incentive, people could have came, right? Theoretically, that could happen. If some administrators went down, couldn't that mean that they didn't have an accurate count of the numbers? Yes, but I don't understand if there were just as many border. But it could mean that. So therefore, we should ignore all the numbers that show that we have an immigration crisis unlike this country has ever seen.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rob. You got caught in a logical demonstration, which you completely and totally fucking agreed with, and now you're backtracking, going, "Oh, there's tons of holes in it," even though I could never point one out.
I just did.
Point one out.
Okay. You have no evidence whatsoever that says less administrators would mean that there wouldn't be, and it would be a wildly inaccurate count.
Okay, Rob, does it stand to reason that the reason that you want more Border Patrol agents at the border, which would include administrators, is because you think that they could more easily track, find, and deport illegal immigrants, Rob?
I would say that if given the proper circumstances...
Yes or no, Rob?
I would say yes. If they're allowed to
then
do
I
their
logically
job.
Demonstrated it to you.
That's not true.
It
It's
is
not
true.
You have not... I don't think... In fact, I'll go so far as to say this. I'll bet... Would you acknowledge that it seems that with our federal government that there's been a massive exponential increase in administrators compared to on-the-ground jobs? Yes or no? Yes or no?
The department.
Yes or no?
No,
Okay,
it doesn't
so
seem
name me an
obvious to me.
department.
No.
Name me a department that you don't think that there's been an exponential increase in administrators. Go ahead.
The Border Patrol.
That's not true.
No?
No, that's certainly
so then
not
Biden's
true.
doing what you want and increasing the amount of Border Patrol to deport people? Great, Rob. Another logical demonstration for Andrew was right. Another logical demonstration for Andrew was right.
You're truly living in an alternate reality. I'll finish this point real quick, Sparky. No, what I'm saying is it is absolutely true that the percentage of on-the-ground workers to administrators in the Border Patrol, just like almost every other institution of government in this country, has massively increased. That there are way more administrators now than there were percentage-wise 30 years ago. And so, yes, I think that we probably could cut back on some of the administrators. However, we probably should have more actual on-the-ground ICE agents. The bigger problem is allowing these ICE agents and Border Patrol, to actually do their job. That's the bigger problem. We could have
track.
That is bullshit.
How are you going to process? If you have more Border Patrol agents who are collecting more of these illegal immigrants, they have to be processed, Rob. If you're going to process them, you're going to need more administrators, and you're going to need more sergeants, and you're going to need more desk jockeys in order to route them, and you're going to need more people flying fucking drones to spot them, and then you're going to need more paperwork tracking. It is fucking true.
That's not true.
Hold on. You can respond in your closing statements. We've already gone 3 minutes over.
All right.
Made sure Andrew got the last word there. Rob, you will start off with closing statements. You'll have 7 minutes, and we will allow Andrew, since he is the challenger, to finish the debate with his closing statement.
Okay, so I will say that Andrew does a convincing facsimile of a Democrat here, because what it constantly is ignore the objective reality. The guy probably couldn't define to you what a woman is. He'll be telling you that, all of a sudden that things like, age of consent and all that, we don't know about any of that, and, anyone could marry anyone, etc., etc. Thank God we didn't get into an incest conversation, which I know he is like to do. So what he wants you to do is ignore the objective reality that we see in all of these things. I will say, I give him credit for trying to gaslight an audience, but step back and ask yourself this. This dude had total control to talk about the topics he wanted that was going to prove that Biden was better than Trump. He has not outlined one offensive position, right? Everything that he talked about was, well, it's not as bad as some may think, right? Like the FBI spying on Trump and all of that stuff. What was the point of that? Those people that are running the Biden administration that are part and parcel to him because he's just a dementia-addled old man, he's like, well, it wasn't quite as bad as you would think. They didn't spy directly on Trump. How does that give me incentive to vote for Biden over Trump? Or when we started talking about the border, all he could say is, well, maybe for all we know, the numbers, we shouldn't trust them because they were way worse under Trump. We just didn't know about it. We just didn't know. It's laughable. Everyone can see this sort of, trick that he's trying to employ to gaslight you, but the numbers are there. It's evident what's going on. And it makes sense also anecdotally when you see that Biden provided the incentive where he told them to all come here, which is exactly what happened. That's what the Democrat... Remember, no Democrat in that debate stage in 2020 raised their hand when they said, should it be a crime to cross the border illegally? They all said no. They talked about all the benefits that they were going to give illegal schooling, healthcare benefits, etc., and about the moral imperative to do so. And it makes sense when we talk to the Border Patrol, they say how bad Biden's been. And it makes sense when we talk to the illegals, they talk about, we're here because Biden and the Democrats said we could be here. So we see on that realm of things how bad things were. We didn't talk about the economy much there, but I understand why, because it's another indefensible position, which would have just resulted in Andrew doing the same thing that Democrats always do, to tell you to not look at the actual numbers, forget about the fact that you're actually paying 50 to 80% more for a bunch of staples that you need, but trust us, because the strategic reserve's been lowered a little, things are going okay. Foreign policy-wise, like, what's the argument? What argument did he make that Biden's doing a good job? He spent all this time hemming and hawing about the petrodollar and things like that. It's indisputable. Take a step back and ask yourself these questions. Is the country better off now than it was in like 2019? It's not even close. Foreign policy, things are a disaster. We have war that's coming on so many fronts. With Trump, we had no new wars. Wasn't perfect, but we had no new wars that were declared. We had historic Middle East peace deals. With Biden, we have conflict in the Middle East that we haven't seen for decades. We have Russia invading Ukraine. We have Russian warships off the coast of the United States. We have BRICS nations that are coming together. We have Saudi Arabia getting off the petrodollar. We have China aggressing. All of these things are occurring. None of this happened under Trump. But we're told, forget all that. Forget all that. Joe Biden's a true statesman. He's doing a great job. He's doing great. What position did Andrew argue on foreign policy that makes you trust Biden and ignore all this evidence that we see as opposed to Donald Trump? Then when it came to sort of Trump's fecklessness, okay, sure, Trump didn't drain the swamp as well as he did. He has no good answer for Biden is literally a representative of the swamp. If we're conceding that the swamp is bad, would I take a guy that might fail in trying to fight them or a guy that is actively promoting them? Clearly, I'm going to take the guy that might fail. And Andrew basically says, when you really pry into it, it's a good thing. It's a good thing that the generals didn't listen to him. It's a good thing that these unelected bureaucrats made these decisions. And make no mistake about it, these unelected bureaucrats don't give a shit about you. They care about maintaining their own power. And that's also why they want things like open borders. In the beginning, he talked about the morality of Joe Biden versus Donald Trump. Again, he had nothing to say about the actual policies. If we're accepting that we want sort of Christian ethics to be promoted in this country, he has nothing to say other than Trump slept with a porn star and ignore all the things that Biden did because I don't really believe them. And yet, he ignores the fact the active promotion from the Biden administration from all of these secular policies, including abortions on demand, including locking up people that are protesting abortions, including the sexuality of children, including DEI initiatives. We didn't even talk about things like the FBI intentionally burying the manifesto of a trans shooter. These sorts of things are occurring routinely and are accelerating. There is cultural momentum pushing back on this stuff, but if we allow Biden to entrench himself, and more importantly, he's a vegetable, but the administration behind him, they will make your voice less and less important and entrench themselves. They'll do things like pack the Supreme Court, advocate for more censorship. That means that people like me and the old Andrew Wilson will be unable to have channels where we can actually talk about how corrupt these things are, how dangerous they are. So the best chance we have going forward is clearly a Donald Trump presidency. I'm non-impressed with Andrew and his defense. I know it's a difficult task to try to defend Joe Biden, but I don't even think strategically he comes in with a good game plan. He just sorts to muddy the waters and say, there's a lot of Trump's bad, there's a lot of stuff, but he's not giving you a comparison why Biden would be preferable to Trump. I've given that in the opening statements, and if I was allowed to choose the topics, I would have chose strategically. First thing I would have talked about was immigration. Second thing I would have talked about was the economy. Third thing I would have talked about was foreign policy. Instead, Andrew comes in, doesn't really have a plan about this, and just says, I'm going to talk about logic, logic trees and all of this stuff. None of it made sense. He does a great job of articulating what an average Democrat is, but it is clear that he is unable to define the specifics of the reality on the ground. I know what a man is. I know what a woman is. I'm sorry that Andrew no longer does, but I believe in objective reality. I believe in sort of these Christian ethics. I believe that the American people deserve to have a government that represents them and their values. And Andrew believes in a fake reality where Joe Biden's a really sharp guy that doesn't sniff little girls, and it's a great thing.
All righty. Thank you for that. And Andrew Wilson,
Thank you for that overly long-winded closing statement where you said literally nothing, just tried to, as you accused me of, in typical Republican fashion, obfuscation, brought up topics we didn't even get to, as though I ever got a chance to even respond to them. Good job there. That's some great logic, Rob. So let's go through this real quick. All the things that Rob criticizes me on the foreign policy and petrodollar was not in my opening statement. That was Rob. It was in Rob's opening statement. So, of course, we went over to it, gave you no policies at all that Biden had, which led to Saudi Arabia shrugging off the petrodollar. None. Not one. Not a single one. Moving on from there, when we move off the petrodollar, we move into Russian warships, right? He brings this up in his opening statement. Guess who didn't? This guy. I didn't. Rob did. He led the conversation. I let him, and it was so easy to do this. So we get into, these warships that are off you can see them from Florida. Oh, no. Well, Rob, do you think World War III is going to happen? No. Rob, do you think that this is really going to be a crisis? No. Hey, Rob, should people start buying bunkers and hoarding food because of this? No, right? It's literally grandstanding. It's meaningless. It means nothing. We get into the FISA warrants. We get into Carter Page. We get into this. All he could do is say, well, they surveilled somebody who they suspected was a criminal, really provided no evidence. The Barr never was able to provide any of the evidence. Neither was the Trump administration. Totally moot. But remember, we started this off under the ethical understanding that Trump is just as unethical as Biden, right? From a moral standpoint, he's just as bad. He's out humping hookers. He's paying hush money, right? And all Rob could say is, oh, well, a chick who never actually came forward with an allegation wrote it in her diary once. Oh, great job. Great job. You really got me there, Rob. Then moving on from there, when we get into immigration, that was fucking hilarious. Rob wants to have additional border security, even though he feels that the administration of having more border security is actually going to be ineffective and bog the system down. That makes a lot of fucking sense, doesn't it? And then when pressed on it, when I say, wait a second, don't you want to increase these things so that you can catch more of these guys? Yes. Well, you can't have it both ways. So he enters into a complete and total logical conundrum. He doesn't know how to sidestep it at that point. He has no idea how to backtrack it. Completely failed to make an immigration argument. It was a total fail across the board. When you get into the immigration, let me give you again, real quick, where we ended up with here. My position was under the lockdowns, the likelihood that if you're offering incentive packages to illegal immigrants by paying them to stay at home, which Rob concedes, yes, many of them did get that. He conceded that that was true. This offers an incentive coming in, and you retract the Border Patrol, then that means that you're going to have a lot more illegals come in than probably are accounted for. Rob says, no, that's not true, even though he knows that that's true. And then it goes on to say, when I ask him, wouldn't you prefer to have more Border Patrol? He says yes, because then they could do more of these things to get them out of our nation, including tracking them, right? Which, if you were to reduce it by 1/3 during lockdowns, how the fuck could you track them? Makes no sense at all, right? Total and complete. I mean, I don't know what happened with Rob and Logic. I'm going to send him a book called How the Fuck to Logic, and I'm gonna overnight it to him, because man, what an abysmal failure across the board. Again, very typical of these kind of Republican degenerates, right? And then listen to what he says too. Well, I'm Christian adjacent. What the fuck does that mean? I'm Christian adjacent. Well, then Biden's more Christian than Rob is, because at least he claims he's a Catholic. He doesn't claim Christian adjacent, right? Whatever the fuck that means. Now, Rob's going to say, you're strawmanning me. I said Christ was my Lord and Savior. Kind of on the fence about it. Yes, this is Lord and Savior, but maybe there's some other things going on in here when it comes to Christian ethics. If maybe you have to tighten your belt so you don't get as much food, that's okay. But putting razor wire machine guns on the border, that's exactly what a Christian would do. This shit makes no sense, right? None of Rob's arguments made any sense, but I'm going to close with this. This debate showed me something extremely important, which is that there's plenty of places where I can shore up my argumentation. And there's also plenty of places that Rob Knorr, who I'm ashamed to call my friend because of his deceitful and disgusting Republican ways, can also shore up. And as they say, gentlemen, iron sharpens iron. Appreciate that very much. And then with that, we can get into the call-in section, Aircraft Sparky. But before we do, when you're always at peak viewership, I always do this. Aircraft Sparky and Rob Knorr, why don't you take a moment to shout your channels out before we get to the callers?
Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, Normal America with Rob Knorr on YouTube. That's my preferred platform at this point. Also, Rob Knorr on Rumble, Twitch, X, exactly as it's spelled there. I try to put a video up, usually a clip from one of my live streams, around noon on YouTube every day, and try to live stream Wednesday, Thursday, Friday nights around 8 p.m. Eastern.
I'm Aircraft Spark. You can find me on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. I'm only on Twitch on Wednesday nights. I do a Monday night and a Wednesday night show at 9 p.m. Central. That's 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for all you people over there on the coastal areas. I live in the Midwest. I'm just a pundit. I go through news. I make commentary. I appreciate the Crucible for allowing me to be the moderator tonight, and I appreciate the people on the panel, the debaters tonight, Andrew Wilson, and of course Rob Knorr, for a very spirited debate. The debate is now officially over. Before we bring on any callers, though, I have some queries of my own, as is allowed by moderators here on the Crucible, and we're gonna. So Brandrew, you're gonna have to stay in character, man. I'm sorry.
What do you mean in character?
So,
are you saying that I don't believe what I just said, you scumbag?
Yeah.
Are you calling me a fucking liar, son? Is that what you're saying?
Next thing you know,
I've been buying that. But yes, Biden's been accused by Trump of weaponizing the Department of Justice against their political agents. With recent convictions and further pending charges against the forerunner of the GOP, how can you defend the actions of the Biden administration?
For what? From what? A convicted felon who went to court multiple times and has lost basically every single time that he goes to court? A convicted felon who paid a prostitute hush money? I'm supposed to take his word for it, even though we don't have any significant evidence to the contrary. It's a joke. It's a joke when people like you bring this up. Oh, you weaponized the DOJ against me for my criminal activities. The DOJ is supposed to be weaponized against your fucking criminal activities. That's how it's supposed to work.
Okay. For Rob, Mia Cross, professor at Northeastern University of Political Science, International Affairs, and Diplomacy, says a Russian fleet transit isn't as much of a show of force as is a bit of swaggering. The Department of Defense has mirrored this stance while openly admitting to keeping an active eye on the operations of the Russian vessels within the proximity of U.S. territorial waters. Rob, why are you gaslighting the audience for a seemingly nothing burger?
It's not a nothing burger. Did it happen under Trump? Right? And it's
nothing
a
burger.
Pattern of things that we see. For example, China with their spy balloon, right? It's a humiliation ritual to show that the United States is no longer inspiring fear into these countries as they once did. That's why they didn't do it under Trump. And this goes into sort of what we now know was the actual reality with the 2016 election as well. We were gaslit over and over that 17 intel agencies said that Russia was interfering because they wanted Trump to win. But now what we know that basically was coming from the CIA under John Brennan. And in actuality, the CIA was finding evidence that Russia actually wanted Hillary Clinton to win because they found her to be predictable, but found that Trump would not be predictable foreign policy-wise. And so they were afraid to cross that line because they didn't know if this guy was an unhinged lunatic, which is something good when it comes to wanting your opponents and wanting your enemies to fear escalating or to fear provoking you. With Biden, it's just he's a vegetable. It's same old predictability. And so all of these are a show of force and a show of saber rattling that's speaking in conjunction with each other to show that they're no longer intimidated by the United States in ways that they would have been under Trump.
Now, I do want to make just one thing briefly very clear, right? So I do have to say this no matter what. I did kind of skillfully pivot on the Christian question, right? Yeah, but I will never, ever deny that Jesus Christ is God. That's never, ever going to happen. So I am going to make clear that, yes, Christ is God. But that's the one thing I do have to interject, right, as part of my faith, whether or not we're having the spirited debate. I'm never going to not say that, but I did pivot away, and luckily Rob gave me the good grace of letting me.
Yeah,
but
also I didn't say I'm Christian adjacent. I said I'm a bad Christian, which is different.
You calling me a liar, son?
I am.
All right.
All right. This is for both of you. Andrew, you admitted that Biden is currently handling a refugee problem on our southern border. So how can the Biden or Trump administration in the future effectively combat this problem properly? Should we allow supposed refugees into the country unabated? Should we use the U.S. military to tackle the source of the problems? Or is there another option that you would think would be more effective?
So, I mean, when you're dealing with a refugee problem, this is the United States of America. We have a huge heart. We are a Christian nation under a Catholic president. It is our moral duty and prerogative to make sure that these people, if we can help them, we should help them. I don't think that Christian Rob over there is going to disagree with that at all. He makes kind of this bizarre argument that, oh, wait a second, no, machine guns and razor wire at the border, that's also Christian. That's the most insane shit that I've ever heard. Obviously, we need to deal with this problem in the most humanitarian way we possibly can. That's always been in the spirit of Americanism and in the spirit of Christendom.
Same question to me?
Yes.
Okay. First off, the idea that a wall or razor wire is unchristian is tantamount to saying that proudly exercising your Second Amendment right, particularly when there are people batting down the hatches to your community, would also be unchristian-like. I completely disagree. I think that unless you are illegitimately using force against someone, showing that force and that you're willing to prepare if your life is threatened or if your livelihood is threatened to use that force is different. What we should do, the correct policies we do, is twofold. One, we could have a big heart as individuals. I welcome Andrew to send all these super chats to his favorite fucking governmental NGO that he can no doubt name, and then they could, do whatever they want to spread money around El Salvador or whatever.
That's fine, because they're getting funded by the government, these NGOs true. That you can't name.
That's true.
Yeah, that you just made up.
I didn't make it up, but you're right. I couldn't name them.
Okay.
Anyways, the point is, what we should do is private charity can do whatever the fuck they want. The government should not be allowed to take my money and give it to people, particularly when it leads to the detriment of this country. Unfortunately, what we've had is people that have exploited the generosity of the American people over and over. So now the proper policy should be this: deny all asylum claims except on an emergency specific basis. That's one. Second, bring back the military from bases all across the world and actually station them on our southern border. And third, start to aggressively prosecute employers in the United States that intentionally hire illegal immigrants. That will stop the incentive for these people to come. And until we get this under wraps and until we get it checked, we should no longer process any of these asylum claims whatsoever. We should also simultaneously, while doing that, rein in the excesses of our State Department and intel agencies that cause havoc all across the world with their interventionist policies, which will create less of an incentive for refugees to occur in those countries in the first place. Andrew's policy would be continue to support those State Department, intel agency, military industrial complex people that caused the crisis, and then say, well, now you have to suffer as the American people because we're bringing in millions upon millions.
Oh, yeah, it's because we can't walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. It's either razor wire and machine guns, or we can't have a humanitarian effort where we take care of people who really need our help, Rob.
Yeah, well, what we see is we can't do that because the past 50 years have exhibited that.
Yeah, no, that would be under Trump and many Republican administrations
they
too.
Didn't do as good as
Rob,
they should have. That's true. They could have done better, but it certainly was nowhere near the level that we see it exponentially increasing now under Biden.
I think that you're disgusting in your inhumanity and the fact that you just don't fucking care about anybody except you, Rob.
Enjoy your OnlyFans account. I'm sure it'll work out for you.
All righty.
You got shot across the bow. Pretty low fucking blow, Rob. Pretty low, bro. I'm going to get into callers here real quick. Yeah, thanks for the the Christian behavior, ladies and gentlemen, right here from Rob Knorr. All right, Peacecraft, you've been waiting patiently in the background. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. Rob, unfortunately, the moderator was part of your statements in regards to American policy and the morality of such policy was couched somewhat in Christian ethics over the course of the conversation as to where parents or the polity itself ought to have an in-group preference over the preference of others. Even as a bad Christian, this is untrue. I mean, you probably don't deny the existence of Abraham or Lot, who were told to explicitly sacrifice their family for explicitly Christian aims. So even within a Christian paradigm, your statement is untrue. And I would also test your isolationist policy even further. and I have to ask a couple questions in between.
Well, first I'd like to, if you're...
I'm not. I'm going to continue.
You can continue. We'll see if you're going to continue. I bet I can talk louder and faster than you. I'd like to respond to the first point.
Moderator.
Point you made.
You're muted, moderator. You're muted.
Respond to the first point you made.
Sparky, can I finish my question?
I'd like to respond to the first point you made. You made a point. I would like to respond to it.
Rob, let him finish.
Got to get close to that mic. Aircraft.
Let him finish.
Okay, Rob. Thank you for seeing a period where there was, in fact, a comma. But I had to ask a couple of clarifying ones because I want to give you the best steel-manned position possible. I want to give you the most amount to argue with. Now, I'm not quite as talented as fucking Rob Nor. I can't talk for an infinite amount of time. So I'll apologize to everybody watching in fucking Crucible Land and finish my question now that I've been graciously fucking allowed to do so. So, Rob, in terms of your foreign policy, you made that statement. Over the course of the earlier part of the debate, you said some pretty heavily handed moral claims about our president, Joseph Robinette Biden, in claims as far as abuse of children, right? I am curious, with your statements on Biden, with your past statements on Epstein, with your past statements of how this is such a condemnable moral evil, would you allocate the American military to stomp this items out? Would you pay increased taxes to stomp this evil out and use an expansionary American military to do so?
Thank you so much for your question, Peacecraft. Now, when people accuse me of gish galloping, the intent behind what they're saying is that I make a lot of arguments and say a lot of things with rapidity and sort of the volume at which I speak. I'll have to give you credit for using a lot of words without saying a fucking thing. Now, you do come across as smug, and no doubt you're someone who's self-important as you're sitting with probably a butt plug in your ass right now, trying to seem like you're somehow intelligent and powerful because you're making demands of the moderator to shield from your own insecurity as you make a point and was trying to rapidly get me to not address the specific point that you made. Yes, it's true that the parable... Oh, are you going to interrupt me or are you going to give me a chance to speak? You've already acknowledged you're not as good as or intelligent as me, so why don't you sit fucking back and learn for a second? Now, when you brought up the parable of Lot, of course there are times when God has specifically spoken to people in both the Old Testament and through his son in the New Testament and asked things specifically of them. That is a different sort of idea than what the traditional person that isn't getting that direct communication from God should get. The idea that it is not a Christian value to look after your own family first and foremost is ludicrous. It is the role of a Christian father and husband to look after their family first and foremost. And the idea of the parable of Lot somehow meaning, oh, actually you should let your wife and child suffer because you need to help your neighbor's kids because Lot was told to do the same thing is nonsensical. Now, as clearly a biblical scholar as you are, and as someone myself is admitting that's not that much of a biblical scholar, it's weird to me that you were unable to pick up on that. But I digress and we'll go to your second point. Yes, I did talk about the moral shortcomings of Joe Biden and seeing about him sniffing children, seeing of him being accused of sexual assault and odious sexual behavior from women that are across the board. We've also talked about Jeffrey Epstein and things that have occurred with him in the past. Didn't really come up in this. I'm not surprised, though. It seems that you're incapable of understanding the things I'm saying because you're probably some low IQ moron that feels the need to call into shows like this to sound self-important because no one actually watches you or has a bother to listen to you when you're talking and not into sort of platform like this when there's bigger names that you could piggyback off to get your self-confidence up. Nonetheless, I will say this. Absolutely, I think that I would be willing to pay taxes for a military. If part of that military was specifically going after credible accusations of sexual trafficking of children, I wouldn't have a problem with that. That's different than an isolationist policy that is in effect what we see now, which is we have military bases all across the world and we're continually told that we need to intercede in countries like Libya, Syria, etc. That always ends up being done by people that don't have the interest of the children at heart. These people that are controlling our military-industrial complex seek to exploit these situations for themselves. And what ends up happening is, in the name of saving the noble people of Libya, for example, we actually end up with sex trafficking, not just of adults, but actually minors, and actually open-air slave markets that we now see in Libya, a country that formerly was number one in sub-Saharan Africa for things like literacy and home ownership. So the idea that just because I would accept that we should use military or taxes to go after child sex trafficking in areas where it actually happens is somehow antithetical to or in somehow conflict with my belief that we need to stop these disastrous foreign invasions and protect our own people first is nonsensical.
This is untrue, and I would like everybody watching this to just run it back from when I first called in, other than when he tried to interrupt me. I only asked 2 questions. I only asked 2 of them. One was, do you think that there's really any Christian moral or ethic that supersedes a father's duty to his children or the polity to their inbrew? And then the second one was, would you be expansionistic or start a war to stop this moral crime, right? Unfortunately, we got to some weird fucking gish gallopy shit about Syria and the military-industrial complex. But even among Jesus alone, Matthew 25, 31, 40, for I was hungry and you gave me food, I was thirsty and you gave me drink, I was a stranger and you welcomed me. Even from the literal Son of God himself, which even though I am pretty agnostic to atheists, both Andrew and Rob would probably take his sources fairly authoritative, Rob ignores it entirely. And in the case of Rob's earlier point in the debate about warships off the coast of fucking Florida or fucking increased conflict between nations, Rob is absolutely happy to throw that all away in terms of his intersubjective shit. He has no consistent moral axiom. So, Rob, there's a common question on the Crucible that I would like you to answer. Everybody gets asked for it, and longtime Crucible members will know it absolutely, right?
Are you about to launch into Papua New Guinea?
Rob, there is a small island in Oceania off the coast of Australia called Papua New Guinea. And I would really like to know your foreign policy prescriptions about Papua New Guinea.
I don't have any foreign policy prescriptions to Papua New Guinea. What I will say is I will take that the one thing you said that was absolutely true.
Enough. Enough on the Papua New Guinea. We can't even do it on the
I would just want to make one quick point. The only true thing he said that was worth mentioning there was he only said 2 questions. Yes, that entire rambling diatribe that he had at first was just making 2 questions, further proving my point that it's a guy that likes to smell his own farts and sound self-important. Really, he wasn't saying jack shit.
All right. Thank you for that. Corinth, you've been waiting patiently. Go ahead when you're ready.
I'm just happy to be here. I've got a question for you, Mr. Wilson. Do you think it's good if the American population is filled with strong men?
Yeah, maybe we have a different definition of what strong is.
I think it's going to be like a pretty standard definition here. Do you think like your definition would be like the common use definition here?
No.
What do you mean by strong then?
Well, I would say that strong has a lot to do with virtues and not just necessarily physical strength.
Yeah, that's what I meant to. And like as we know, hard times create like strong men. They're going to make the virtuous men who go through the hard times. And as we went through in your wonderful opening statement, you've shown that the president that will give people a hard time and create the virtuous men is Donald Trump. So I have a question for you. Why don't you support Donald Trump knowing that it's going to give you more strong men? You support the entailment of electing Donald Trump by your
So hang on. So I just want to make sure that I get this right. So your position is that Donald Trump's going to be such a shitty president and create so many hard times that in turn is going to create strong men. And if I want strong men, then I should be voting for Trump, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Listen,
that's actually a pretty brutal point. So I would say no. I think you can create strong men at the same time, good, virtuous, strong men at the same time that you have policies which are tailored to the American public, which makes sense, where you're not humping hookers and giving them bags of cash.
I mean, yeah, but that doesn't have anything to do with him being a president. His personal life, as like we agreed that Biden was equally morally culpable as Trump. So trying to use that as like the symmetry breaker there isn't going to work.
Maybe. Okay.
Why don't you want strong American populace, Andrew?
So I do want. I think that it's also possible, though, that you can walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. You can have policies which are an entailment of Christian virtue from good Catholic Biden, which can trickle down to the population at large and assist with virtues without making it so that Americans can't afford to feed themselves.
But we've all seen the graph. Good times create weak men. Weak times create hard times.
All right, get out of here.
Listen, if I can, real quick, the irony is that argument is closer to what you're going to get from Richard Spencer than anything I said. because he's an accelerationist. So
we're not there yet. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. We're not done with this debate till we're done with this debate.
Oh, I know.
We're not there.
But you understand what I'm saying.
I don't understand shit.
Well,
you're
that's true. Well,
you're a fucking evil. You're an evil fucking Republican scumbag.
That's true.
And you have been effectively destroyed by Big Papa Fashion. Okay, right here on this debate stage. Frank Tomini, you've been waiting patiently. Go ahead when you're ready.
I've just got some questions for you, Andrew. I don't want to talk to Rob because he's clearly a fascist bigot that no one should actually ever listen to. So I'm actually kind of offended that you decided to platform him in the first place, Andrew. But regardless, I'll let that slide for now. I've just got a question.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll hear about it on fucking Twitter, huh?
Yeah, exactly. But I have a question with regards to some of your international policy views. So I take it that you believe that in terms of making policy, we should listen to the experts, right? International experts, national and domestic experts. We need to listen to the experts for their professional, informed opinion.
Yeah, I do think that we should probably defer to experts. You, for instance, Fresh Pelmini, is an Orthodox. Wouldn't you consider a priest to be an expert? Do you defer to them?
Yeah, certainly. So there's no disagreement there. But would you include in this particular group of experts the international bodies of scientific experts? So, for instance, the International Science Council.
I think that it also has to be tempered with reason, but I think that that for the most part it is tempered with reason when it comes to policy. How else could you really make policy other than to defer to the expertise of people who are assisting you in crafting it?
Okay. Do you consider cartographers to be experts?
I do think that there are cartographic experts, yes.
And do you think that cartographic experts believe in the existence of Australia en masse as a community?
I have been told that most cartographic experts do believe in the existence of a country called Australia, yes.
And so you trust the experts, don't you, Andrew?
Yes, I trust the experts.
So I want you to look at I want you to look at the camera right now, and I want you to say, "I believe in the existence of Australia."
I trust the experts. Have a good one, Fresh Pelmini. You take care of yourself. It was nice for you to pop on the Crucible for a moment. It was very kind of you. Spyro Floropoulos, you've been waiting patiently in the background. Go ahead when you're ready.
All right, here we go. Listen, you know how there are some couples that are so alike that they end up getting divorced? You've seen that, right? They're just so alike they butt heads. Yeah, that's Peacecraft and Rob, except Rob would get full custody of the kids because Peacecraft is likely to drown them all for fun. Next.
That's it, good.
Next. Okay.
I liked him. I enjoyed it.
Listen, I'm suffering from political dysphoria right now. Fuck you, Andrew. Next. Since canonically your middle name is Bartholomew, next time you do this, your actual name for this mock debate should be Bartholomew. I will therefore reference you as such moving forward. Here are the questions. Bartholomew, starting with you. Today, my daughter broke her arm. That's a real story, but it leads into the question. Otherwise, I would have been in here moderating the debate. I couldn't. Let's assume for a moment, she's fine, everyone, by the way, but this is real. Let's assume for a moment that President Joe Biden decided to fly into Canada to check on my daughter while she was in the emergency room. Do you think that he would sniff her like she's some kind of narcotic upper? Yes or no? That's a rhetorical question. Question number 2. Andrew, you are lost in the woods. You have your pick of 2 people. Both people are magically enforced to not harm you and to help you safely through the woods. Person number 1 is a very old man who is one shit from expiring. Person number 2 is a very old man who is a convicted felon and bangs a lot of chicks. Which do you pick to get you safely through the fucking woods, motherfucker? I rest my case. Rob, moving on. Rob, would you agree historically, yes or no, that presidents in the presidential position get special protections wherein they
all I said was you didn't
shut
let
the
me
fuck up, you democratic communist. Rob, because of their presidential positions, they get protected and they get to do immoral or even illegal things, and they get to skate by on the fact that they are presidents. Generally speaking, do you think that's probably likely to have happened historically at some point?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Now I give you a magic button. You can look into the future, and what you can do is see President Biden, for example, or other scumbag Democratic presidents get properly prosecuted by law and convicted. And it's all because Trump's case, whether it was proper or not, opened that door. Is that a net positive or a net negative?
Positive.
Perfect. I'm done. Peace out, folks. I won the whole fucking debate.
Fuck off, Spyro. Come in trying to fucking stoogecraft with your loaded hypotheticals. You make me sick. I'm sick of you. The whole Crucible turned against me because they're scumbags. I never liked any of you. By the way, this is a great time to tell you, if you don't mind going over to the Crucible Grift shop, you can find some very great items. Let me show you some of these. Don't those look great? Not one step back. You can also find these great t-shirts. Not today, degenerate. Obviously, I am mocking evil Republicans, and that is your way that you can assist me in this mockery. Shane, you've been waiting patiently. Go ahead when you're ready.
Yes, sir. It is refreshing to finally see the real side of Andrew. I knew it was not. I knew it was too good to be true. I'll be unsubscribing from the Crucible. However, before I do so, here's my question for Andrew. With all the gaffes, literal physical stumbles, tumbles, and falls, and clear signs of dementia we've been seeing on his campaign, how can we have the confidence that Joe Biden will be able to lead another 4 years instead of being an elected houseplant, being led from room to room?
Okay, so let's grant that perhaps Biden has kind of these faculty gaffes. He also delivered one hell of a State of the Union speech with no gaffes. It was considered even powerful by the Republicans. Even they couldn't criticize it. That is not a man who's not in control of their faculties. And on top of that, Trump is showing some signs of having faculty issues. He's falling asleep in court. He doesn't have the same energy that he had. He's also an old fucking man, dude.
I think you're pointing to one example out of the many that you could find online with Biden.
Oh, yeah. Do you think that most old men can deliver these massive speeches in the State of the Union that powerfully? I don't think so.
He wasn't that powerful. He's on amphetamines. And yes, most old men, if they had...
Oh, he's on amphetamines. Do you have any proof that he's on amphetamines?
I do have proof that he's on amphetamines.
What is the proof?
Legally, I can't show them right now because I don't want the Biden administration.
So you made it the fuck up? You made it the fuck up?
The dude's drugged to the gills. That's why we can't hear the per transcript. That's why they're literally... Merrick Garland throws people in jail for violating... being held in contempt, but he excludes himself because you can't read the transcript of her interview because it says the exact same thing. The audio says the exact same thing. It's because the guy's a fucking vegetable. We all know it. They prep him all year just to give one speech, pump him full of drugs. He reads the prompter.
Trump has a cup of coffee. If Trump has a cup of coffee, he doesn't have the faculties to run the fucking country.
Not true.
Because when these old people have to take medication constantly, dude. Constantly at the doctor's order.
Dude, it's the equivalent of saying this, like, Trump's like, an old turtle that's slowing down. I'll take the old tortoise over the fucking vegetable.
He's not a vegetable. It's ridiculous. Again, he delivered
the Easter Bunny had to fucking walk him around. He shit his pants the other day.
Even Fox News had to back off on the fucking Biden's dementia after that State of the Union address. After that address, they had to back off on it.
You guys are full of fucking shit. He shit his pants in Normandy.
It's cope.
He shit his pants. The guy shit his pants in Normandy. Cope.
Trump looks like he has a fucking dumpy. Trump looks like he's always carrying a dump in his pants, dude. I don't know if you've seen. I don't know if you've
that's
seen
the look you're going
when he's walking around, but he ain't exactly.
I wish I had that look. I want to look like people are like, that guy shit his pants. I don't know. That's better than actually shitting your pants.
I mean,
Biden shits his pants.
So then you love Biden. You love Biden. You want that look and it. Yeah,
no, the look's one thing. The smell and the actual shit's another thing completely.
Yeah, whatever, man. It's cope, pure unadulterated cope. Shane, did you have anything else?
No, sir. I'll be.
You just came on here to fucking ridicule me. Get out of here, you fucking loser. Get out of here. Fucking sick of you. Six pack, Chad. Go ahead when you're ready.
So can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
I can.
One correction I wanted to make to what Rob said was he said that Andrew is doing a good job of emulating the typical argumentation of a Democrat, which he is, but I don't think that's correct because I think if most Democrats argued like Andrew, then Andrew would probably be the God Emperor of the United States. Now, Rob, I know that you are a MAGA scumbag, but I just wanted to ask you a specific question about.
And he is a fucking MAGA scum. Just admit it, Rob.
I'll admit.
Yeah,
Sure.
fucking scumbag.
Yeah.
I think that MAGA
Deplorable.
scumbags, yes, exactly. They should be exiled, in my opinion. But my question is, so you had mentioned Russian ships or submarines off the coast of Florida, right?
Correct.
Why is that a problem?
Because it signifies the fact that the United States is losing its power as a feared and respected hegemon. And it leads to a chance of miscalculation, which could lead to an accidental conflict starting with Russia, which would lead to World War III.
Okay, so if they're in international waters and they're not infringing on the boundaries of the United States territorial waters, you still think that it's a problem?
Yes. I'm not really concerned about international law as much as I am as what this posturing leads to a chance of something occurring. Just
Okay,
like
so
if Cuba wanted the missiles there, that doesn't mean it wasn't a problem.
I got you, man. So my question is, or I guess my statement is, and question. So I know for a fact that United States vessels have been closer to China than Russia currently is to Florida. Do you see that as an issue?
Yes. I think, in fact, I would make the argument that I think that Russia was incentive, even though I don't like Russia, and I don't think that Russia was legitimately justified in invading Ukraine. Certainly the fact the United States at one point, by stationing a military base in Ukraine, had a base that was something like 100 and something miles from Russian territory. If Russia did that to the United States and had bases like that, or labs that had biological weapons 100 miles into Mexico, you're goddamn right that the United States would have a problem with it. And I think these escalations and the continuing expansions and provocations of hostile nations like this make it inevitable that we have bad relationships, which lead to a better chance of miscalculation and war.
We had fucking balloons, Chinese balloons over major American cities, and we fucking. What do you mean, man? What do you mean that wasn't an encroachment enough for a war, but some Russian ships in the fucking middle of international waters is?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's definite. Yes or no? Are the chances of miscalc increased if there are military ships next to each other?
Yeah, but that's tangentially true of any ship. A Chinese ship. A Chinese water ship, that would be true of.
That
means we can't do international business because the more freighters we have who collect water in the fucking seas from China, there could potentially be an international incident. That's insanity.
It's not near the same. Let me say this real quick. It's not near to the same level, because miscalculation means you're afraid that your opponent's going to do something, so you preempt it. You're not. The United States isn't going to be afraid of a civilian vessel that's interested in trade off the coast of the United States, as opposed to a warship.
But wait, that's fucking insane. They have CCP spies all over those fucking ships. Those ships are often there for surveillance. The chances of there being an international crisis, just due to the fact that people could be on international waters just outside of our jurisdiction, collecting intel from their supposed, Chinese water ships, I think is the exact same argument, but you're not going to shut down global trade because of this. A simple
yes, no will suffice. Do you think the chance of miscalc increases when it's a hostile nation's military vessel versus a civilian ship? Do you think that it increases if it's a military vessel?
Yeah, I think that's tangentially
a yes or
true.
No will suffice.
Yes, it's tangentially true. But so what? That doesn't make your point.
It doesn't make your point,
dude.
And you didn't answer my question. Why is it a problem if the United States does it to China? That, by your own logic, also increases the chances of some sort of foreign conflict.
Right. You're making my argument for me, which is
why... that's not a good argument. Are you going to shut down global trade?
Again, trade is different than actual military bases, military troops, military vessels. The argument... If you let me finish... Right?
Okay.
The argument that you two are making here is my argument. I say that we should stop provoking this, stop having military expansionism into all of these countries, because I do think that's bad and is provoking people that are seen as, and countries that are seen as our enemies. You're like, the fact that you isolate that Russia has a military vessel off the coast of the United States, well, what about the United States? Yes, both are bad. That's my argument.
Hang on. Let me test this logic and just see if it's true or not, Rob. Would you say that it's tangentially true that if you own a swimming pool, your chances of drowning in a swimming pool greatly increase?
Yes.
Would you say that if you own a firearm, that your chances of accidentally dying by that firearm greatly increase?
Yes.
Would you outlaw firearms?
No.
Then shut the fuck up, Rob.
Okay, now let me ask you. Now, I generously answered you quickly. I didn't need to hem and haw like you do. So I'll ask you, do you think someone whose stated goal is to kill you being your neighbor increases the chance that you have a violent conflict versus someone who doesn't have that stated goal?
I think it's tangentially true, yes.
Okay.
But that makes my point, not your point.
No, it doesn't.
Which is that you're not going to shut these things down just because it's tangentially true that it could increase the likelihood of X. That's an insane fucking position.
The logical gap that you have here is assuming because there is a chance of miscalculation with even civilian ships that somehow is equal, because we can never get rid of every civilian ship, that's equal to the chance of miscalculation to having hostile foreign battleships or hostile foreign militaries miles away from your border.
Then why not have gun control, Rob?
Anyone who's being remotely objective could see that that's clearly fallacious, and you're obviously trying to gaslight people into ignoring the obvious
not only
reality.
is it not fallacious, it's your logic. Why not have gun control then, Rob? Wouldn't you want gun control? Because you yourself just acknowledged that the chances of you accidentally harming yourself with a firearm greatly increase just by owning it. That would always be, that would always be tangentially true, just like the swimming pool. Saying that, oh, well, this could increase the chances of an international fucking incident because these ships are out here. That's always true about every fucking thing, though. It makes no sense to apply that and say, oh, we're going to make some foreign policy decision based around the fact that this tangentially is true that your chance of an international incident could increase. That's nuts. We don't make any policy based on that.
The stupidity of this argument is tantamount to this. Isn't it true that you could get in a wreck driving 5 miles an hour? So you might as well drive 200 miles an hour.
That's your logic.
That is not my logic. My logic
is your
the
logic.
obvious. My logic is the opposite, which is there are clearly thresholds to this. Yes, it's entirely true.
Oh, now it's the threshold argument.
Well, it's clearly true that your chances of having two militaries accidentally fire on each other and start a war are massively increased if they're stationed side by side to each other, rather than if it's a civilian ship in the country.
Everything. That's tangentially true about everything.
I don't know if you even know what the words you're saying mean. I don't.
Well, here, let me explain them. When I say it's tangentially true, that means yes, an entailment of this, it is true tangentially. When you're talking about, if you have a swimming pool, do your chances increase of drowning in that swimming pool just by lieu of owning it? The answer is yes. But so fucking what? We're not going to craft policy around you can't own a swimming pool because your chances of drowning in it increase, just like you wouldn't craft policy on a fucking warship in international waters.
What you're saying is ignoring the threshold of this. So what we would do as
what is this threshold shit?
What we would do is do a cost-benefit analysis. So yes, it is true that my chances of drowning slightly increases if I have a swimming pool. But the benefits of having a swimming pool for my personal liberty, personal enjoyment, etc., go up, and I think that the benefits outweigh the cost. Now, what you're saying is, but if I could show a situation where clearly the costs severely outweigh the benefits, that's irrelevant because there's always cost. Because tangentially, there's always cost. So there's no sense doing a cost benefit, and it allows you to make ridiculous statements like saying, well, a civilian ship will always be around the United States, therefore we should have no problem with military ships that are right along the border.
No. Did I do that right? Oh, no. Listen to me. You listen to me and you understand that what you're saying, this is how stupid what you're saying is. Rob, should we outlaw fast food?
No.
What about the cost-benefit analysis?
I think that the people's liberty to eat what they want and not have the government...
I see. Just like the liberty of people to be out in international water with Aurora ships, none of your fucking business?
No, a hostile military being a mile off the coast of us or a couple miles off the coast of us.
Is it in your waters, Rob?
It's not a couple. Waters.
It's not your waters? So then...
Do I own the waters? Is that your argument?
It's not the United States waters either. So the thing is...
Let me
give you a quick cost-benefit analysis. If we outlawed all fast food tomorrow, do you think that the health and welfare of the United States would increase or decrease?
Increase.
So why should I take your benefit, what you are saying is a perceived benefit, which is this kind of bizarre liberty argument of saying, but it increases liberty though. So would opium, so would heroin, so would all these things. And those things you would say, no, we should outlaw all of those things because of the cost benefit analysis. But you want to apply it to fast food, which arguably would kill far more people yearly than any of those things based on liberty, Rob. That makes no fucking sense. It's just tangentially true and you're coping.
No, it's not. What you do is you don't understand you might disagree with what my benefits are of saying I don't want an authoritarian government telling me what I'm allowed to eat or not. And I think that it'll lead to more authoritarianism that makes the quality of our life diminish, even if it would save lives in the short term because people would be forced to eat healthier. There'd also be other sort of costs that we're not looking at, such as there wouldn't be enough cheap available food for people that rely on fast food right now to immediately transition. So there would have to be some sort of transition period to make it beneficial. However, what you're ignoring with all of this is you have no argument whatsoever to say that just because there is always risk in something or always cost in something, therefore we can't isolate when the cost massively outweighs the benefit because there's always some sort of inherent risk or cost. This is nonsensical.
It clearly outweighs
Give me
the benefit of fast food.
Give me the benefit.
It clearly
Give me
outweighs the benefit of fast
Give me
food.
the benefit. Give me the benefit of Russian warships 5 miles off the coast of Florida or U.S. warships 5 miles off the coast of China.
As soon as you give me the fucking benefit of a double cheeseburger, triple stacked with fucking onions, go ahead.
I enjoy eating them. That's my benefit.
Oh, right. I enjoy looking at fucking warships.
I did want to make one last
what
point.
kind of argument is that?
I did want to make one last point. So, first of all, Rob, first it was 1 to 2 miles. Now it's 5 miles because you got to walk it back. It's more than. First of all, in most places, in fact, it could be all over the world. International waters are considered 12 to 15 miles off the coast of any continent. Okay. But that's besides the point. So you said that one of the problems you have with these Russian warships off the coast of Florida is
Make
that
it very quick. We got to get to the next caller. We're running out of time. Very quick.
It infringes upon the power of the United States as one of the global superpowers, right?
I said that it is emblematic of the fact that the United States is no longer a hegemon.
Okay, well, if they
We're
are...
done. We're done. I'm sorry.
All right.
That's all we
all
can
good.
do. Thank you so much. Six Pack Chad. Adam Dole, you've been waiting patiently. Go ahead.
All right, Rob, we talked before, because everybody's taking completely insane positions, I'm going to defend the deep state. All right, so basically the position is that Biden is actually based and cool due to formalism. The principle is Biden, because he looks like a blithering idiot, basically shows that actually the deep state is in control. This is a benefit. But also, the deep state is cool. And so the question, Nor, is at what point in American history are you appealing to like being against this unelected bureaucracy?
How about before 1913, before the Federal Reserve and the IRS?
Oh, some tinfoil hat shit.
Okay.
Real shit that happened. But interestingly enough, I thought this was the argument.
The global banking cartel.
Oh, I can't hear you. I think you muted yourself, which was probably for the best. Interestingly, I thought this was the argument Andrew was going to bring up, and there is
the global technocrats and the global banking elite own the United States, right? Hey, Rob, do you have any tinfoil next to you?
Hey, what booster are you on, Andrew? Did you get your 7th booster yet? Trust the science.
I have autoimmune issues, Rob.
I'm sure you do. You're a lefty.
Okay.
I have autoimmune issues. Go ahead, Adam.
So the point I'm making is that you have to appeal to a point in time prior to managerial, the managerial system that we currently live under.
Correct.
And it's like, okay, well, looking at like every other country in the world since then that has any amount of power, they're all managerial. Mm-hmm. So effectively, what you're arguing for is a massive decrease in American power, which makes us much weaker. In comparison to places like China.
That's not true at all, actually. The managerial state actually weakens the United States. Percentage-wise, when you look at the percentage of people in our country versus the size of the government and the administrative state, we can see that it is the most, not only is it just by pure numbers, the biggest government in the history of the world, it also has the highest percentage of people that are involved in that. And the problem is that it becomes economically inefficient and it also becomes corrupt because you're putting so much power in these institutions that are, at best, incompetent and at worst, corrupt. And so actually, we don't need to go back to some sort of Luddite state where we don't have any sort of government or anything like that, though the ANCAPs would disagree and the Libertarians would disagree. My suggestion is we start by taking an axe to 60-70% of the administrators that work in our federal government. There is no evidence whatsoever that this would diminish the ability for the government to achieve the tasks that we would all agree are important, such as infrastructure or solving sex trafficking crimes and things like that. But what it would do is take out a lot of the regress and a lot of the excesses that we see of these institutions, like targeting people for political reasons or things that are just evidentiary is not the word, self-fulfilling prophecies to justify their own phony baloney jobs. This would free up money for the private sector and influence for the private sector, and so we could get back to a government and an economy that actually work for average working class people, as opposed to sort of this insane bureaucracy.
So the problem with what you're saying is that it doesn't actually bear out in reality at all. You're sort of vaguely gesturing to something that has not happened post World War II. Every single major power in the world has had these massive bureaucracies. So we can reason empirically that having massive bureaucracies is a sign that you're doing well or that it's necessary. Can you point to a government that is a similar power to the US or China that does not have an attached massive bureaucracy, or that has massively reduced a massive bureaucracy?
It's a difficult question, because I could turn the question to you. Can you point to a country that you would say is similar to the United States, question of bureaucracy aside? So any country I say, you could say, well, that's not really similar. We were told these same arguments with Argentina. When Milei came in, we were told, if he cuts these programs like he suggested, it'll be a disaster. We see so far the exact opposite has occurred, right? And so you'll say, well, Argentina isn't the size of the United States. True, but no country is. And the United States' bureaucracy has grown exponentially more than other countries. For example, do you think the United States, when it comes to their status as a world superpower, is higher now or was higher post-World War II?
It would have to necessarily be post-World War II.
Okay,
because
did we have a bigger bureaucracy then or now?
Well, hold on. This is because now other countries have had time to catch up. Post-World War II is a very unique time in world history because all of the former superpowers just got wrecked during a war. The U.S. was in a very unique position post-World War II because it was on the outside of a lot of the main fighting. The only really American front that actually attacked American land was in the Pacific. Whereas when you're comparing it to the Europeans, well, I don't think I have to say much more. Obviously, Europe got bombed to shit. So to say, was America more powerful when everybody else was weaker, or after everybody else got to catch up with the managerial system? Obviously, when other people catch up and they start doing managerialism too, they're going to be more powerful.
The idea that it's managerialism that got them to catch up is nonsense. It's just a correlation argument. You have no evidence that the managerialism.
Adam, we gotta leave it there.
Fun though.
We're running out of time. I appreciate it very much. Chad, go ahead when you're ready.
Andrew's boyfriend. It's your boyfriend, Chad. Here, right?
Go ahead,
you
Chad.
did such a good job against this Republitard. You get this new Nintendo Switch game that you've been looking for this whole time, and you get to stay up past your bedtime. Me and your wife are going to go out for dinner now. Good night.
He'll let you hold the camera. Yeah.
All right. That's he booked. Chad, thank you for the call in. Rob, okay, so we're going to get to the super chats now. The debate is closed. I hope that I can pop on your channel if you're going to be streaming a little bit after this, so that we can do a debate wrap down.
Yeah.
But would you mind checking your PayPal account real quick?
Yeah, sure. Let's take a look here.
Don't say the number, but I wanted to thank you on behalf of the Crucible for helping me prep. It was.
Says, oh fuck. Yeah.
Don't say shit.
Well, no, I see that my gay porn came out. So is that what we're looking at?
Yeah.
My payment for my.
But I wanted to make sure that you knew that that was very valuable to me, and I really, really appreciate it helping me out with this.
Thanks.
So the Wilsons wanted to make sure that your time was adequately compensated. This was by far one of the toughest debates I've had all year, and it was so brutal. But anyway, let me get over to the super chats, guys. I want to thank everybody who donated, of course. J. Dolph says, Juneteenth membership from Black Ex-Wife. That's fair. Thank you to everybody who gifted a Crucible membership. It was very kind of you. Poopa Chalupa for $5 says, Biden, Mr. Gubenshaft, tear doing these gas prices. He immediately had my vote after telling that to an ATM. That's fair. That's fair. Cobble for $10 says, laugh out loud for those Riris who think Andrew is actually pro-Biden. Learn to read. For all those who are being sarcastic, God bless you, you're beautiful animals. Yeah, this was, when I think about debate prep is very difficult, especially when you're watching another person's position. the way that you can really get in there is if you take their position and you try to own it as much as you can. And I feel like that gives you an advantage that most people never have. There's really nobody else other than Rob, I think, who could have done this, to be honest with you. Andrew is playing the setup man. Rob knocks it over the fence. It was pretty contentious. I feel like I won that debate, but the Crucible audience completely disagrees with me. Ben Talk for $5 says, I'm convinced voting for Biden. What wonderful points. I never thought of it that way. Fair. That's fair. No One to You for $5 says, there was a lefty audience. They would be loving this shit.
It's true.
CNN's going to have a field day, Andrew. I know. Now I will be appearing on CNN. I will have my own show. The grift continues. Jeremiah Cook for $10 says, Bizarro World version of Andrew. If this debate excluded mock from the title, and I saw it first thing in the morning, I would assume I was in some Truman Show scenario. Does Andrew sell used cars in his spare time? I do not. By the way, Albino 1X, thank you for the Crucible memberships. You guys have been so kind. We're going to get over to the Dono chat soon. Shifty McVeigh says, for the record, I'm just supporting the channel. I realize Andrew's arguing for fun. I hope everyone else knows that. They do, but they were getting into the spirit of things as well. Shifty says, for another 5, correction. Arguing for a reason, not fun. This is painful but important. Andrew's the man. Support him. Appreciate that very much. I got to keep this in chat. Andrew arguing to make a later argument mock. Alf for $5 Canadian, almost real money, says, Andrew, your liberal position needs improvement, needs more emotional outbursts, yelling ad homs, degrees in sociology. So I did try my best to have a degree in sociology, but I did try. I did see the super chat pop up as we were going, and I did try to spurg a little bit more. I do feel like that's fairly helpful to the position. Shifty says, mock interview. Don't lop Andrew in as a leftist. That's ludicrous. Got to admit he's winning, although it's gross to watch. I think that there was some points there that Rob trounced my ass on, but there were some points I think that even Rob's going to have to shore up. This is what arm shaving does to a man, says Fresh Pelmini. for $5 Australian dollars
now, right?
Yeah.
Destiny is going to review this in his new Pfizer jacket he got.
Andrew actually deserves more money for this, winning it regardless of which side. Appreciate that very much. Very kind of you guys. $5 comes in from Adriano, who says, Andrew, pull your head out of your ass. Trump 24. Let's go, Brandon. Bob, thank you for the 20 Crucible memberships. Very kind of you. Adriano for $5 says, Biden is massively deporting these people. 30 million since the Biden admin. Andrew, are you sure you don't work for CNN? Well, all of us here at CNN resent that remark. It sounds very bigoted, and I think that you owe all of us here an apology. Six-pack Chad for $5 says, I'm honestly shocked that Andrew's a Biden supporter. I kind of lost some respect for him, to be honest. Rare Andrew L. That's fair. Adriano says, Biden is massively deporting people. Are you okay? Are you sure you don't work for CNN? Omar Ramos for $5 says, what's the difference between law and policy? That distinction is key. And the left loses on that. Law on the books does not equal policy of the administration. That's true. We didn't get into that, but I think that that's a point that me and Rob could argue probably ad nauseum. Adriano says Trump did less to remove them since Biden had been an influx of 30 million. Andrew, go to sleep, you gaslighter. You know, you fucking people. I totally won that whole section, too, you fucking bastards. Unconventional Man for $5 says Andrew is surprisingly very impressive debating as a lefty. He is truly an extremely intelligent, talented man. It's very kind of you to say. I did want to give it my all for this debate. Rob is a very talented debater. I think that Rob also knows the leftist arguments as well as I do, which makes it even more kind of challenging. So Shifty says, screw it. I'm voting for Biden now. You win, Andrew. Congrats. $10 from Slop says, Andrew's WPM increased by at least 1.5 speed. When he turned into a leftist, we call this the destiny disease. Wrestle sends in $10, says, hit him with nobody's above the law in your closing statement. I didn't do that. I fucked that up. I agree. I fucked that all up. I'm sorry about that, Rezzle. You can be mad if you want. Trans Drew is hilarious. It's going to take some time to shake that nickname. Hats off to Andrew. I appreciate that. Small Test says, don't recall the mayor of New York complaining about the number of illegals in his city under Trump. Oof, that would have been kind of a brutal counter to get into. Simping for Destiny, defending Biden. What's next? Studying the epistles, shaving your arms, getting an OnlyFans, quitting drinking the champagne of beers. These are the questions. Godzilla for $10 says, fucking hell, could you imagine if Andrew was truly a lefty? He would be dangerous there. Trump 2024. Appreciate that, Godzilla. It's very kind of you. Justin Henley said, F you, Corinth. I did see that super chat come through. The only reason I'm reading it, even though it's a $2 super chat, is because I agree. F you, Corinth. Richie says for $10, Andrew, you monetized having the best arguments given to you. Impressive grift. Fuck you, Richie. Shifty McVeigh says, now we need a Trans Drew hoodie. New Crucible merch. What about Biden Doe t-shirts available today? Woodfloor Alchemist says, Rob, defend red flag gun laws, bump stock ban, bill against anti-Semitism on college campuses. What policy by any president affects the economy, if not the Federal Reserve policy? Unfortunately, we couldn't get into everything. You never can, you know what I mean, in these debates. But very quickly, let me get over to the Dono chat side. Thank you guys all so much for the support. I'm sure Rob appreciates it as well.
Absolutely.
So real quick here, over on the Dono side, and man, there's a bunch of Dono. $25 from Dark Shadow says, appreciate what you do for Christianity. Appreciate that. $100 donation comes in from Anonymous. Very kind of you to do. $5 from Fresh Pelmini says, left-wing Andrew isn't real. Left-wing Andrew can't hurt you. Left-wing Andrew. $10 from Cobble who says, not one sniff back. Thank God you're on our side, brother. I'm going to have to watch this in segments between violent vomiting sessions. And good luck on Tim Pool Kick-Ass. Hey, I really appreciate that. Rob did a fantastic job, I think, of helping me prep for that. Thomas J. Foolery says, Trans Drew's black ex-wife is actually a Republican. That's why she divorced him. Dollars comes in from Wisdom Seeker who says, possible solution to fertility crisis 1, announce all women 18 to 30 must report for the draft in 6 months unless pregnant. Well, and also he follows with, that's it. Crisis solved. That's actually really, that's kind of really based, actually. $5 from S-Dude who says, Andrew, breaking today. Biden administration just announced a plan to give amnesty to over 500,000 illegal immigrants. I had to laugh at your arguments for Biden on illegal immigration. That doesn't mean the plan would go through. $60, huge dono from Dark Horse. Isn't it true, you doddering old man, that Biden has been declared unfit for office in his own defense as stated by his lawyer in terms of a trial for alleged criminal S charges? No, that's actually factually not true. $5 from Nathan. We must do all we can to mobilize the truender dash bad oppression. I don't know what the fuck that word is. I don't know what that word. How do you pronounce this? Rob, I'm putting this in the private chat.
Okay.
Okay. Tell me how. What am I looking at here? Hang on. What is this word?
True in the Shabbat of pressure.
What?
True in the Shabbat of pressure.
True in the Shabbat of pressure. What the fuck?
Yeah,
that was a Biden gaffe. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It was a Biden gaffe. That was a fucking L.
Sparky's on it, yeah.
I'm gonna get the worst L from the chat for that one.
That's Tim Pool's favorite one, by the way.
$10 from Villafear. The acceleration argument is the best argument for Biden. It wasn't really brought up tonight, but Richard definitely will.
Yep.
I'm actually looking forward to that. But Gapin Aninium says, Andrew, blink twice if the Biden administration found something on you or the black ex-wife. Okay, look at me. So $10 comes in from the blind guy. Andrew, you're an excellent debate tactician and rhetorician. However, ideas matter. I think Rob got the win. Fair enough. $20 from Red Sand, 1984. Does this mean Andrew is rocking blue hair with the feminist on whatever from now on?
Sitting the other side of the table, yeah.
Anyway, I appreciate all of the great dono chats, and I appreciate all the chats that came in. We're going to get this done right at the 3-hour mark. Perfect. It's great. One more time. to the members on the panel. Aircraft Sparky, let's start with you. Tell everybody where they can find you. Thank you so much for moderating the debate, by the way.
I appreciate the opportunity, Andrew. It was my pleasure. Thank you all for coming by tonight. My name is Aircraft Sparky. You can find me on Wednesday nights and Monday nights on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay, Rob Noor.
Rob Noor, Normal America on YouTube. Streaming Wednesday, Thursday, Friday evenings usually, or some conjunction of those. Thank you to everyone in the Crucible audience as well, particularly those that are contributing through chatting in many hilarious ways and through the donations. I think that Andrew and the Crucible is my favorite place to go to. I think it's important to win these cultural battles, and he's actually putting his money where his mouth is. And when you're donating and helping out, whether it be financially or elsewise, you're actually really helping move the needle culturally, which is arguably more important than politically. So thank you all for that, and the continued great support for me and everyone else that comes on here.
Now, what I'm going to do is this, to the Crucible audience, I'm going to do an exclusive after hours with Rob Noor. That has been a custom of ours for like 2 years. We've basically always done this. So I'm going to set up a raid to go over there. I'm going to take a quick breather. I've got it set right now. I'm going to take a quick breather, maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes, something like that, just so that I can relieve myself. And then I will be on his channel, and we'll do kind of an after breakdown. Rob, I really appreciate your time. It was very kind of you. And let me get rid of both of you fuckers, because I'm sick of you, and give my outro. Make sure you go over. I'm doing a raid right now to Rob Noor's channel. Again, we'll have exclusive content over there this evening. I'm heading over there. From all of us here at the Crucible to all of you out there in Crucible land, make sure you become a member of the Crucible.video if you want to see this great mock debate and mini debates, which you can only see here. This has been very helpful. The 21st, I'll be on Tim Pool's show, and we'll be duking it out with Richard Spencer. It's going to be fantastic. I really appreciate it. From all of us here at the Crucible to all of you out there in Crucible land, have a wonderful night.
Let's hope he brings back up me, or it's just going to be...
Shit.
You can hear me, but you can't see. Oh, look at that. I'm waiting for Andrew to bring my screen up, because if I leave, I won't be able to see. So you can hear me. You see Andrew. You can hear me. Should I try to sound like him? Just could grab another cigarette here. These damn OnlyFan whores. Will you get me down right now? What a fun debate. Let's see if I get Andrew to bring my screen up. Yeah, Andrew, bring me up on the screen, because otherwise I have to leave the... There you go. He'll get it. He heard me. Anyways, what a lot of fun. I knew it would be. I absolutely love debating Andrew, whether it be serious or mock debates like this. I think that it is amazing. One of the reasons, obviously it's a little different tonight because he's...
Hang on, give me a second here, Rob.
Yep, no problem.
Quick second, and I will. I'll be back. Just give me a quick chance to get my shit together on this thing.
Yeah, sounds good. Spiro, thanks so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. I really do. Rob and his boomer tech issues. Yeah, absolutely true. Yeah, I mean, I'm always more than honored to help Andrew with any debate prep or to debate him. One of the reasons I really like debating Andrew is because he is a good debater, but also he actually is willing to like answer questions that you ask and like, you know, in a concise way and not him and ha about a bunch of bullshit like 95% of the lefties that I debate. So I'm always interested to debate Andrew, whether it be legitimate or it be sort of a mock debate like this. And I'm certainly happy to help him prepare for a debate. I don't consider myself a Christian populist or Christian nationalist. I am a Christian, but I do have more of a populist or libertarian bent to me. However, as I've explained to Andrew many times, I feel like our country's gotten so far out of control with just corruption, cultural issues of sort of secularism and sort of how insane things have gotten, that it's like the libertarians and the populists and the Christian nationalists and even traditional conservative Republicans, it's like we all need to head in the same direction. that's how bad things are right now. Once we get in that direction, then we can talk about where we disagree and diverge at the end. Thank you so much, Zen's Forehead, for $5. Good debate, bro. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. Spiro, thanks so much for $10. This K, question, bro. Did Andrew throw a curveball at you that most lefties don't usually throw at you? Yeah, I think Andrew argued his position better than 95% of the lefties, if not 99% of lefties that I've had. He's very talented at sort of setting up these rhetorical trap and these sort of logic trees. Logic tree is not the right word. What's the word I'm looking? Like logical scenarios, right? And then you have to be very careful about articulating why the logical scenario that is largely true doesn't say what he's trying to say. So it comes across as very persuasive, and you have to be very much on your toes to sort of poke holes in it. So I thought Andrew did a pretty good job, all things considered. Dop Spot for $4.99 says, please keep this VOD up so I can watch it tomorrow. I'm going to bed. I much appreciate you for tonight, Rob. Thank you so much. I will keep the VOD up, absolutely. Woodfloor Alchemist for $4.99 says, can we interrupt the Trump policy it brought up while we wait? Well, Andrew's here now. Yeah, Trump's policies on that shit all suck. Anytime, here's the problem, right? I debate a lot of right-wing Trump haters, right? The problem is the primary's over, right? So, like, you could say Trump was shit on bump stock. Totally agree. So what, you can vote for Biden? Like, that's the argument to all of that shit. Yeah, I supported Vivek. That's who I wanted. You know, so I think those are legit. There's a ton of legitimate criticisms of Trump for a litany of ways. But, you know, when it comes to him versus Biden. So what's up, Andrew? Do you think it was helpful to you tonight?
It was very helpful. I really appreciate it. I don't think anybody else could have pulled it off. Spencer's very much of a normative debater, not what I would consider a logical debater. And as you know, I bring both angles in when I'm debating. So I employed a lot of that even while we were debating, and used what I would consider some kind of basic slippery leftist tactics when we get into kind of obfuscating or moving the goalpost off a bit or doing the reframing, this kind of thing. And I wanted to really see the rejoinders. So there was a bunch of areas where I see that I have weaknesses, but some where I saw that I had quite a few strengths. So the first is when we're talking about kind of the tangential outliers of Russian warships, things like this. We kind of get bogged down into the quagmire of then I can employ logic, and I think that I can make good defeatist arguments based on those kind of logical attacks. I think where I floundered the worst was when we were talking about the page emails and the FISA warrants. I think that you took very decisively that portion of the debate. However, I do think that I had you on the ropes pretty well on the immigration standard when I hit with a rhetorical logic trap. And I think that optically, while your argument was better, my optics were better there. So I can see where there's things that I need to shore up really in a big way. And then there's also things where I can see that I can use some good logical rhetoric to also kind of employ some traps for Spencer while we're getting into these debates.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly true on the immigration. First off, there's little things like anytime, and you know this because you've debated a lot, it doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. There are ways that you could optically look better in your opponent. Simple things like, oh, really, NGOs? Can you name me one? Like, yeah, that's a good.
What are all these super chats? What are you sending Rob all these super chats for? You sons of bitch.
Listen, I tried to get.
So he deserves it. He deserves it even more than you think. The guy's in the trenches nightly. He gets no love. Make sure that you sub over here, guys. There's over 800 people watching at the moment, and I hope to see even more come over. But anyway, go ahead, Rob.
I will read all the super chats, by the way. I'll get to them. Yeah, I think that. You're absolutely right to do that. My counter to that, and it's something that I recommend to people, just admit if you don't know something, because you look even worse if you're trying to quickly Google it or something. I always think that's a bad look when I'm watching a debate. If you would have said, like, name me one of those NGOs, and I was like, well, you want me to name you an NGO? Well, let me do that here in one set. Like, but you're right to bring that up. And one of the things that I do, that's a detriment to me quite frequently, and I think you're better than me at this, is I'll say things sort of flippantly that I haven't researched to the level that perhaps I should, such as the Russian warship argument. Now, I've been working all week, so I haven't delved into that story.
Yeah, fucking cope. What are you coping for?
Cope.
That's cope.
That's right.
I expect nothing but the best.
Cope.
No matter what,
I'm
you're
a great
always
coper.
informed. You always have
I'm
the
a-
best arguments, no matter what, Rob.
But the point I'm trying to make is, like, if you say something like, Destiny's very good at this, right? You could say 100 things that you know everything about them, and you're 100% right in all of them. But if you say one thing that you're just only 50% sure of, that's where the focus of the debate will be. That one thing.
Yeah.
And so I think something you're very good at is making your argument concise. Here's my core. This is my core point, right? I'm comfortable with this core point. You know, so when I say things like NGO, I think you're right to say, okay, give me a specific one. And it doesn't matter that I'm actually right when it comes to reality.
And
those
you're
NGOs,
totally right. In fact, I can name some of those NGOs.
okay,
right?
see,
because
right,
because of and you're completely right. But the thing is that it was a cheap rhetorical trick, but it was highly effective.
It works,
right?
That's right.
It works. And so the thing is kind of the shore up, as they say, iron sharpens iron.
Yeah.
And I think that overall you took the debate because you had some better points than I did in many of the parts of it. But man, I was going to give it my all for sure.
Well, yeah,
that's give it my all.
Dude, this is what I say all the time. Certainly with you, that's going to be the case. But I feel that I was explaining this before I came on. To me, one of the most contemptible behaviors someone could have towards me is one of pity. I fucking hate that. If you want to hate me, fine, but don't pity me because that implies you think you're better than me. Fuck off. As such, I try to return that favor to people. So anytime someone comes into the arena of debate with me, I'm going for the fucking jugular. Why? Because I'm respecting you. That's why. And if you're a shit, and you've seen it, you've seen when you overmatch someone so bad that it comes off looking like you're a prick, but it's like, no, I'm actually respecting
Almost like
you.
you're bullying them.
Right, because I don't want to treat you with kid gloves, because for me, that would be disrespectful. That's me pitying you. So that's how I try to approach it. But
well,
I think
oftentimes it would actually be used against you if you didn't.
Correct.
So if you don't, then people go, and including the debater that you're talking to, will even say, well, where's the Rob North that I'm used to, right?
That's right.
So it's kind of a no-win. Thing is that often people will demand to do a debate with you. They have no fucking idea what they're getting into. Yeah. It's not nearly as easy as you think it is. This one particularly, we made sure it was brutal. I made sure that we had the shots, the low blows, everything across the board that I would expect in a contentious debate between a lefty and a right winger. The difference is that Rob understands that not only do you take none of this personally, but this is a way for you to up your rhetorical skill, and it's a verbal death match, right? That's the goal. And also, he had the worst burden. Think about this. Rob actually had the worst burden in this debate. What if I had trounced him?
Yeah.
If I had trounced him as a leftist, right? If I had just brutalized him, and in some points, there's some parts in the debate where I do feel like I did better than Rob did.
I agree.
But if I had trounced him, the burden for Rob in this debate is way higher than mine. Oh, Andrew beat you when he's acting as a lefty? That's actually a worse burden. And that's why I wanted to make sure that the Wilsons gave a good gift to my good friend Rob North for taking the time out of his day to do that.
Well, it's very generous. I really appreciate it. And I also appreciate the raid. If I can, real quick, because I don't know if I'll get a chance to talk to you.
Read the super chats. You don't read your super chats enough.
I'll read them, right? But before you leave, I want to talk to you about a strategy with Richard.
Yeah. I'm going to stick around as long as you need.
Shifty McVeigh, 499 says, Rob just gained followers, created Trans Drew. W. Rob, I'm following you. Thank you so much.
Trans Drew.
Trans Drew. Spiro says, for 10 Canadian dollars, Andrew, question for you. Did Rob throw a curveball at you that you didn't expect?
There was several curveballs. Him moving immediately in to the idea of what about warships, right? We didn't see any of this under Trump. What about the fact that we have warships that are entering close? This is very reminiscent of the Cuban Missile Crisis, and that's what people think of, especially in the older demographic. That's kind of a hard thing to navigate because, let's face it, I don't want fucking Russian warships off my coast. I consider that an act of war, right? I'm like, get the fuck out of here or else. But I thought that the justifications for that could have been better on both sides. And so that was a serious curveball that I wasn't expecting that we got bogged down into. The other one was the petrodollar, right? Which the reason I would essentially make the same argument that Rob would, right? But because it's so basic, I wasn't expecting him to throw that at me. And that is a weakness. I can't always expect that there's going to be a sophisticated argument from the other side. And guess what? Meat and potatoes is very filling. In other words, a lot of times basic arguments win over the sophisticated arguments.
Yeah. Okay, this is what I was going to talk about anyways, and it comes in the form of Super Chat. Caldy for $5 says, expand on why Richard Spencer is pro-Biden. Is Richard Spencer even relevant? This debate makes no sense. I expect Transfer or Tim to run the conversation. I think that Richard Spencer's an accelerationist. We don't have to talk much about that. But I think that the arguments you're going to hear from him are very similar to what Alex was asking me. He's going to make a pro-institutions argument, right? And he's going to say that because I've debated him, and he's going to say populism's bullshit. That populism's just this sort of idea of like incompetent boobs that don't know what they're talking about, want to tear everything down. And the truth is, we need these institutions because they are competent, and the alternative is worse. If we tore down the FBI, we would have this problem of incompetence that we're running law enforcement and intelligence, which would lead to a worse-off situation. So he will not defend Biden, I don't think, is this like astute statesman. He'll make some arguments. Oh, he's been there for a long time. But basically, he'll say what Biden represents is a return to normalcy. And that normalcy is predictable, and we could move our country in a solid direction like that, where Trump would represent chaos, which will end up poorly. That's my prediction.
Well, Lex in your chat says, LOL, Andrew, now you know how Russians feel when NATO lied about expansion. Why do you think that I was giving my real thoughts or positions in this mock debate, you fool? Do you think I don't understand the Russian-Ukraine conflict or the in-depth? I'm not allowed to talk about these things as much as I would love to. Many times I'm not allowed to, even though I think that coming into the harder political season now, that I'm going to do a lot more streams on specifically politics on alternative platforms than YouTube. But yeah, I don't know who you think you're fucking preaching to here. Okay, I don't know who you think you're preaching to. So anyway, Rob, kind of back to you. You were talking about Spencer and kind of the role you think he's going to take.
Yeah, and I mean, that's basically what I think that you'll likely hear from him. And so, you know, he will be more aggressive. It's almost like he will be defending, or he'll be attacking Trump more than he is defending Biden. He'll say that Trump represents this criminal, this chaos agent. Now, I think he does this for a reason. I think it's because he's secretly an accelerationist. And so probably it's someone who's still a white nationalist. He probably has... I saw Jared Taylor the other day put a video out, which I think Jared Taylor, regardless if you agree with him or not, is a fucking great debater and a smart guy. And he was basically like, I'm black-pilled. It's over. There's nothing we could do. Like the United States experiment's done. I think that's what Richard believes, and so he's like, "Fuck." I
also think that Jared just wants to fucking retire.
Yeah, he's got the mustache now.
I think he wants to retire. He's just like, I'm just fucking done.
Right,
right. I just want to retire at this point.
Yeah. But Aircraft Sparky for $10 say, can't wait for the Destiny review of this debate. By the way, that debate was unofficially sponsored by Johnson & Johnson Baby Shampoo. No tears until after the hair is washed. Biden 2020, nah. Yeah, I mean, I think Destiny would be smart enough to know that you're being tongue-in-cheek here, but he still would review it to talk about how bad faith both of us are or something with their arguments, whatever, though. Spiro for 20 Canadian dollars. Question for both of you. Were there any arguments you really wanted to bring up but could not on either side?
Yeah, I wanted to bring up abortion. And the reason that I wanted to bring up abortion is because leftists can often seem like they have a much more tenable position when it comes to because we don't know and because you can't prove, therefore we should. And I think that that can rhetorically be highly effective unless you're really prepared for it. Zen Shapiro, God thanks Zen Shapiro for being the best abortion debater who's ever lived. Listening to his rhetoric and his logical argumentation on that has given me a great boost for how to attack the right also from the left-wing position. And I was going to bring up a specific type of pregnancy, which would have fucked you all up. But we weren't able to get to that. And maybe that's not something which is totally necessary, as I don't know that this debate with Spencer is going to get into that, really. But I would have liked to have brought that up. I would also have liked to have brought up Hunter Biden. That would have been something that I would have enjoyed getting into as well. But I do feel like we got to a whole lot.
Yeah. Me personally, as someone who thinks that corruption's the biggest issue, I would have loved to talk about the weaponization of going after Trump in specific, what these cases mean that we're seeing. Now, I know we talked tangentially about him banging Stormy Daniels, but the actual meat and potatoes of what those cases represent and how we're using that system to target a potential political outsider, that's where my
Lex, calm down in the chat. Lex, I'm just joking with you, bro. Calm down. You're all good. You know I love you, Lex. You know I love you. And thanks for coming over to Rob North stream and watching. I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, that's
Go
fine.
ahead, bro.
Diesel Repair 928 for $4.99 says, "Is Trans Drew's OnlyFans still free tonight?" It's a good question.
Well, I'm not on whatever, so you know I'm making OF content.
Yeah, just so. S-Dude456 for $5 says, "Andrew, your pro Biden response to my breaking news was that hopefully his dumb policy won't pass." Shit.
Shit.
Yeah.
Hang on. You got to do it deeper, right? The deep voice shit. Shit.
Like The Wire.
Yeah.
Which is it's the fact that they like the last time he says it, he's like shit.
Well,
Like,
I mean, Brian.
do it.
What happened was Brian said that on whatever one night. He was like, he just went shit, and when he did that, I couldn't help it. The whole chat was busting up laughing, and so I try to insert it when I'm on whatever here and there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We'll be in the middle of an argument, and I'll be like, "Come on, shit."
Spiro for $10 Canadian. Thank you again, Spiro. Says, "Question for both of you. Do you think there's enough benefit from this type of mock debate to do another one in the future?" I'll answer first. Yeah, first off, my reason for streaming, first and foremost, is my own personal entertainment. So I had a fucking blast. I'd be happy to do this all the time on that level of it. But on the idea of like personally improving your own debate skills and knowledge of what your opponents will argue, absolutely. I agree with what Andrew said at the beginning, where there's no better way to understand how to defeat your opponent's arguments than to put yourself in their position. In debate, we used to call this switch side debating, right? And so it's like, okay, you really like Trump, now argue Biden. And what that does is it not only helps you entertainment-wise and to push back and help me, but it also helps Andrew understand how to formulate the best possible argument for his opposition, because then he formulates the counter answer to that. So I would do like we're talking about doing a trans debate. The only problem is I don't know how much utility that would have, because I'd probably be a total dickhead and just like troll the whole thing. But I guess I could make real. I mean, that's such a like. It's hard to defend Biden. To defend the trans shit, holy shit! Like that's really a leap. But yeah, I'm sure.
Well, my take on it is it's actually very mentally taxing for me and very difficult for me, because I'm espousing things which I knowingly don't believe.
Right.
And that I've never been in a habit of doing that ever. Sometimes I'll avoid a topic due to, TOS or because I can't really speak on it for various reasons. But I tend not to really speak on anything unless I'm adamantly behind it, or I believe it, or I think it's true. Sometimes I'll employ perhaps kind of counter rhetoric for the purpose of a logic trap to demonstrate why a person is wrong. And I think that that's fine. But actually taking the position of being pro-Biden feels disgusting.
Yeah.
To me, it literally feels disgusting to me. And while I got a lot of benefit out of it, and I knew that I needed it, it still feels awful to me. I don't like it, and I don't want to do more of them, unless I'm really prepping for a serious debate like I am here on Tenet Media. I don't want to. I just don't want to. It feels awful. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. Like it does. It's just like and the thing is, you get into the spirit of it, right? And so if you get in the spirit of it, you can actually, without knowledge to yourself, begin to move yourself towards kind of insane positions for the purposes of being in that spirited debate. And I fucking hate that shit.
Yeah, just real quick, I'll say this, right? Like, it's one thing to argue a policy you disagree with, but you can see that there's some sort of moral underpinning to it. When you start having to defend people that are making, actually, I think that we need to celebrate the people teaching sexuality to children. That shit's beyond
Someone
the
said
pale.
Andrew's got the ick. Yeah, I got the ick, bro. I got the ick. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Spiro for 10 Canadian says, question for both of you. What was the best argument you got from the opposition tonight? I should have mentioned this when it was something I didn't expect, and I think it's a very persuasive argument. This argument that I've never even thought of was that because of decreased administrators on the border during Trump, perhaps we can't trust the numbers. It's an actually very interesting argument. I don't believe it, but it is it's an argument I'll have to deal with better. And I think that sort of is indicative of how Andrew argues. I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that in a good way, thinking of things in a way that I don't think the average person would come up with. It's not an argument I ever even thought to make. So I like that. I thought that was a really clever argument.
And then to answer the question on my side, I think that the idea where Rob's begins with, what is spying, right? So Rob immediately moves into a semantic. He says, okay, before we talk past each other, motherfucker, I want to know what this means. And I actually had to backtrack on my argument and make a concession, but that was the only way to save face and then move the argument forward. So I was able to be defensive and then move it back to offense a little bit, but it was very clear that was defensively done, where I said, okay, well, I'll agree with this. I guess I'll concede that you're right, and then we'll move it from there. I thought that was very persuasive, though, from an outsider's perspective. They're looking in, if they were just seeing a leftist debating with a right winger, when Rob says, "What the fuck does spying mean?" And I'm like, well, I guess it does actually mean you're looking in on people without their consent, right? Basically, that's what it is ultimately. And so from there, I had to backtrack the whole argument. And so while that seems basic, I'm telling you, sometimes meat and potatoes, man, just fucking destroys. Sometimes meat and potatoes, I mean, that's how vodka's made, is with potatoes, right? And it's like, it just destroys. And I thought that was compelling, where Rob took it to the next level, the next level, the next level. From that, you don't even know what fucking spying is, Andrew. You don't even know. You had to concede to my definition because you don't even fucking know what it is. That is brutal. That's a brutal rhetoric. But it's also very basic. And I'm telling you, the basic brutal logic like that, it's painful. It's painful. It didn't make me look good. And all I could do was kind of cope with the defense and then try to move back to offense. And Rob didn't let me do that either. So I thought that was a really good play.
My Tech for $5 says, great debate with Bindrew, but good luck next time. He's too good at rhetoric. He's very good at rhetoric. Absolutely true. Spiro again, thank you. Incredibly generous for 10 Canadian. Says, question for both of you. If your opposition tonight was sick, who would you pick to replace them with? Not leftists, same context. You agree in real life. I hope that question makes sense. You know who I would have thought would have been interesting to make these arguments? Richie. I think it would have been fun to watch him struggle to defend Biden. But I think he's underrated. I really like talking to Richie, and I think that he's a very persuasive person.
He's a fantastic debater, and he's getting better all the time. And he got his start. I get to say that he got his start right here on the Crucible, which I'm very happy about. I've always been a big fan of Richie. He's always been, and we disagree on a lot, but he's never been anything but respectful and good to the Crucible.
He's a good guy,
yeah. If I can't, so I'm going to be completely honest with you. There's nobody I can interject into Rob's seat. Now, I know that might sound like a cope, right? Oh, you're avoiding it. Who really, Andrew? I'm telling you, there's nobody better in the world that I've seen who's better on normative political claims than Rob Noor on the right. Even Destiny acknowledges that this is true. There's not anybody to substitute him with. There just isn't. There just isn't.
I appreciate it. Spiro for another 20 Canadian says, I have no more questions. Just want to support Rob. Tonight was so much fun. Thank you, Spiro. One of the things we could do real quick is I would love to bring back the randomizer debates that you used to do, whether it be me debating you or just you moderating them. That's got to be a lot of work, though, to come up with those kind of crazy topics, but those were always fun.
I loved doing the randomizer. The biggest problem I have on the content creation front, we make a ton of content on the Crucible. It's time.
Yep.
It's always time management. So right now I'm managing time. I'm about to fly out and do a whole bunch of stuff again, right? So I have to manage the time between these kind of high-profile debates and the high-profile debates between other people I'm moderating on the Crucible, the Trash Talk Extravaganza, and the chill streams and all of these other different and especially the invasions, which are massively popular. People love those, and I do a ton of those. So it's just time management. I'd love to bring back the randomizer. I can't promise it, though, because I only have so much time.
Right. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. Suspicious Character, $5 says, question, is there a lefty argument you guys see people stumble over the most, and how would you respond to it? For me, the most persuasive lefty argument, and one that's difficult to handle, is the appeal to authority. Because degenerate fucking lefties have infiltrated almost every institution in this country, that means that the institutions that normie people trust to listen to, like for crime statistics, or for immigration policy, or for foreign policy, or for science, are dominated by rabid fucking lefties. And so it's easy when you're a lefty to say, well, the FBI disagrees with you. They say white people are the problem. Well, the Cato Institute says that immigration's good. Immigrants commit less crime than you. Well, and so people struggle over how to answer that. To me, the best way to respond to that is sort of to indict those institutions themselves and talk about how things that we can all see in real life, just from a normal perspective, disprove that. For example, you'll debate libertarian, Cato Institute type people, lefty type people from academia that tell you how great illegal immigrants are. And yet, as soon as we send 40 of them to fucking Martha's Vineyard, they can't keep them for 48 hours. Right? That's how you know those statistics are bullshit. The studies are bullshit. Because the very people propping them up, as soon as you say, oh, it's great, then why don't you take them? Well, no, fuck that. I don't want them. And so those arguments are persuasive to help people understand. So for me, that's the argument I hear the most that I think people stumble over.
Yeah, I think the one that I find to be the most persuasive and brutal, that is the hardest to deconstruct and takes the most amount of time, is when they say, under leftist policies, we've created globalism and a global hegemony where the United States is the most powerful nation in existence. And can you name another nation you would ever want to move to other than this one that would be better? And so when you're kind of criticizing their policies, they kind of put it out there that they, under their policies, have created a kind of global hegemony where everybody has to kowtow to the United States and they're the most powerful. And that was under their leadership. That's actually a difficult thing to navigate. This is an employment of the status quo, destiny-style argumentation. And the status quo starts with, we're the most powerful, and we're the most powerful because of us. And we're in charge and still the most powerful, therefore we must be. Deconstructing that, very difficult to do. Amateur debaters get destroyed on it constantly. There's great ways to go in and deconstruct it, destroy it, this type of thing, but it takes a long time too. It'll take a good hour and a half of your debate time to deconstruct it, and it's a powerful argument from the left.
Yeah, absolutely true. Cesar the Grape for $9.99 says, given that Trump is the obvious choice over Biden, do either of you actually feel good about a Trump being president again? He seems pretty degenerate. I think he ultimately looks out for another one. Yeah, I would say that I have low expectations that it'll be radically different than his first administration. However, I am hopeful that it will be. I still think, given my core belief is sort of the corruption of our institutions, that the Trump presidency, with all of its failures, was the best presidency in my lifetime. So if I was to get the exact same thing again, I certainly wouldn't. I'd be disappointed that it wasn't more, but I wouldn't be like furious. As far as him being a degenerate, yeah. I mean, I've said this from day one. Cheating on your wife's not cool at all. And I'm not going to defend that sort of behavior. He could, but I think that ultimately his selfishness is a detriment in largely. However, it could also be useful. I think Trump was the first president in my lifetime that was willing to listen to his supporters. So like with the bump stock ban, once he heard all of his people being like, what the fuck you doing? He's like, oh, okay. And you might say, well, that sucks. He's just looking out for number one. He's selfish. He's not ideologically committed to many of these things. True, but I'll take a guy who's malleable and willing to be steered in the right direction more than an ideologue that fucking hates me and everything that my, way of life stands for. So
my kitty cat would be a better president than Joe Biden. Trump's entire job is to be a hand grenade on behalf of the American people in order to destroy. He's not there to construct. He's there to destroy. He's there to take down. He's there to brutalize. He's there to shine a flashlight on what's going on. It wouldn't matter to me if this guy had done the most heinous shit ever in his past. That's not his function. His function is to be our hand grenade to throw in to blow everything up. That's the goal. Blow it up so that people can see what's going on. When there's a dumpster fire, you stop and you look. That's the whole point. That's what Trump has always been about, and that people always forget. While it's true, he may not have drained the swamp, he's the only motherfucker who shined the light on what the swamp was. Yep. That was the whole point to begin with.
And you imagine, it is not look, a lot of we lose sight of this a lot. A lot of the excesses of Trump. Oh, he would get more, centrist if he talked more professionally and all of this shit. Like, a lot of these cultural pushbacks that we're seeing, like, against things like the trans issues and shit like that, sort of started with the meme wars that came about as a result of Trump running. Before he was running, who the fuck talked like that in a national spotlight? Who talked about illegal immigration before Trump was running in a national spotlight? So, you take the
Who
good
talked
with the
about
bad.
putting a wall on the
Yep,
border?
yep.
Who talked about putting an actual physical barrier that you couldn't climb across as a symbol? This shit's ours, motherfucker.
Yep.
This is ours. The wall, it doesn't matter if you cut a hole in the wall. It doesn't matter if you have a ladder to climb over it, like the leftists said. It was never about that. It was a giant symbol. Do you think that the Great Wall of China actually is keeping out hordes of people from China? No, it's a symbol.
Yep.
This shit is ours. It's ours. Fuck you.
Yep. Ben folds 5 chairs for $10. Says, question for both of you. Never mind, here's $10 in real money. Thank you so much.
Please, to the Crucible crew in the chat, support Rob heavily. He was fantastic tonight. There's nobody I trust more to do a debate like that, where we can be as brutal as we want to be, and we understand what the point of the accomplishment is.
Yeah. No, thank you. And thank you to everyone that's donated and everyone that's still watching. I really do appreciate it. It's the LD, A $30. That'll come. What the fuck's the A mean? It says A $30. Says, great debate.
That's Australian.
Oh, okay. Great debate tonight, guys. Got me through most of my day. Take this fake money for your entertainment.
That's right. Take the fake Australian money.
Okay.
That's fair.
That was a good question from the caller that was trying to get you to admit.
Yeah, he got me on that. Fucking Fresh Pelmini got me on that. He's
there
a fucker.
There was a lot of potential for audience questions to get some fucking clips from you of Lefty Andrew. Yeah. But Diesel Repair 928 for $4.99 says, Transdrew, next debate you should take some Midol. CNN says it helps.
It's for the period cramps.
Yeah. Well, manual for MX50. I don't know what that is.
Mexican pesos.
Oh, mock money. The cartels, thank you. Thank you so much. And then one more we have for now. SDude456, $5 says subscribe. Thank you. It means a lot. Now, I think that even if I didn't agree with Andrew politically, which I do 95% of shit, I think that one of the things I always say about you is, I'll give you 2 compliments before I let you go here. I always enjoy the stylistically way you debate, because I think that I'm so used to debating fucking mush-mouth lefties that you'll say, yes or no, do you think X? And they'll go, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, for me, it's an argument that I think wasn't a good argument for you. But the argument that I heard you make one of the first times we debated that I got so much respect for you was, we're talking about gay marriage, and you were like, yeah, I think that gay marriage is bad, and the core reason I have for that is because it's directly led to the sexualization of children. And I say that is a harm that we must fight against. We should get rid of gay marriage. And I say to you, I was like, okay, but if I could prove that other forms of marriage lead to direct line led to sexualization of children, would you reject them? And you're like what? And I said interracial marriage. Now, 99.9% of every other person I've ever debated would have been like, that's a bullshit analogy and blah, 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 blah. But you were like, sure, I don't think you could draw that direct line. But if you were able to, sure. And to me, I got so much respect from you. That was, I think, the first time we ever interacted, because I was like, that's the type of person you want to debate, where you could actually get to the fucking substance as opposed to...
Let's get it out. Let's get it out. Let's flesh it out. Let's
That's
war,
right.
right.
And that's...
We're here to have verbal combat. Let's fucking have verbal combat,
That's
right?
right.
And
then,
not obfuscate, not pivot around, this type of thing. Now, I did do a little bit more pivoting and obfuscation tonight than normal.
That's understandable.
But... I think that's what I'm going to be up against, right? I think that's what you're normally up against when you're dealing with leftists. And I also accuse you of a lot of obfuscation that you didn't do, which I also think is a leftist tactic that can be refined and used by us to great effect as well. Because rhetoric, let's face it, the logical arguments are great and the truth arguments are great, but rhetoric often wins the person.
One more super chat came in. Godzilla 3701 for $10 says, I sub to you, Rob. Looking forward to your content. Good job. Thank you. And Spiro for 10 Canadian says, what's your tones, young men? Honey brings in the bees. Very true. The other thing I'll say, I've said this about you before, but I find it hilarious. Like, I try to put myself in the perspective of being a reasonable lefty. right? And if I was a reasonable lefty,
yeah, right.
I
Yeah,
know.
fucking right. Dude,
I know.
come on, dude. What
But
are you doing?
I
Shut
try
up,
to
Rob. Just stop. Just stop. You know what?
think,
I just booted Rob off his own
There
stream.
we go.
Reasonable lefty, this motherfucker. Anyway, go ahead.
But and I'd be like, I don't like Andrew. His arguments suck. He represents something I wouldn't like, right? But what I find to be absolutely hilarious is being in this online streaming space. 90% of the people are the fakest motherfuckers you'd ever see. And the bigger they get, the faker they become. They'll sit here, oh, they're so nice to you on stream. Oh, we're doing this benefit. Oh, we're helping people out. And then they can't wait to fucking stab you in the back. Andrew's ironically sort of the exact opposite. Looks like the biggest dickhead ever. Like many of the times when you hear him. Oh, he's too aggressive. He's doing this. And yet, even people that are lefties, any interactions they've had with Andrew, with him moderating, with him like behind the scenes, like sort of facilitating, getting people to come on debates and shit like that, I don't know anyone that has anything bad to say about you. And I certainly don't. I think you've been incredibly helpful to me in a litany of ways.
The reason that this occurs is I take my job seriously, just like I have every job I've ever had. My job is to represent a worldview to the best of my ability on behalf of people who can't represent it as well as I can. And that is my job to do. I take that as a serious responsibility and something which I need to employ to the very best of my abilities. There's almost nobody in this entire sphere who will take the time like I did with you tonight to make sure that I'm shored up, to make sure that I can represent those views to the best of my ability, period. No matter where I'm at, no matter what I walk into, that is my job. And so I take it seriously. But because I do that in a brutal fashion, and I have to, because that's the space and that's what verbal combat is about. Oftentimes this becomes a reflection on me as a person, and yet behind the scenes, nobody has anything bad to say except he's the nicest guy in the world, right?
Unless they're a shithead. Like, there are people that are just objectively shitheads that have...
Yeah, but I mean, for the most part, I'm just saying, for the most part, that's what people say. But my job is my job. My job is to effectively represent my worldview the best way possible publicly, in the best way I possibly can. And so does that mean that I hate you and want your life destroyed and want you hurt or something like... No, it doesn't mean any of that. It means that my worldview needs to win.
John the Wise Tushy for $5 says, rocking the Crucible gear from the Crucible Live store and seeing your channel for the first time. Great energy. Trump 47. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, Andrew, I'll get you out of here. It's one on my end. I finally get home. I've been fucking stuck at work here for days, so I get to see my son and my wife tomorrow, so I'm very excited to go home and see them tomorrow.
When are you making another baby?
I have to be home. I don't know.
What? What is this? You can't make a baby from work? What? Your wife can't bring you lunch?
That's right. Turn the camera down. Yeah, honestly, we had trouble with the first. It's one of those. If anyone out there is having trouble, right, and the doctor tells you we don't know if this could happen, right? Like, we didn't do any. We were worried about starting treatments and shit like that. It just happened. So it's definitely the best thing that's ever happened. I would definitely be down for having another kid. Everything else kind of seems meaningless.
We need a couple more Nors, right?
I think so. By the way, I think
a couple more Nors.
My cousin Scotty, my dad has 8 sisters and a brother. I have like 50-something cousins. But because he only has one brother who only had one son, and that son didn't have any boys, my son Hank right now is the fucking last of our branch of the Nors. That's it. He's the namesake. He's carrying it on. So,
So you got to have a couple more heirs, right?
That's what I'm. Yeah, this one could be a dud for all we know.
But let us assume for a second you never get another one. You should at least try your hardest every single day,
That's
right?
True. That's definitely true. There's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with that. Rob Knorr, thank you so much for having me on. Thank you for the after
Always
show.
fun.
I'll be out of your hair. Take care, man.
Wait, real quick. 21st, you're going to be on Tim Pool?
21st, I'll be on Tim Pool.
The morning show or the evening?
I think both.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
All right, man.
So, hopefully so. Now, Rob, do you want me to leave this StreamYard up so you can keep on
No,
talking,
I'll end it. I'll end it and go back to my channel, and then I'll be here 2 minutes after you're gone. So.
All right. Well, then, you guys have a wonderful day.
We'll see. Let's get this guy. He comes up. Yeah, we see you guy. A lot of fun. Always enjoyed debating Andrew. Was happy to be able to help him out. Hopefully he has a great time on Tim's show. I got to do Tim's show. I had a lot of fun doing it. I think Andrew will do fantastic there, and I think it will open him up to a different audience that maybe he's not used to seeing him. So I think that's great. Andrew, one of the nicest guys out there. All the people at the Crucible are great. Someone who actually deserves the success he's given, that he's obtaining. He's worked as hard as anyone in the streaming space, and he had to build what he's doing from the ground up. He was working with other people. Shit went awry, so he said, "Fuck it, I'll do it myself." And I think that's always something that we should respect. So always happy to help out the Crucible in general and Andrew specifically, and happy to see his continued success. Everyone that's here from the Crucible, thank you so much. Like I said, I should be streaming tomorrow night between 7 and 8 p.m. all times Eastern. I focus less on sort of philosophical and logical arguments than Andrew, and more on normative stuff. So I spend a lot of time talking about issues of corruption, delving into things like the Hunter Biden Burisma case, the court cases against Trump, etc. But I love doing debates of all sorts. And so that's really the content that I enjoy the most. So who knows, maybe we'll chum someone in. Now, I can't guarantee I'll be streaming tomorrow evening. I do have some house things that I have to do. I do home health care, so I haven't been home since Saturday morning. So there's dad shit and husband shit I got to take care of. But barring any of that running too long, you should see me tomorrow evening. Thank you so much, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed this. My VOD and everything will always be left up. So I don't know what Andrew's going to do with his VOD of the video, but if you missed any part of the debate, you can go back and check it out. It'll be up on my channel. Thank you all so much. We'll talk to you all soon. As always, have a good one.